Tiger Cats.
Welcome, everyone, to today's live CFL coverage. This is Rick from Ticats Talk Network. We are live all day from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are live on YouTube at Ticats Talk Network YT, on X at FMFan9, and on Twitch at Ticats Talk Network YT. We have a full day of news and information you get all across the league today. We are going to go through Ottawa Redblacks rumors and roster, Toronto's rumors and roster, Hamilton's rumor and roster, Montreal rumor and roster. We have Saskatchewan rumor and roster, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Calgary, BC Lions. Then we have a good friend of mine. He had sent over his special team stats. You know him as Noah on Twitter. I'm going to go over that. I'm going to go over the coaching changes, and then by 12 o'clock, the siren's going to go, and then we are going to be breaking other news that comes out. I have both my phones ready to go, fully charged. I got backup batteries. I got tablets. I got the whole shebang. So, now that we've got that out of the way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put those in the chat that do want to come up and join the panel and talk about CFL news, rosters, things like that. We are going to put that up in the chat so that if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to. But let's get into our first team. Our first team is going to be the Ottawa Redblacks. We're going to start with the rumors first. So right now, Matt Schultz is rumored to go to Ottawa Redblacks. Now, it is a one-year contract. This did happen during the tampering window, so we got to wait for them to confirm it after 12 o'clock today. There's nothing that says 100% that he will sign with them today. So basically the time schedule for today is up to 10. They have to, they can wheel and deal of contracts. And then from 10 to 12, they can decide if they're taking the offer or not. And then from at 12, if you haven't signed the offer yet, you are listed as a free agent. So we're going over Matt Schultz's numbers from last year. He had 34 completions for 62 yards, 54.8% completions, 438 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. They don't have any pending offers for running backs or fullbacks. The high-ticket item for them is Eugene Lewis, who's coming over from Edmonton. It's rumored. It's not official till after 12 o'clock, till the team announces it. Now, his 2-year deal is rumored to be $223,025 and then $239,026. He had 8. Oh, I guess I got it. Let me share my screen. That's always helpful. Let's go. Present screen. Entire screen already screwing up, and you can tell I didn't have my morning coffee this morning. Well, I don't drink coffee. I drink hot chocolate, but you can tell I haven't drank that yet. So Eugene Lewis, if we're going by his numbers, he had 18 games played, 122 targets. He only caught 74 of them. He had 1,070 yards, 297 yards after catch, average of 14.5 yards per catch. His longest was 52. He had 9 touchdowns, and he had 9 catches over 30 yards. Then we have, for offensive line rumors, we have Peter Godberg, national. So national is Canadian, A is American, and then G is global, which is Mexico and anything outside of Canada and U.S. He's rumored to go from Saskatchewan, which is Regina. province of Regina to Ottawa, and it's rumored. We don't know terms, and there's no stats for offensive linemen. Then we go down to rumored for defensive backs. We have Amari Henderson, who's rumored to go from Saskatchewan to Ottawa. Rumored 1-year deal. He played 8 games, 33 total tackles, 33 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 2 fumble recoveries. The Tunde Adeleke went from Toronto to Ottawa. Again, rumored. When I was going through the sources last week, there was no rumors as to how long the term is, so that's why it's blank. He played 10 games, had 16 total tackles, 15 defensive tackles, 1 special team, 2 tackles for loss. And then Lennon, I just forgot to put the stats in. That's on me. And we had a 1-year rumored deal. Now let's go over to Ottawa's actual roster for so far this year. So they have Drew Brown and Dustin Crum. Drew Brown had 17 games leading the way for the quarterbacks. 312 completions, 464 attempts, 67.2 completion, 3,959 yards, 18 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and then he had 14 rushes for 59 yards. Not bad. I will say that is a good first year for starters for Drew Brown, because previously he was I gotta change this. He was the backup for Winnipeg. I think he signed an extension, but I gotta change that. Then we have Dustin Crum, 18 games, 31 completions out of 45 attempts, 68.9% completion, 320 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And I'm pretty sure he had rushing yards. I'm not sure why I have that. So Trey Adams did not play last year. He spent the year on the injured reserve list. Now, William Stanback. William Stanback came over from Montreal. He was released. That was before that. He was with BC last year. My apologies. So he came over from BC. He had 231 carries for 1,175 yards, average of 5.1. Longest is 38. He had 3 touchdowns, 32 carries for over 10 yards, 2 carries for over 20, and then he had 64 catches or targets, 46 catches, 413 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Daniel Adnaboye came over from Toronto in a trade. He had 63 carries, 244 yards, average of 3.9, 26 yards was his longest, 0 touchdowns. Because I want to say he was the 3rd running back in Toronto behind Kadeem Carey and Dante McMahon. So he was the 3rd running back. 0 touchdowns, 4 rushes for over 10 yards, 2 over 20, 8 targets, 6 receptions for 40 yards, and 0 touchdowns. Devontae Williams was a key running back 2 years ago, but he was injured last season, so he didn't get to play all of last year. As we go to receivers here. So receivers, we have Justin Hardy, who had 130 targets, 97 yards, 1,343 yards, 97 receptions, 381 yards after catch, 13.8 average, 68 was his longest, 5 touchdowns, and 7 catches off of after 30 yards. So the reason why for Khalid Pimpleton, the reason why we have this 1+1 option is because anytime you sign an American from the States, usually the Americans have rookie contracts for Americans are 1 year plus team option. or sometimes they do player option. So that's why it's 1+1 option. Last year, Pimpleton's rookie year, he had 8 games played, 74 targets, 45 catches, 715 yards, 277 yards after catch, 15.9 average, 70 yards was his longest, 3 touchdowns, and 44 times he had 30 plus yards. Braylon Addison, who has been a long journeyman. He started his career with Hamilton. Then he went to Ottawa. He had I believe it was his ACL that he tore. So he didn't get to play the 1 year. Last year he came back, played 10 games, 54 yards, 41 receptions, 433 yards, 192 yards after catch, 10.6 average, 42 yards was as long as 3 touchdowns, and 4 catches after 30 yards. Nick Marner was a top 5 rookie from last year's draft class. As you can see here, I put in that. So when you get drafted in Canada, you automatically get a 3-year deal. Again, money is not guaranteed in this league. If you get cut, you get cut. The only way that money is guaranteed is if they give you a guaranteed contract. So he had 18 games, 33 targets, 26 receptions, 300 yards. I mean, he was down. I mean, if you include the other players, he was probably about a 5th or 6th receiver last year. 142 yards, 11.5 average, 64 was his longest, 3 touchdowns and 1 catch after 30 yards. Now, Andre Miller, he was another depth receiver. Again, he's coming off his 1+1 option, so he's a free agent at the end of the season. That's why all these contracts are when the player's contract ends. If it says camp, that's basically my way of saying they have signed a contract, but in layman's terms, if you compare it to the NHL, they have hockey players that come into camp on tryout contracts. It's basically a tryout contract. And then if they do make a team, then, we'll change it to, 2025. But until they make the team. So if you ever see camp under contract, that's what camp means. So Andre Miller had 6 games played, 28 targets, 15 catches, 254 yards, 89 yards after catch, 69.9 yards average. 50 yards was his longest, 2 touchdowns, and 1 catch for over 30 yards. And then Dubois was just a depth receiver. He would go out now and then. He didn't really go out because you can tell by his targets and catches. I believe he's kind of like a wide receiver special teams type guy. He only had 2 catches and 2 receptions for 54 yards, so he didn't really get all that much. Devontae Dedmon is their special teams guy, so once we get down to the special teams numbers, you'll see that's where he does well. Maurice French spent most of last year on the practice squad, so in Canada, you have your 45-man roster, and then you have your 10 players practice squad, so that if someone gets injured, you can call someone up from your practice squad. And then obviously Jeremy Murphy was a player that they signed in the offseason to a camp what I call a camp contract. So he'll come into camp and try to prove himself for a wide receiver position. We have our offensive linemen here. You can see them on the screen. Again, there's no stats that you could really pull up on them. I mean, besides gameplay. So we're going to go past the defensive linemen. Lorenzo Malden IV leads their team. He had 52 total tackles for 52 defensive tackles, no special teams tackles, 5 tackles for loss, 8 quarterback sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. Then we had Clayton Lang. He is a Canadian, 34 years of age. He's signed for this year and next year. He had 25 defensive tackles, or total tackles. This should be 24 because they had a special teams tackle. 4 tackles for loss. Aiden John, he is a national, 24 years old. He was drafted in the 23 draft. So this is his third year. So he'll be a free agent at the end of this year. 22 defensive tackles, or 22 total tackles, 17 defensive tackles, 5 special teams. Then we have 2 tackles for loss and 4 quarterback sacks. Bryce Carter, American, 26 years of age, free agent at the end of the year. He only played 11 games, 21 total tackles, 21 defensive tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 4 quarterback sacks. Blessman Talala, he's a global player. He had 18 games played, 7 defensive tackles. Again, he's probably either a second string on the defensive lines. So here's the thing about Dante Knight. So Dante Knight started with Toronto. Then he got signed to Hamilton because he was on Toronto's practice roster. So if you're on a practice roster, any team can sign you off of someone's practice roster to their team. And then he went to Hamilton, played some games with Hamilton. So he played 12 games with Hamilton. And then at the end of the season, if you are on the practice roster, you automatically become a free agent. So Dante Knight signed with Ottawa. He has a contract. He's not a camp. He has a contract. So he has 12 games played, 4 defensive tackles. So he didn't really find many numbers on him. And then Raheem Bingham, an American, he's coming into camp. And then Darius Hodges, American, 24 years of age. Now, these young Americans, one of two things. Either they're coming up from the States right out of college, or last year they're signed as an unrestricted free agent by an NFL team. They got cut from the NFL team, so they're coming up north to Canada playing the CFL. So linebackers, we have Javon Santos Knox, who just re-signed a 1-year deal. This is about his second or third year in Ottawa. He had 12 games played because he ended up getting injured. He had 65 defensive tackles, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception. Frankie Griffin, he had 13 games played, 63 defensive tackles, 4 tackles for loss, and 1 fumble recovery. Davon Taylor, again, American, 1+1 option. 17 games played, 51 defensive tackle or total tackles, 39 defensive tackles, 12 special teams tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. Keep in mind, if you're wondering why some of these positions are small, is because the rest of the players at those positions are not signed right now, and they're on the free agent tracker, which after we go through all of the teams, we will go through all the players that are still left on the free agent tracker. James Peters was drafted in 22, so his contract's done at the end of this year. So he had 16 games played, 10 total tackles. So he's a special teams player because he had 10 special teams tackles and 1 tackle for loss. Darius Pickett, he played in 2023, However, he ruptured his Achilles last year, so he didn't play last season. Mind you, if you go see his social media, he is putting in 110% to get back in the slew of things this season. So, Pickett, hats off to you, my friend, for coming back from that kind of injury. Cam Brighton is coming up from a camp. Tryout is how I look at it. Now we are going to go to the defensive backs. We have DeAndre Lamont, who led their team in tackles with 91 total tackles, 86 defensive tackles, 5 special teams tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 interception. Elijah McGee, another American, 25 years old, contract ends at the end of this year. 11 games played, 44 defensive tackles, 3 interceptions. Alonzo Addy, national, 27 years of age. He's signed for this year and next year. He had 14 games played, 42 defensive or total tackles, 37 defensive tackles, 5 special teams tackles, and 2 interceptions with 1 fumble recovery. Robert Priester. So Robert Priester was just announced officially by the team yesterday. He came over from Toronto Argonauts. Just give me 1 second. And so Robert Priester was one of Toronto Argonauts' main defensive backs after they released him so that he could sign with the team early before today's noon kickoff. He had 28 defensive tackles. So give me 1 second. This is just bugging me here. 1 quarterback sack, one fumble recovery, and 1 forced fumble. So I believe Robert Priester will be one of the main 5 defensive backs. Now, once I go into the Hamilton numbers, since I'm a Hamilton supporter, I'll show you the depth chart and what each position is, because we have different things, different positions up here, kind of the same as the NFL, but it's changed a little bit. If you want to know more about CFL, go watch my What is the CFL video that I put on YouTube. I go over all CFL rules, rosters, contracts, everything that you need to know about CFL. And then we will Justin Howell, he is a national. He's 31 years old. His contract ends at the end of this year. He has 13 games played, 11 total tackles, 7 defensive tackles, 4 special teams tackles. Now, keep in mind, these contracts, I did my research. If it says 2025, either the information I found says 2025, or I wasn't able to find any information and I just put 2025. If there's anything else than 2025, that means that they've signed a multi-year contract extension, or for any draft picks, it's 3 years from the year that they were drafted, or if they were drafted in a certain year but they didn't sign to a certain year, it's 3 years from that point that they signed the contract. Excuse me. Adrian Frey, he's American, so he's on his 2nd year of his 1+1 option. 5 games played, 10 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 4 special teams tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Lucas Cormier, he was just drafted in the 23 draft. So this is his last year of his 3-year deal. He had 9 games played, 7 total tackles, 2 defensive tackles, 5 special teams. So when you see something like Lucas Cormier and Dawson Pierre, when they have 9 games, that means either or even Aiden Frey. Either their practice roster squads or their most likely their practice roster squads, or they're on the so far down the depth chart that they don't get to play many games. Then we have Dawson Pierre, who had nine games, 4 defensive tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. We have CJ Colden, Clay Fields III, Yanni Godfield. I apologize if I butchered that last name. And Bennett Williams, who all are on camp contracts. Oh, I don't know why I have that, because I already have that on the list. And then Craig James that came over in a trade with Toronto, which once I get to the Toronto list, you'll see who they gave up in a trade with that. Now, with that being said, that is all the Ottawa rumors and rosters. Our next team, we are going to hit up. We are going to go down the QEW down to our Hamilton's arch rivals. Toronto fans hate Hamilton fans, and Hamilton fans hate Toronto fans. Except for I will say, they don't hate all fans. There is a good group of fans that get along. When I say hate, I'm talking about teams here. It's just like Montreal and Toronto in the NHL. They don't like each other. Montreal and Boston, they don't like each other. It's with all stuff. It was even with hockey when when Hamilton had the Bulldogs, Toronto had the Marlies, or Toronto still has the Marlies, but we don't have Hamilton doesn't have an AHL team. It's just a fierce rival that goes back and forth. So we're gonna start with Toronto's rumors first. So Toronto had. Oh, I gotta take this out. So they have no quarterbacks or running backs on the rumor mill. So Hergy Mayala came out to be a rumor yesterday, the day before. He's coming over from Edmonton. Funny joke about that once I get to Edmonton, because there's a lot of people that went from Toronto to Edmonton. Now he's coming from Edmonton to Toronto. Keep in mind, I will give praise where it's due. Toronto is the reigning Grey Cup champions from last year, because they did beat Winnipeg. So just putting that disclaimer out there. Toronto, or Hergy Mayala, he was with Hamilton 2 years ago, and then he went to Edmonton. He had 12 games played, 52 targets, 41 receptions, 503 yards, 143 yards per carry, 12.3 average, and 60 was his longest catch, 5 touchdowns, and 30 catches after or beyond 30 yards. For defensive line, we have Cleaston Haba. He is an American, 25 years old, a good buddy of mine. I've one of my friends named Carter. I have 2 of them, but one of them is actually that I co-host CFL Central. I will leave the link into it. Let's see here, Mandy. I will put some energy. I appreciate the comments. Let's see. Football isn't bad, but better sports to talk about. You know, everyone has their opinion. We are a CFL football channel, so we are going to be talking about football. And happy holidays. The 14th is super close. Dinesh, thank you for the chat. Yeah, so I actually, Jamie, I thank you for that. So I actually found this jacket. It's has the Hamilton Ticats logo. I just put the channel there and the logo. I actually found this on Facebook. So that's Teresa. So this is the off season. So season doesn't start until May. So that's why we're not watching games. Once the season starts, we'll be doing, and Hamilton is on the road, we will be doing watch along. So that's why we're not watching games, because it's the off season. Today is the free agent frenzy day. So that's why we're going over news, because free agent doesn't start till 12. So we're going over all teams and news and rumors. Not football. This channel and football may not be for everyone. I'm not forced to. If people don't want to watch my content, people don't have to watch my content. I'm not forcing anyone to be here. If they want to be here, then they can be here. I'm not going to be butthurt if people don't find my content interesting. So Rafena, I apologize if I butcher your name. So there's BC, which is Vancouver. You have Calgary, Edmonton, in Alberta, Saskatchewan and Regina, Winnipeg. In Ontario, there's Toronto and Hamilton, and Ottawa, and then out in Quebec, you have Montreal. So this is real football. This is Canadian football. This is across the whole country of Canada. Yes, these teams are real. I'll even show you. CFL.ca. Look, this is a real league. We play real sports, 18 games. What's going on with my other channel? I have content scheduled to be coming out on my other channel this week. I just did a bunch of pre-recordings yesterday and the day before, so I have that coming out. Crow named Ka, he can talk what he wants about me. I honestly don't care. So again, this is what I want to talk about on this channel. This is what everyone has, what they want to talk about on YouTube. It does not have to be life journey. I don't know where people are getting at talking about life journey. People need to understand everything's not about life journey. People talk about YouTube, people talk about all kinds of things, and it's not all about life journey. Yes, I agree. Let's go Ticats. So let's go back to what I was going over. So he had 10 games played, 6 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 forced fumble. They don't have any rumored linebackers. Okay, so the best team going into today's, because again, all these signings are rumored. If you include rumor signings, I would say if you're talking about the West, Edmonton going into it, I would say Edmonton, Saskatchewan in the West. If you're talking about the East, I would say we are going. Hamilton's added a few pieces. Toronto offense has always been good. They've lost a lot of pieces on defense. So I could put it. It's hard to say. Montreal was a Final Four team last year. They haven't added many pieces. Ottawa's added a bunch. The East is just a toss-up this year of who could be. Any team could be in the top. Yes, Zach. So again, Zach is another Ticat season ticket holder. Like he said, keep doing you, brother. Don't listen to anyone. Do what you like to do. Exactly. Again, everyone's channels. If you don't like it, I'm not forcing you to be here. I'm trying to spread more information about the CFL League across, Twitter, Discord, Twitch, YouTube, trying to get the league out there. There's a bunch of content creators. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. So, to answer your question, how am I streaming on different platforms? I'm actually using StreamYard, and with the core plan, you can stream across 3 platforms at once. There's, I think, 9 different platforms. The platforms I decided is Twitch, YouTube, and X. Sergey, thanks. Yeah, you can get these. You can actually get these off of Facebook. I just added my channel name onto it, but everything else is the same. Not sure if there's logos on the. Yes, Gene, you're again. There's actually. I'm gonna post the link again. So if anyone wants to come on and talk Cats, anything CFL, there's the link. Just click on the link, and you're more than welcome to come on. Again, Dean Cassidy is another Cat season ticket holder. Love the channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Love you, bro. Love to do a collab with you sometime. Dean, whenever you want to talk CFL, my friends, you're welcome to come on. The other 2 that are other season ticket holders, Lucas and Andrew, are working or have school today. So if they have time later on, they'll be joining us. I did not watch the Super Bowl because it's the same. So I was looking at the numbers yesterday. It was 15% lowered viewership. I was watching to an out podcast of the replay of the 89 Grey Cup yesterday. You are not going to know where I live. You know what? I'm just going to not show that. I can get rid of that and get rid of that and get rid of that. Because people that don't want to be here, don't be here. I'm not forcing you to be here. If you don't want to watch my content and go over everything, you don't have to be here. Anyways, going back to what I was saying. So Haba had 10 games played, 6 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 forced fumble. And then for DBs, Darius Bratton came over. Another player that came over from Edmonton. Again, it's not confirmed yet. It's only rumored. It's a 2-year deal. He had 17 games played, 44 total tackles, 44 defensive tackles, 1 tackles for loss, 4 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Not right about that. Rather you talk about yourself. Okay, you know what? I'm not worried about talking about myself because that's not what this channel is about. This is a sports channel, so I'm not here to talk about myself. Give me 1 second. Backstage. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. And let's bring up my friend Carter. Carter is here. So now, if we go over to the Toronto actual roster. Give me 1 second. Let's go over to comments. Listen, all you people that say that this is not for me, this is going over free agent stuff. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. I'm not forcing you people to be here. If you don't want to, I'm not vlogging, I'm not doing any of that other stuff. This is a sports channel, so, you know, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. Cheers in the house. How's it going, my girl? I'm not doing vlogs. Everyone that's asking for vlogs, no, I'm not doing vlogs. That's not my thing. I'm not doing vlogs. You're doing great. Keep talking and releasing content. That's what I plan to do. If people don't like my content, don't be here. Simple as that. I'm not forcing you. There's no gun to your head. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. Harrison Rowing, if I got that name right. Football is awesome, man. This is new to me. Welcome. If you want to, let me grab up the link. I'm going to grab up the link because I did a video on it.
Yo, Rick.
Yo,
guys, and everybody in the chat, guys. Most of you guys came from my page. I posted you on my spam Instagram. Some of y'all
okay.
need to chill out, bro. Like yes, we know you guys want him to do vlogs. He will do that when he feels like it. He's talking about sports today, guys. Can we have some common sense on that? All right. So the 190 some people that are on my Instagram bugging out, guys, just give the man a chance. I told you guys there's a new YouTuber on the scene he's doing really good, man. He's trying to figure out, his voice and tone, the creativity he wants to add into it. And you guys got to just relax, bro. We remember how it was on our first day at school, on our first day at work, our first day going to a new, moving to a new area. You guys got to just, man, let the man breathe, let him talk, give him a moment to just explain what he's doing, what he's trying to do, and judge him later, right? But if you're going to hate on him, remember, you're giving him watch time on top of that. So the like 60 something people that just went and commented, I'm like, calm down. Yes, he is the next up gamer. I promise you, he is going to be the next gamer. But right now he is talking about football and he's trying to do his commentation on that. You never know. So just give him a minute. All right, guys. I'm gonna finish eating my breakfast and letting Mr. Rick talk his and giving you guys some good football analytics. All right, guys, tune in.
So for those in comments, if you go watch that video, that's going to give you all the rules, teams, contracts, how they work, players roster wise. That's my introduction to CFL. If you want to know, Ticats, what type of team? This is football. So if you want to compare it, Americans, you guys have the NFL. This is our CFL is our version of the NFL, but it's all of Canada. Osmos. So in my list of teams, after I'm done doing the Toronto team here, I'm going to be doing Hamilton. Dean Cassidy in the house. I really like what Hamilton's doing. I really think Ted has a great mind. One thing that has been lacking is the perspective, is talent evaluation. Dean, are you going to the meet and greet tomorrow night with, I'm telling you right now, my personal opinion based off of last year, it's going to be the free agents that they announced today, guaranteed. And I'm going to be at that meet and greet from 5:30 to 7 at what used to be Tim Hortons Field, but Tim Hortons no longer has naming rights. So we're just going to call that Hamilton Stadium for now. So we're going to go over Toronto's numbers, their roster, give them equal time, and then we will get on to the Hamilton numbers. Chad Kelly, all the stuff behind the scenes of Chad Kelly, I'm not going to get into it. It's old news. If you want to know what happened to Chad Kelly off the field, go look it up. I'm not getting into it. That's old news. If you're a CFL fan, you know what has been going on with Chad Kelly off the field. I don't know. They've already settled out of court, so I'm not discussing that. Let's see here. Sadly, I might not get you to snag me some autos. Listen, bud, if a certain individual who we both know is going to be there, I'm getting a jersey on the freaking spot. So let's see here. Chad Kelly, he's on his second year of a 3-year, $1.86 million contract. Chad Kelly is the highest paid quarterback in the league. Usually starting quarterback salaries anywhere from 500 and above. No, I'd say 400,000 above. There are some that took a pay cut to be able to afford other players on the team. Now, keep in mind, he only did play 9 games last year. The reason why that's what I'm saying, Dean, is that's why I'm not bringing up the topic, because if you want to know what happened and why he only played 9 games, go look it up on Google, because it's everyone in the CFL is just tired of the whole Chad Kelly stuff. He said people need to move on from Chad Kelly. He's a piece of garbage, but the man took his punishment and it's time to move on. Yes, time for fans to move on. So because he was suspended for the first 9 games of the season last year, he only played, what was it? I think the last week of August and on, if I'm not mistaken. He had 175 completions out of 258 attempts for 67.8 completions, 1,451 yards, 10 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 9 carries for 48 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Nick Arbuckle, who Chad Kelly, what did he? I think what was it? His ankle he broke in the Grey Cup. Nick Arbuckle went in and won the Grey Cup, or was the quarterback when they won the Grey Cup. He had 18 games played, 65 completions for out of 100 attempts, 65%, 799 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Now, why you only see there's going to be one more quarterback eventually added here. That's going to be the short yardage quarterback. They just haven't added one yet. Running backs, we have Kevin Brown. 12 games played, 101 carries, 522 yards. He did come over from Edmonton, so that's why his numbers aren't as high, because they had multiple running backs. We have 5.2 average, 25 longest, 17 carries for over 10 yards, 5 carries over 20 yards, 18 targets for catches, or I have that backwards. 22 carries, or 22 targets, 22 receptions, 18 targets for 138 yards and 0 touchdowns. Brandon Snutters, hey brother, good to see you live and not just on Discord. Yes, I got some time before hopping on the CFL podcast later on today. If you want me to join and talk some Ticats skill position moves, CFL fantasy. Brandon Sanders, if you want to join, just let me know. I will put the link in the Discord, my friend, and you're more than welcome to join at any point during today's live stream. I don't mind at all. You don't even have to talk Ticats. We can talk about any CFL team in that frame of mind if you'd like. So Devontae McMahon, he's the backup. So last year they had Kadeem Carey, Dante McMahon, and then Daniel Adnaboye as a running back group. Now Devontae McMahon will be backup to Kevin Brown. He had 18 games played, 48 carries for 288 yards, 6 yards average, 44 is his long, longest run, 4 touchdowns, 10 carries for over 10 yards, 2 carries for over 2. We're going to go to the receiving group. Other than, I'm trying to think of the player's name. There's one player that went to the NFL, but other than Falk, he went to the. So many players have. I think he went to the Colts, if I'm not mistaken. He's the only receiver that they lost. Oh, Tim Neal, this should be deleted because he's no longer here. He got released, so we need to fix this on the fly, as we will be doing that a lot today after 12 o'clock once signings get announced. Jonna, that's okay. I'm just going over numbers and everything, but I appreciate it. No worries. Today's going to be a long day. I'm going to be doing this from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., so there's lots of times. Marissa Deep says, yo, Carter. Carter is off eating breakfast right now. Carter Origins is off eating breakfast, not Carter from CFL Central. Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can. Can I just go back? Johnny Spence. Carter said, you're a football pro. Teach us. What would you like to know? If you want to know more about the whole CFL, there's the link for the video that explains everything about the CFL. I'm just going over roster numbers, rumors, and then once 12 p.m. Eastern happens, it's going to be free agents. I have both my phones ready on standby so that once breaking news breaks, then we can announce the signings. You should do a horror gaming video. That's, if you want me to do that, that's over on my other channel, my gaming channel. This is specifically CFL Sports channel. You know, everyone deserves a chance. Like I said, if people want to be here, people can be here. If they don't want to be here, I'm not forcing people to be here. That's up to them. Show love chat. Moshi says, Carter said, shut up and let him talk. Listen, I'm just here providing numbers, information as news breaks. If people want to come on and talk CFL, they're more than welcome to. I'm not forcing anyone to be here. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. I'm streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and X. Adam, Rick is the best. Thank you, Carter, for putting us on. Adam, thank you for the kind words. So with this receiving group, outside of the one player that went to the NFL, everyone is back except for Tommy Neal. Leading the frame this year is DeMonte Coxey. He signed an extra 2 years because he was a free agent this year. He signed this year and next year. 17 games played, 92 targets, 59 receptions, 860 yards, 219 yards after catch, 14.6 average, 53 yard. Longest was his catch, 4 touchdowns and 8 catches over 30 yards. Dean Cassidy, I'm half tempted to call in sick and join the live stream, but I'm here till 8 o'clock tonight. So if you want to go to work and join later, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going anywhere. Justin Andra says, glad to see that Carter really cares. Listen, I don't know if you know me that well, Justin. I've been part of Carter's origins, I want to say, since December. So I've supported him fully all out. He is, he's a good friend of mine from the internet. We haven't met in person. We've had phone calls and everything, but yes, he is a very caring person. Yes, Jasmine is 100%. He helps everyone, not just me, Carter. He will when he will you. He's helped me on my gaming channel. He's helped me on this channel. He's helped multiple other people on other platforms. Instagram. I don't know if he does TikTok. If you need, I don't know if he wants me to say this or not, but I would say if you need help on, if there's people that you want to expose for lying in that, reach out to him. If you need help on YouTube, reach out to him. Tiffany says, chill on Mr. Tycat. Carter said chill. Yeah, I don't really care for that. So Haggard Pollock says, why did he only play 9 games though? We don't live in Canada. So to give a short rundown story, the reason why Chad Kelly only played 9 games and why he was suspended for 9 games is because there was this off-field rumored there was a lawsuit that went on with one of the athletic therapists that said that he sexually harassed them off the field. So he was suspended for 9 games. They settled out of court. She lost her job. She claimed that it was wrongful dismissal because of it. There was a whole bunch of allegations going on. So in the end, Chad Kelly got suspended for 9 games. He couldn't go to practice. He couldn't play for 9 games. So that's why he missed all of training camp in the first 9 weeks of last season. Francis Carter, what's your favorite sport? Carter's not on live stream right now. He left because he's going to eat his breakfast. He said that he would be back on. Yeah, don't get me wrong. That's, 175 out of 258 in 9 games. So ultimately, I'll pull it up here. So his first game back last year was it week 9 it was, I think. Was it week 9? No, that was Cameron Dukes. Okay, so week 10? No, it was Arbuckle. It was this game, I think. So if you think about it, Tanika, each quarterback roughly throws about 30 to 40 passes a game. If you want to join the panel, you can. But I'm telling you right now, if you come on here, if anyone comes on here and disrespects me or other chats, I'm not even gonna have you on. I'll just kick you and ban you, and you'll be off the platform. Heath, let's go Ticats. Who's Devontae? Devontae. So Devarius Daniels, he is an American, 32. He has a 2-year contract, so his contract actually expires in 2026. 16 games played, 48 receptions out of 75 targets, 622 yards, 150 catches, or 150 yak yards. So that's yards after catch. Basically, yards after catch is from the point that you catch it to say, let's say you catch it 10 yards downfield, and then after you catch it 10 yards, you run for an extra 10. That's 10 yards after catch. 13 average yards, 6 was his longest, 2 touchdowns. That doesn't, 6 is not his longest, because if you had to, CFL.ca, you need to get your stats fixed, because this came right from CFL.ca. And 2 were over 30 yards. David Unger, now he did come up with the Hamilton Ticats when he started his career, but then he left because, if I remember correctly, I think he's like 5'8", 5'9", and he's a short receiver, and he wasn't being utilized as much in Hamilton as he was in Toronto. So he had 12 games played, 32 receptions out of 15 targets, 425 yards, 115 yards after catch, 13.3 yards on average, 45 was his longest catch, 1 touchdown, and two times over 30 yards. Let's grab it here. So if people want to join, people can join. But again, if you're going to be disrespectful, I'm cutting you off and you're not going to be on the panel. Richie Sandini is also another Canadian so his career started in Calgary, came to Hamilton, and then went to Toronto. I think this is his second or third year coming up in Toronto. 14 games played, 40 targets, 26 receptions for 279 yards, 131 yards after catch, 10.7 average yards, 29 is his longest catch, 1 touchdown, and 0 catches for over 30 yards. Kevin Mattal was a rookie last year out of the draft, if I'm not mistaken. He's a national, so he's a Canadian. This is going to be his second year of his contract. So he had 12 catches in his rookie year, 22 targets, 18 receptions for 201 yards, 153 yards after catch, 11.2 average, 39 yards was his longest, and we have 1 catch for over 30 yards. Brandon April says Saskatchewan Roughriders is signing Tommy Stevens, plus Saskatchewan Roughriders signed Canadian Tommy Niels. Yeah, if I look at it correctly, once I do get to Saskatchewan, I do have Tommy Stevens in my rumors list, and I do have Tommy Nield on their list. I'm just because it's 9:00 in the morning. People on the West Coast are not up yet because, in BC it's only 6:00, and then the more you go over. So that's why I started with the East, and I'm started with Ottawa, Toronto, Hamilton, Montreal, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Calgary, BC. So I'll have everything reviewed before free agents begins. Dean says Ticats need to work on defense. Yes, I do agree that they need to work on defense. Dean, I don't know if you've seen it. Casey Sales did restructure his contract yesterday. So hopefully either he took less money or he extended it for a few years. But yes, I think they could be making room for more people to be signed. I'm happy with the offense. Listen, with the players that they brought in, the way that I have it looked. I'll bring up the depth chart once I go to Hamilton, but the way that I have it set up is you will not be able to double team our players this year, because if you double team our players, someone's going to be let open. Brandon April says, good. The StreamYard link, people, if you want to come on and join the panel and talk some CFL, you're more than welcome to. Again, like other people, if you're going to come on here and just talk crap about me or disrespect viewers, I'm not going to have it. You're going to be kicked off the panel and banned from the channel and kicked. Simple as that. Dean Cassidy says, that's interesting. More pressure on the quarterback will be necessary. Yes, I did not like our defensive line last year. So hopefully we can have a better defensive line and defense pressure this year. I like the way that they've improved our secondary. So hopefully we'll have a better secondary this year. Deshaun Brissett is a veteran. He was injured last season. Let me get some water. So he only played 6 games last year because he was injured. He had 14 receptions on 19 targets for 171 yards, 69 yards after catch, 12.2 average. 29 was his longest catch, 3 touchdowns, and no catches after 30 yards. Dean Cassidy says, having Lawler will take pressure off of Tim White and will allow Tim White to get going on his own. Dean, that's what I like about it is I'm going to come back to Toronto in a second, but I'm just going to show Dean what I mean by this. Oh, not that. So if you look at this, so now this is just my assumption. So Bridges and Lawler will be over on this side. Then you have Smith and White and Woldatarski over on this side. So if you go and watch Day 3 Tampering Window on the channel, I showed Kenny Lawler's highlight video from last year. And my guy, this guy had 177 yards catching, 3 touchdowns against Saskatchewan in the West Final in 1 game. And I will get into money figures once I get to Hamilton, but I will say for every penny that they are spending on this guy's contract, it is worth every penny. Yeah, that's the thing, Dean, is with a veteran like Lawler, not even White, you have Smith. Look at the career that Bridges had last year. Like that's what I like about the vets that they brought in, is everyone can learn about everyone. Janarian Grant, poor guy. If anyone does not know, Janarian Grant has dreads. And multiple times last year. So here's the thing in the CFL. Because Janarian Grant is an African American that has long dreads, there were some players, one off of the Ticats, I think someone off of Saskatchewan, but there's 2 other times last year that Janarian Grant was pulled down by his dreads, and one of his dreads came out. And I feel bad for the guy that someone is pulling your hair to tackle you. However, the CFL apparently counts your hair as the uniform. So with Janarian Grant, because he is he played 16 games, yeah, you might see, okay, well, he has 9 receptions for 10 targets, 52 yards, 39 yards, yards after catch, 5.8 on average, 14 was his longest. But you got to remember, if you go down to special teams, This guy had 4 touchdowns off of punt return and kick return itself. So he is more of a return specialist. Bruno LaBelle, he was with Saskatchewan last year. He was their fullback last year. I didn't find any numbers. That's why there's no numbers there. And then these 5 receivers here are American receivers that they signed basically for bodies in camp. Dean Cassidy, don't worry. I have defensive line, linebackers, and DBs and special teams to get to, and then I'm getting to the Ticats. So, like I said, there's another 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'm sure I'll be able to get through all 9 teams and everything else before it. I even have beyond the goalpost, special teams numbers, attendance numbers, long snapper numbers, special team coverage numbers that I'm going to share all of the coaching changes that have happened so far. Ted Gavea, please announce the Ticats coaching staff for the love of God. We should have already had it already, but we, as Ticat fans, would like to know who our coaching staff is going to be this year. And I will go on and say Toronto Argonauts have not announced their coaching staff either. So Dean says, if I'm Hamilton, I'm calling Kadeem Carey. I like Bell, but what backup is there? Listen, do you not remember Litre? Our short yardage running back. I know. I can already tell you, if Hamilton was to sign Kadeem Carey, the guy's already looking for a 6-figure contract. I'd rather invest that money into the defense, let Greg Bell and Litre cook this season, and go from there. Yeah, we don't have James Butler, but we have Kenny Lawler, which is worth every $275,000 of that contract. Again, offensive line, people signed to contracts. There's no stats for offensive linemen. This is where it hurts for Toronto. So Mark Parrish re-signed his new deal yesterday, or new extension. They only have 3 players under contract because everyone else that was a free agent, defensive line, let's just be honest, they went to Edmonton. There's 3 of them that were offense or defensive line that all went to Edmonton. So leading the charge so far is Derek Parrish, 26 total tackles, 21 defensive tackles, 5 special teams, 6 quarterback sacks. Fredrik Hansen, he's a global. I think he's Danish, if I'm not mistaken. He's in his 2nd year of his contract with Toronto from what I've seen. He played 12 games, 14 total tackles, 4 defensive tackles, 10 special teams, 1 quarterback sack. Tyson Hergott is in his 2nd year of his 3-year deal. 9 total tackles, 2 defensive tackles, 7 special teams. So the thing that I will give credit to for Toronto and Pinball Clemens, the GM, is what Toronto is known for is their eye for talent. Toronto always seems to find those no-name players that come out of nowhere and all of a sudden come up to the CFL and just ball. You have Derek Parrish. No one knew who Derek Parrish was before then. No one knew who Brinkman was. No one knew who Falk was before he went down to the NFL. You know, there's a bunch of players that are on Toronto that have had good careers that no one ever knew of until Toronto brought them up and played in the CFL. So we're going to go to, Andrew Chatfield is the player that they got from Ottawa in that trade yesterday. And then Greg Reeves was just a camp signing that they had yesterday. So linebacker group is being revamped in Toronto. Ryder Varga was the player, the 23-year-old national that came over from BC in the Dejon Allen trade. Varga had 78 total tackles, 73 defensive tackles, 5 special teams tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, and a forced fumble. Cameron Judge came over in a trade for Oralam. I'm gonna butcher this, and I know Connor's gonna hate me for this. Oralam. I'm not even gonna try, because I know I'm already gonna get a text from him saying, "Oh, you butchered his name." But Cameron Judge came over in a trade from Calgary. And before he went to Calgary, he was already playing for Toronto. And then I think he went to Calgary in a free agent signing a few years ago. 73 total tackles, 73 defensive tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. Winton McManus. Now, anyone that does not know of the CFL, Winton McManus is the anchor of Toronto's defense. He's their captain. If you see Winton McManus, every time he's not on the field, this guy has a toothpick in his mouth. He's known for his toothpick. So he just he was going to be a free agent before the tampering window, but he re-upped in Toronto for a 1-year deal. He played 12 games, 60 total tackles, 57 defensive tackles, 3 special teams tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 1 interception that I believe was a touchdown, and 2 fumble recoveries. Isaac Dark Angelo. He's an American. He had 8 games played, 40 tackles, 35 defensive tackles, 5 special teams tackles, and 1 forced fumble. Jack Cesar is a special teams player. He had 22 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 22 special teams tackles. And then also Brian Hairlimana, another national. He had 18 games played, 15 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 14 defensive tackles. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 camp signing players. So some of these guys will make it out of camp. Some of these guys will be cut. But once they make the roster, I will change the contract from camp to an actual year. It's just the way I look at things. Obviously, all of these people are not on rookie deals. They're on camp tryouts. Dean says, I offered him a custom chip pick to come to Hamilton, but no dice. Dean, you'll need to offer more than a custom chip pick, my friend. I mean, it would not surprise me if he had like a toothpick deal with a company in Toronto. Going to the DBs, we have Benji Franklin, who was a rookie last year. Either last year or the year before. But he was not a starter last year. I know that. 61 total tackles, 51 defensive tackles, 2 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 2 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries. Hey, Dean, do you remember this guy? Kenneth George Jr.? I will say, he started his career in Hamilton. So many people wanted him gone. You know, rookie, everyone makes mistakes. First year in the league, stuff's going to happen. Then when they didn't release him and he was still on the team, Ticat fans, not me, but I'm just saying Ticat, if you go on the forums and everything, Ticat fans will, get mad and everything. And they'll say, why didn't he get released? Then you have Chris Jones that took over from Mark Washington after Mark Washington should have been gone at the beginning of his last season as the defense coordinator, but they kept him on until halfway through last year. And then Chris Jones came on. The first thing what does Chris Jones do? Cuts Kenneth George Jr. off. Releases them. But like Dean says, oh yeah, he was not given a fair shake. Listen, that fair shake in Hamilton earned him a ring in Toronto. He had 14 games played, 48 total tackles, 43 defensive tackles, 5 special teams, 1 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions. Here's another one, Dean, that you'll probably say never got a fair shot in Hamilton. Mark Milton. He also left Hamilton. I think he was more on our practice roster. Came up to started in Hamilton, came between practice roster and the main roster, and then they put him on practice roster. I'm sure he got released, and then he went to Toronto, played 11 games, and won a Grey Cup ring out in Toronto. He had 34 total tackles, 27 defensive tackles, 7 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, and 2 forced fumbles. Quentin Moget, who's another key piece of their secondary. Even though he played 8 games, he was injured last year. Dean says, not going to lie, I have no idea who that is, but I think he stole my Timbits at the training camp. Laugh my effing ass off. Dean, you know why you don't remember him? Because he was a practice roster player. I think he played maybe 2 games for us in Hamilton. And that was it. And then he spent the rest of the team on the practice roster. So he had 33 total tackles, 29 defensive tackles, 4 special teams tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack. Tavarius McFadden. Now, this is, if there was anyone that was going to be a free agent that I wish got signed by Hamilton, is McFadden. But he resigned a 1-year deal in Toronto. He had 12 games played, 29 total tackles with 29 defensive tackles, no special teams, and 2 interceptions. Tyson Blackbird. Listen, there's plenty of Tim Hortons around. You'll have your Timbits. Listen, even if you go to black and gold game, I will bring you goddamn Timbits at the black and gold game, inter-squad game this year. Tyson Blackburn. Now, with what I've heard from Argo fans, is this is up and coming rookie for Toronto. He's in his second of 3 years. He was just drafted last year in 2024. So he played 17 games, 7 total tackles, 4 defensive tackles, 3 special teams tackles, and 1 interception. So now that he's getting more playing time, he'll have more numbers. Jonathan Edward. He's 28. He was with the team last year. He played 6 games, so most likely practice roster player or injured. 7 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 1 special team, and 1 interception. Then we have our 4 camp players. Then with that, we have our special teams, and special thanks goes out to Noah on Twitter for his special teams spreadsheet, which I'll go over all of that later on. Larham, I'm going to try to pronounce his last name. I know Carter over on CFL Central that I do the other podcast with, not Carter Origins, but Carter in Winnipeg. He can pronounce it fine because he used to have trouble with it. Now I just got to learn how to pronounce his last name. He was with Hamilton before, and then he went down to the NFL. I think he was with the Colts for a few years, and now he's back up here in Toronto. Last year, he went 55 for 61 for field goals, 90%. His longest was 51. So singles are basically if you go to kick the field goal past the goalpost, out of bounds, and you miss a field goal kick, that's what a single is. We call it a rouge in Canada. And with extra points, he went 35 for 37, so he only really missed the extra kick twice. John Haggerty, who is a free agent this year, he had 91 punts. His longest was 88. His average is 50.3. And then Larham had 70 kickoffs over the 18-game season, 4,735 yards, average of 67.6. 100 yards was his longest, and he had 1 single point. And then Engineering Grint on punt and kickoff return, 67 punt returns, 989 yards, 14.8 on average, 96 was his longest run. He had 3 touchdowns just on punt returns. And then he had 41 kickoff returns, which is basically after the other team scored. He had 1,000 yards, 24.4 on average, 103 was his longest for 1 touchdown. Now comes Dean's favorite part. The Hamilton Ticats. Let's freaking go. So with the rumors so far, so when I say rumors, they are handshake deals during the week of tampering, but they cannot be official until afternoon today when the official free agents starts today. He says, if no Tim Hortons field, you might as well call it Giant Tiger Field. Listen, right now, Forge FC is calling it Hamilton Stadium. Pretty lame. Not going to lie. So for wide receivers, Kenny Lawler coming over from Winnipeg. It's rumored to be a 2-year deal, $275 per year. Just check my phone here. Make sure I might miss anything. Okay, I got 2 phones going on the go, so I'll be able to. I did get a message here. Again, I think you're going to be able to count on one hand how many. Oh yeah, no. So Tosh, who's another Tycat fan on X, said again, I think you're going to be able to count on one hand how many of these deals don't go through. That is true. Most of these rumor deals do happen. There's, I think, 1 year Aiden Darby Jr. was supposed to go to Ottawa, and he cut the deal and came to Hamilton instead. So there wasn't not that very many do there ever not happen. So Kenny Lawler had 10 games played. I think he didn't play all of last season. I think what was it, his DUI that he had to take care of down in the States that he got in the offseason, if I'm not mistaken. He had 41 receptions for 66 receptions for 662 yards, 122 yards after catch for an average of 61.1. 72 yards was his longest, 4 touchdowns and 6 catches for over 30 yards. Now with Kenny Lawler reminds me of Geno Lewis, who once we get to Edmonton, we will explain. But Kenny Lawler is your go-to guy. If you throw a jump ball 99% of the time, he's going to get it. He can get double team coverage receptions. Like I said, I would hate to be other teams this year that are going to try to cover either Lawler or White. Don't forget Keandre Smith. We have Drew Wolotarski. We also have Shamar Bridges, who is a rookie last year. But, and then if we go to offensive line, we brought over Liam Dobson because David Beard left and he was our center. So with what I've talked with other Tycat fans is Coulter Woodmansey is moved from guard to center, and then Liam Dobson is going to take his old spot at the guard position. We have 2 rumored defensive linemen, Ty John Garbutt, 25 years old, rumored to be a 2-year deal, 12 games played, 19 total tackles, 19 defensive tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Keep in mind, a lot of these Winnipeg players are coming from Ted Gavea's old team, Winnipeg, where he was the assistant GM that became our offensive or our general manager this year. So if you're wondering why so many Winnipeg players, that is why. Then we have Mile Fox, who's 28, again rumored for 2 years. I'm liking, so a lot of fans were getting mad because a lot of teams were not offering multi-year deals. Now, because the salary cap has gone up $400,000 this year, you will start to see some players, depending on the player, either get 1 or multiple year deals. There's one player that we signed that was released that got a 3-year, $500,000 over 3 years deal. You don't see many 4-year deals. You see a bunch of 3, 2s, and 1s. So Mile Fox only played 3 games, from with what I could see. That does not include the West Final, and that does not include the Grey Cup, because both of them played in the playoffs. In 3 regular season games, he had 3 total tackles and 3 defensive tackles. And then linebackers, we have Brian Cole, where it's rumored. I don't know how many years it is. I just know that it's rumored. So once the news reporters announce it today. We will be adding it in there. Let me just see. They have, okay, so nothing, no news yet. So Brian Cole had 11 games played, 28 total tackles, 24 defensive tackles, 4 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception, 1 fumble recovery. And then we have 2 pending free agents. Deshaun Amos, who is 30 years of age, rumored. I don't know what his contract is, but he played 18 games for Toronto, 25 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 5 interceptions. So he's key on secondary, and 2 fumble recoveries. Reggie Stubblefield, that's that contract that I talked about. If you divide, 500,000 by 3, is roughly, 160, 165 per year, give or take, playing incentives and everything. Excuse me. I'm sure it's more. Keep in mind, he did not play last year. He got injured in the first game or second game last year. So he's going to be key on our defense. So like I had showed earlier. So this is, let me just, I want to zoom in. I want to, so that I can bring up the whole thing here. So this is our depth chart so far. There's 1 player that signed with us yesterday that I still have to add. So if Dumpson was to sign, he'd play right guard. Lawler would be here. Stubblefield and Cole would be Sam linebacker. So Sam linebacker are ultimately DB positions. So the difference, if you're wondering why black, red, and green, the black tacks are Americans, red's Canadians, green are globals. So we have Jamal Peters, Dustin Talbert, Stavros Katsirtonis, Deshaun Amos, and Jonathan Moxey in the secondary. You could switch Moxey and Stubblefield, but Stubblefield has been known for his Sam linebacker position. The Townsend was just signed. He was drafted last year. He went back to school. Let's see here. Barlow was signed last year. Sales was signed last year. That's where Fox would go. Garbot would start here for these 2 positions. Josh Johnson we brought over. Hebert we brought over. Hubert we signed from Winnipeg. Wolotarski we signed from Winnipeg. But let's take a look at Hamilton's numbers. So, if anyone does not know, Bo Levi Mitchell had one hell of a season last year. If Hamilton made the playoffs, there's a good chance he could have been MLP last year. This guy threw for 614 attempts for 420 yards, 68.4 pass completions, 5,451 yards, 32 touchdowns, 18 interceptions, 16 runs for 124 yards. Now you ask, what's so special about him? If you go and look, let me just pull up all the passing numbers for last year. Filter results. He had over 1,000 yards more than Claros was. McLeod Bethel Thompson had 8 less touchdowns. I mean, yeah, he did have the most interceptions last year. But I mean, I'm sure you can clean that up. Taylor Powell is our backup. He's played 16 games, 41 completions out of 52 attempts, 78.8 pass completions for 422 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had 8 carries for 71 yards and 0 touchdowns. So, if you see this name here, I nickname him Tags. That is the Miami Dolphins quarterback's little brother down in the States. He's had 3 carries for 10 yards and 1 touchdown. Harrison Frost was 8 completions for 12 yards, 66.7%, 95 yards, 1 touchdown. He'll be our 4th-string quarterback, so you'll see him on the practice squad. Gavin Harrison's just a camp invite. Greg Bell. So last year, James Butler was our starting running back. And then out of nowhere, so if you play 18 games in a season, your body's going to wear down. You're going to get injured. You're going to get tired. So at some point, James Butler, I don't know if he got injured, whatnot, but Scott Milanovich kept him out of the lineup for a few games. He had 8 games played, 94 carries for 625 yards, 6.6 on average. 52 was his longest run. He had 6 touchdowns. 23 of his rushes were over 10 yards. 5 were over 20. He caught 32, or he was thrown 32 times, caught 29 passes for 230 yards and 1 touchdown. Again, James Butler's numbers are listed under BC since he signed with BC after he was released by Hamilton. Felix Gauthier, he's just fullback. He's a Canadian fullback. He had 1 target, or he had 2 receptions, 1 target for 2 yards. Then we have Andre Milinovich Litre, who is our short yardage QB. Well, he's not really a QB. They just, instead of risking our quarterbacks, they decided to let our running back run the play. So the way that it works is the quarterback will be on the field, but when they go to run the short yardage, the quarterback will go out as a running back or a wide receiver. He had 18 games played, 62 carries, 168 yards, 2.7 yards average. 17 was his longest, 5 touchdowns. 2 of those carries were over 10 yards, and 0 were over 20. We then go down to our receivers. Let me wet my whistle. So leading the way at a big 224,800. Tim White, he's on his contract expires this year. He played 18 games. He only caught 74 out of 127 targets. Yes, fans were getting on him for so many dropped balls. However, he had 1,164 yards, 274 yards after catch, 15.5 on average, 70 was his longest catch, 8 touchdowns, and 6 for over 30 yards. Now, Samar Bridges, my guy. This guy came out of nowhere last year. He was a rookie. He almost set a CFL record. He already set the Ticat record last year. Had he have not gotten injured last year, he would have set the CFL record for most catches by a rookie. He had 83 receptions out of 120 for 933 yards, 450 yards after catch, 15.5 on average. 60 was his longest catch. He had 5 touchdowns and 4 catches for over 30 yards. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. I got to send this link to someone. That's the link. The link is okay, so let's give me 1 second. Okay. And then so Keandre Smith was drafted in 2004. So this was his last. Sorry. He was drafted 2002. Yeah, 2002, because his contract was supposed to expire this year. He re-signed for 2 years. He had 18 games played, 74 out of 107 catches, 933 yards, 295 yards after catch, 12.6 on average. 59 was his longest catch, 7 touchdowns, and 5 catches over 30 yards. If you include Smith, Bridges, White, and Dunbar, who's still a free agent, that was potentially 4 possible receivers for almost, because had Bridges played more games and not gotten injured, and Keandre Smith caught a few more passes than drops, we could have had 4 potential 1,000-yard receivers. That's how deadly this offense is. And with the rumored players coming up, it's going to be even more deadlier. Drew Wolotarski. So these numbers, keep in mind, these are from when he was with Winnipeg. That's the reason why he's not on the rumors list and on this list is because it was officially announced by the team. That's why he's on this list. So Drew Wolotarski played 10 games last year, 33 of 47 for 403 yards, 136 yards after catch for 12.2 on average, 25 was his longest, 1 touchdown. Giovanni Robinson. Now, this guy is a global player. He's actually from Jamaica. Yes, Jamaica can produce football players. The interesting thing about Giovanni Robinson, the guy is 6'8". If you need to throw him a pass, he can jump up and get it. Because no defender, no matter who you are, is going to intercept a 6'8" receiver. Let's be honest. Oops. So in his first full season with us, he had 16 games played, 19 of 23 catches, because he's more of a, because in the CFL, we don't have tight ends, so they're more of like a fullback tight end type thing. He had 19 attempts out of 20 or 19 catches out of 23 for 209 yards, 101 yards after catch. 11 was his average. 36 was his longest catch for 3 touchdowns and 1 catch over 30 yards. Now, Luther Hukunanavanu. The reason why he only played 8 games is because I forget what game it was last year. He had collided head on head. So 2 players went to go catch the ball and they collided with each other, and he had a serious head injury, which kept him out of the lineup. So that's why he only played 8 games. He had 9 catches out of 18 attempts for 171 yards, 122 yards after catch, 19 average yards, 16 or 66 was his longest, and he had 4 touchdowns and 1 30-yard bomb. Give me 1 second. I just gotta send a link to someone that is requesting it. Sure. And where is Jack? Here is my link. Wanted to check agent coverage. Come on, paste it. Really? Gonna be like that. Copy link. No, my ticket rep wanted my link to watch my coverage. So I'm like, yeah, I can send you my link. And I forgot to send it to him at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's see here. Nothing new on. Let's see. Then just text hashtag. So I have a guest coming on at of other teams. So we have Brandon coming on in about an hour. So Brandon is another fan that we're in another CFL community with. He is a Winnipeg Blue Bomber supporter, but he's going to come on. He's going to explain how he became a CFL fan, give him a little introduction about himself, talk some CFL. So I've sent Brandon the link. So once Brandon's ready to come on, Brandon will come on. Desmond Patton, he's also on a 1+1 option deal. He was with us last year, so this is his second year. He only played 7 games, 24 attempts and he caught the ball 13 times for 156 yards. And other teams. Okay, so that's that. Let me swipe up from that and get ready for when news breaks at 12 o'clock. So Patman had 56 yards after catch, 12 average yards, 22 was his longest. He had no touchdowns. And we are going to repost that. And then we have Tyler Chernowski, who he is a receiver, but he's a special teams player as well. So when you see his receiving numbers, he's a depth receiver who will catch the ball when he's called upon, but his main thing is on special teams. He played 16 games last year. 6 receptions out of 8 targets, 67 yards, 32 yards after catch. His average was 11.2, and his longest catch was 17 yards. What was this that I just seen here? Just someone giving their opinion. Isaiah Walden was on the practice squad last year. They brought him back, so he's 1+1 option. Dimitri Stanley was signed yesterday. He's American. I forget what college it said. I think Colorado he started at, and then he finished his season at Iowa State. So he's coming up for camp. Again, offensive line. There wasn't really any offensive line numbers that we could find. So Barlow and Bordner, they're in their option year, which is the 1+1 because they're both American. Dayton Black, he was a draftee that was released, but he's coming back. I want to say camp roster spots, but with cuts and everything, again, I'll put 2025 once he makes a team. Nathan Duguay was our first round draft pick last year. John Cordes was a draft pick last year. Jordan Murray is a 6'8" American who's on our offensive line. And then Brandon Revenberg and Coulter Woodmansey are both former draft picks that are coming into their contract year. Now, if we scroll down a bit, not too far, we have our defensive line, Brandon Barlow, who came over from Toronto last year on a 2-year deal. He had 18 games, 40 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback sacks, 1 forced fumble. Casey Sales, who had just renegotiated his contract yesterday, so the terms haven't been made public yet. The way that I know that he renegotiated his contract yesterday is if you go on to transactions, Casey Sales added. So that means that he's renegotiated because they deleted him right here and then re-added him. So he's redone his deal. It's just they haven't came out publicly and said what his new contract is yet. So he had in 17 games, he had 37 defensive tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 7 quarterback sacks, and 1 fumble recovery. Owen Hubert is a national, 24 years old. This is his first of a 2-year deal. He came over from Winnipeg, I guess, as a depth on defense. He has 10 games played, 8 total tackles. Of those 8 were 8 defensive tackles, 2 fumble recoveries. Luke Brudabaker. He was drafted last year, second round, if I'm not mistaken. He was on our practice squad, and then he played 5 games. He had 2 tackles, 2 tackles on special teams. Reese Martin, he was drafted. I can't remember what year off the top of my head he was drafted, but he didn't join us until last year. Because what often happens is, down in the States, you guys have NCAA. Up here, we have U Sports. So in university ball, if you get drafted, sometimes when you get drafted, you don't come up right away. Some people would rather just go back to school for a year or so. And so he signed with us last year. So I think it was like 1 or 2 years after he was drafted, he decided to sign with us. Mario Kendrick Jr. was on our practice squad last year. He got some reps with the practice squad last year. And then Christian McCarroll, he's coming in on a camp contract, what I call camp contracts. Kyle Wilson took over for the man Simone Lawrence. Simone Lawrence had retired last year and is now the not really spokesperson for Canada Sports Group, but he's the ambassador for the Hamilton Sports Group. So he was the leader on our defense when he played for Hamilton. Oh, what do we got here? Just paint. Oh, just a newsletter from the team. What do we got here? Oh, that's nothing. So Simone Lawrence was the anchor of our defense. He came over from Edmonton with Jeremiah Mazzoli when Jeremiah Mazzoli came over. And I'm just trying to think. Simone Lawrence came over. When did he come? He came over in 2014. So from 2014 to 2023, he was our leader on Black and Gold. He had 169 games, 760 total tackles, 35 sacks, 15 interceptions, and 13 forced fumbles. So, Simone, my hat's off to you with your career. With that being said, Kyle Wilson had 88 total tackles with 88 defense, no special teams, 2 forced fumbles, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Ryan Baker, if anyone, I wouldn't say really an impact, but if anyone does as well as he did, let me just pull this up for a second so that I can get it correct. Our draft class. So Ryan Baker was, I want to say fourth round. No, sorry. Ryan Baker was 5th round last year. He played in 13 games, 45 total tackles, 42 defensive tackles, 3 special teams. Give me 1 second. Let me grab this for a second. And blank. Yeah, so he had 45 total tackles, 42 defensive tackles, 3 special teams tackles. So considering that he was just drafted last year, that's actually not bad for a first year rookie. So this year will be his second year. He will have learned from other key players on defense. Ray Wilburn. Now, for those that may or may not know Ray Wilburn, Ray Wilborn started his career with the Denver Broncos down in the NFL. He came up and signed with us last year. He's on his second year, so his option year, he had 11 games played, 29 defense or total tackles, 26 defensive tackles, 3 special teams, 1 quarterback sack, and 2 forced fumbles. DQ Thomas. I'm pretty sure he had more than 2 games played last year. I want to say. I don't know why. Hamilton. There's no way that he only played 2 games last year. Really? I could have sworn he played more than 2 games. But apparently he played 2 games last year. Lucas, my friend, how's it going?
It's going all right, man. It's going all right.
How was class yesterday?
Busy, man. It's been good, but busy. I was there till like 10:30.
No, I'm just going over like the roster numbers for our team.
Okay.
Went over the rumors.
Yeah.
How Kenny Lawler, eh?
Dude, I mean, I told you. I find out today if I about my sanity for the next couple of months.
Did you and Andrew receive my message I sent you guys yesterday?
Is it the long thank you letter?
Yeah, he's pretty much done in Winnipeg, and he's come to Hamilton.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried anymore.
It's just a matter of getting that confirmation.
Exactly. I was a little bit worried, but
please.
After that, I'm not too worried. But I don't know.
Me worried? Nah, I would never be worried.
No.
But let me tell you.
No, never.
Oh, yeah, please. Let me tell you, if he shows up tomorrow, oh, buddy, I'm buying his jersey on the spot.
On the spot. Probably the first Hamilton fan with one. Think about that. You can say that.
I will be there. I'll be going there early tomorrow. In car, first in line. Everyone's gonna be like, "Why are you standing?" It's gonna be like one of those pre-release video game type lineups.
Yeah, or me at the locker room still when I'm sitting out there at 4:30 in the morning when doors open at 9.
Yeah. Shut up. Were you first in line?
Yes, sir.
And you sat out in the cold that long?
I sat out there from 4:30 in the morning until 9 o'clock. Yeah, and I'm going earlier next year.
Listen.
So,
Rick,
if you want to come, you want to book the day off, you want to come?
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but I won't know ahead of time what day it's on. I know it's on a Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday in December. Usually the second Saturday in December. Usually.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well, that's what it was this year. It's what it was last year. Because I think this past December, it was like, December 1st or December 3rd or whatever.
Okay, at least I know for December of next year when I go to do my schedule.
Yes, make sure it's definitely in December. And, if the first weekend is like, let's say under 5, then it's probably the second weekend. I would bet that it's the second weekend period, but.
And for those that don't know, Lucas is a crazed Ticats fan who goes and likes to buy player merch at the locker cleanout day. We're talking about the guy who just bought a Ticats luggage set.
Oh, yeah. Not a set, just a one piece. But yeah.
Oh, was it just a one piece?
Yeah, but I already have the duffel bag. So now it's a set. Now it's a set.
fair enough.
But yeah, I had
They're
that
not-
duffel bag that they released for like, a couple months, and then they're like, oh no, people are using this to just stock up on $5 beers. We gotta take this away.
For which?
You know the big black duffel bag that they came out with?
No, I didn't even know that they came out with a duffel bag.
Oh my god, you missed it. It was like $90. Expensive.
Okay, well, listen, I'm not spending $90 on a duffel bag, okay?
It's worth it. I'll tell you right now. I've used this thing for traveling time and time again. It's
Okay.
huge. It's good material. It's pretty awesome. Like it's, can't hate. $90, a little bit steep, but like, glad I got it.
So I was actually asked by Connor the other day if when I get my new car, if I'm getting a Tie-Cat custom plate for it.
And the answer was,
I'm not paying $300 for a custom plate.
no. Just spend $80 and just get the logo.
Oh, can you spend $80 and get the logo?
Yeah, my aunt did that. She got just the logo, and then her license plate is like something. I think it's like GC something 21.
Yeah.
Her favorite player is Simone, and she got 21 on it. It was like she didn't even purposely do that. That was just pure coincidence.
Did she get that at the DMV?
Yeah, I think she did it online.
Oh, if she does it online, then they won't have it in person.
Yeah, I think she did online. I can ask her and tell you, but no, it was like $70, $80, and she gets like the logo. I think it takes like one or two of the license plate characters.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I just if you can find out for me today and let me know.
I can try.
Because I gotta go down to the DMV and register my new car and everything once I get it. After Crappy Tire's done with it.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
Let's see.
All right, how do you turn this thing around?
Nice hair.
Thank you. See? Duffel bag.
Oh, that duffel bag.
That duffel bag, yeah. It's probably maybe 2 feet. 2 feet by 1 foot, maybe.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Pretty good size, can't lie.
Yeah.
And like deep. It's probably every bit of 8 inches deep. It's got a big handle that you can throw over your shoulder. It's got 2 handles on the sides, like on the ends. Also, you gotta get the luggage tag. Let's not, goof.
Oh,
let's
God.
let's not get in. Let's not go crazy. Let's get serious for a minute.
Let's be honest. If there's anything Tie-Cat, this guy has probably bought it. This guy doesn't care what money he spends.
No.
He will go out and buy it.
Not really.
The only people that I feel really sorry for is his credit card.
Yeah, that's all right. It'll recover.
Lucas, you know what I just remembered? This is the first time you've been on since your outcry, your crash out at the awards video.
Yeah, that was a dark day.
That was a dark day.
I went to a place.
I've never seen someone lose their shit.
Yo, I'm just
over Oliver winning over Bo Levi Mitchell.
Look at the numbers.
Listen, you don't need to tell me. All I know is the only reason why he won is because they didn't make the playoffs.
But yeah, I know. But it's not. All right, I'm not gonna get worked up today. Not yet.
No, you're not.
Not yet.
But if you want to see Lucas go worked up, go watch our live for the awards, and you'll see Lucas snap.
Dude, I was like debating on wearing my Bridges jersey today, game worn. Oh,
you got a Bridges game worn?
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh my God, what's going on?
Listen, I haven't talked to you. Listen, I haven't talked to you since the award show.
Holy fuck! All right, well,
you and Andrew are working.
Yeah.
Then you went to the or did you post it in the group chat of what you got the day of the?
Probably. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't because I wasn't home, but I got the black and yellow, the home, Bridges jersey, game worn. The organization decided to secretly jack up the jersey prices. Last year, they were $180. This year, I get blindsided at the checkout, $250 for a
that doesn't
premium player
surprise me.
jersey. For a premium player. Did I buy it? Yes. Did I hesitate? No. It's just, But anyways, yeah, I got that. I got this. I've never seen anybody wear them before. They had like 2 of them there. It's a Columbia jacket, thick jacket.
Yeah.
Columbia jacket. I'll see if I can. How do you turn the camera around on this thing?
What are you on?
My phone.
iPhone?
Yeah.
There should be a thing in the top right hand. Oh, he just left. Oh, Lucas. What are we going to do about you, my friend? And while... Oh, Lucas is back. There we go.
All right, so the top right of my phone is currently black. I dropped it and it broke. So I saw a little dot, a little white thing, and I clicked it and it closed it out. So that's not it.
Oh.
That's all right. I'll just show you now real quick. So it's a Grey Cup jacket. The little Grey Cup
nice
patch on it. You
Yeah.
know, pretty solid material. It's thick.
Yeah.
And then there's an inside layer, which is like a thin little puffer jacket that also zips out. That also has the patch on it.
Nice.
And I've never seen anybody wearing these before. Like, I have the yellow one from the previous Grey Cup. I have the yellow thick like parka one. That one, and then I got that one. I was like, well, $100 for $100 for a good Columbia jacket, and it's tie cats. That's a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, when I go on the store, like, there's some things that I want. It's just, I'm sorry, I just sometimes can't come to tuition of spending some of the money.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, when they did their, like, what was it? The sideline sale or whatever.
Oh, don't even get me started with the sideline sale.
I was like looking at
I go to look at the sideline sale. Oh, what was it? I forget, during a game or just before a game or something.
Yeah.
All they have is 3XL and double XL. It's like, but I'm an extra large. There's no way I'm fitting into a 3XL.
Well, that's the thing at the locker room sale. It was like, it's all the extra stuff, right? So it's anything didn't sell. So yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff. I forget what it was, but there was like good track pants, like athletic material track pant. There were shorts that are usually, like $60 for the shorts, $100 for the pants, that are on for $5, if not less. So it's like a great opportunity. Well, then you look and it's like 4XL, and it's like, all right, so that's not going to work. But I was first in line, and that means you're first in the room. That means you just get first dibs. And
yeah, but how many people do they let in? How many people do they let in the locker room sale at once?
Well, it's not actually in the locker room, which is unfortunate, but it's in, I don't know if you know, it's like a players alumni little like club room.
No. But what I'm saying is, you're the first one.
Yeah, they probably let in approximately 50 people.
Yeah, but what are the chance? I'm sure you have a list of stuff that you want to get before everyone else goes and grabs it.
Well, that was it. You make a list, and I got there first because I wanted first dibs because I was going to get a Bo Levi Mitchell helmet and jersey. And
what? If you don't mind me asking, what did the helmets go for?
$375, I think.
Damn.
But it's a game-worn helmet. And, so if you're going to buy something cool or whatever, it wasn't actually for me. My grandpa wanted it, and he was on vacation. He's like, yo, if you see that, buy that. And he's like, when I get back, I'll give you the money, like whatever. I'm like, yeah, of course. Like, it's
so like one of those helmets would be like one of those things. Like, I know it's Bo's helmet.
Yeah.
But like when you go to like the autograph signing, take that, get him to sign it, and then frame that bad boy.
Oh, 100%. But then, so I went there. I got to head out at about 10 minutes to head to class.
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
I'll get through as much as I can, and then I'll probably be back way late when you're
Yeah, that's
off
fine.
tonight, but we can
I'm
catch up.
doing this for another 8 to 10 hours or so.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll let you know. But then, anyways, so then the helmets, I go in there. I have my mental list. I know exactly where to go because I've been before. I know the setup, everything. They post quick little videos of it on their highlights of it on their Instagram story, so I get an idea of the layout, and I start making a
Nice.
plan. And excuse me, then I get there, and the first thing I go for. I actually go for the jerseys because the helmets, it's like a locker. There's like little lockers of like old players or whatever. Like I think there's a Mosca locker, just stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they hang the jerseys up on like a coat rack in the locker, and then where you would normally put your helmet, they put the helmets. And they have all sorts the two kinds of helmets, the two different styles, and like the colorways, and they have all the jerseys, not in order, not in numerical order, alphabetical, just random. So I run in, and I wanted to I had a list of jerseys, which was Bo, in order. Bo, I want to say Tim White, Peters, Castantonis, and then Bridges, in the order of what I wanted for like a game worn jersey because I wanted a game worn jersey. Well, I get there, and I was first in there. I went through all the jerseys first. And all the helmets at the same time, just because I was there. And they had no Castantonis jersey, like any of them. No Peters, no Bo, no Tim White.
That's probably because they were bought online.
Well, unless they did a private sale somewhere, then.
Yeah.
But like you couldn't get anything online before that opened. Like all the jerseys and stuff they posted online, they posted about a day later. That didn't sell at the locker room sale. That was all after the fact. And there was none of that. And then for helmets, there was a couple of backups. I think Moxie was probably the most, not notable, but the most popular player, I want to say, which I'm super glad that he's back. Oh man, huge. And he was probably the most popular player's helmet that was available. Ray Wilborn's helmet was there. Other than that, it was like a 00, and there was just a bunch of non-numbered helmets. It was just backup. So and the year before it was completely opposite. There was Bo, there was Tim, there was all this, and then I thought about it for a little bit. And I was kind of disappointed with this year's locker room sale. It was very underwhelming with the amount of stuff and the variety compared to previous years. I still didn't struggle to spend $500, but then I thought about it, and helmets expire. They have about a 10-year window, 8 to 10-year window, depending on. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much money, CFL, but legally they have an 8 to 10-year window because after that, it's Andrew would know about this as well. After about that, then they say they've taken enough hits where the protection starts to wear down and it's not as effective. So you can either try to get them recertified or you just get new ones, which new ones is usually cheaper and because they don't really get recertified if they've been around for that long. So I'm guessing this was just a year that not a lot of helmets expired. And, maybe next year a lot more, if it just goes in rotation like that, which would make sense. If you're going to buy in bulk, right? If you're buying new helmets, you're going to buy 50 new helmets one year, right? So maybe it goes in rotation like that. So I got my hopes up for next year. The jerseys, the game worns, I don't really know why. There was O-line. Their O-line was there.
Oh, O-lines were 3XL?
No, about XL because they're fit to snug, right?
No, when I was okay, so we're talking the jerseys I'm talking about are the orange, the native,
the indigenous,
the indigenous jerseys. Those were 3XL. But I'm not fitting it into no 3XL.
I mean, I would go. Maybe. I mean, they're fit to the snug, right? They're fit to shrink on you under the pads. So a 3XL probably fits an XL if I had to guess. Because I get a large, the ones I've got and large, and it's like they fit like a small. So I don't know. I mean, it's the same with the game worns. Like they got to get over pads, and they want it to be snug. They don't want them to be baggy or nothing. Which, my God, I can relate to from playing football myself. Like those jerseys were tight as could be, and it makes sense. So I would probably say it's a 1 to 2 size difference. But like even if you got a 3XL and it fits like a if you're an XL and it fits like a 2XL, that's not a bad thing because in the summer it's gonna be baggy. It's a little bit baggy. It's gonna be a little bit airy, and then the winter, come the fall and all that, you will have no problem getting a jacket under it, which is nice. So, but yeah, I don't know. Bridges, I think it was a large. I don't know. I'll have to take a look. But yeah, it was interesting. Got that. I got a nice poster, like a, I don't know what material you'd call it. But yeah, I'll show you it. It was like from the Grey Cup. It has like a photo collage from the Grey Cup, and of course, when I bought it, it was like $20, and it was a cool piece, and I was like, all right, I've never seen this before. This is pretty neat, and like it's probably hanging up in one of the events, and I was like, you know what? All right, I'll buy this. This is pretty cool. $20. It'd be a nice thing to hang up, unique. And then I get home, and I take a look at it. Well, actually, my aunt takes a look at it, and I'm actually leaving her house to go home, and she's like, dude, you're on this. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, stop messing with me type of thing. I mean, it was not said that nicely, but,
Yeah.
I'm like, no, like, shut up. I'm not, you're messing with me. And she's like, no, I swear to God. Like, I take a look and I'll show you later when, tomorrow or later when I get home.
Yeah.
Clear as day, I'm one of the photos from the Grey Cup, all decked out and whatnot. On this poster, which I thought
is this one from when we hosted it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was gonna say, don't tell me you went to the Grey Cup out in thing last year.
I was wanting to. My God, I would have. Yeah, no.
If let me just put it out there. If anyone wants to build a man cave, these locker room sales are the places to go.
Even if you want to buy just merchandise, they have normal clothes like those $100 polo shirts, the quarter button-up golf shirts.
I have the sideline golf shirts. I have one of those.
Yeah.
I have my Catratonis jersey, which I got to frame this year because to go with me and his picture.
Yeah.
I have the Simone Lawrence jersey. I just got to get him to sign it, and then that's going to be going into a frame because I'm pretty sure I have a picture with him.
If not, you can get one. That's not hard.
No. But yeah, eventually, like I have like so much, like eventually I'll be going to getting more CFL stuff for my man cave, but
yeah,
like the one, not last.
Maybe the way to do it. I don't know. I'm outside now. If audio gets bad, let me know. I can head out. But I mean, I got a half-hour drive, so if audio's fine.
Yeah. I know. Not last year, but the year before. No, last year I did Winnipeg and Saskatchewan. The year before that, I have a collage. My ex-girlfriend did a collage of me and the group in all of our stops throughout all the stadiums.
Yeah.
In 2023, because we went to Montreal. We did Montreal and Ottawa in one weekend. Last year, me, Connor, and his cousin, we went and did Saskatchewan and Winnipeg in one weekend. Possibly, depending on how things go, I'm probably doing the Alberta trip next year. Hopefully, the schedule comes out sooner than what it did this year.
Yeah.
And then the only one that I have left to do is BC.
Fair enough, man.
But before we continue, I just want to bring to people's attention.
Can you give me like 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. So this year, their CFL Fans Fight Cancer event has already started. So every year they do a event for a local fundraiser for the Providence that's hosting it. Last year, me and a few friends walked from Toronto to Hamilton over a matter of 3 days. We raised just over, I think, $1,200 in 3 days. This year, the Grey Cup meet and greet is Saturday, November 15th, 2025. It says our annual fundraiser is at Tavern United, downtown Winnipeg, Saturday, November 15th, 2025, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Free entry and all are welcome. They're going to have a silent auction, 50-50, raffle, all good stuff. There's all kinds of prizes. Come in and have a good time and raise money for Cancer Care Manitoba. So that is it's Cancer Care Manitoba Foundation. So all funds stay in Manitoba. I'm going to put the link for them down below. Last year, so this is going to be the 4th year that they've done this. 3 years ago, they did $22,000 in Regina. 2 years ago, they did $41,000 in Hamilton. Last year, they did $75,000 in Vancouver. This year, their goal is $100,000. If you want to help out, there's the email right there. You can honestly help out. Or they say, honestly, just do your own thing and submit the funds via the donation page. Forks have done everything from poker tourneys to dunk tanks to watch parties, head shaving, be creative, however you want to help. Now, there is, if you click on donate, you can either donate now or you can do care. You can screenshot it with your phone. I'll leave it on the screen if you want to donate that way. Again, it says here, new for this year, if you want to represent your favorite team, click their name on the right and click to donate. So I guess they're going to be adding it later on. And then they give like their little mission statement for Cancer Care Manitoba Foundation. If you want to go read that again, the link is CFLfightscancer.com, or you can follow them at CFLFFC on X if you want to go give them a follow over there. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. So going back to where I was, while Lucas steps out, Trevor Hoyt is played 18 games, 27 total tackles, 16 defensive tackles, 11 special teams. So Trevor Hoyt, who I met his players at one of the games, they're actually sitting 2 rows in front of where I have my seasons. And 1 tackle for loss and 1 fumble recovery. His family are great people. I've met them. DQ Thomas, again, like I said, played 2 games, 9 defensive tackles, 6 or 9 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 3 special teams tackles. Nick Cross did not play last year. He was injured for the full season. He had surgery the year before. I'm pretty sure Penny had played last year because I know he was on the depth chart. He may not have played, but I didn't see any stats for him. Mitchell Chen said was drafted last year, but he got cut in camp, so he's coming back this year. And Tyler Murray was signed as a camp player. Our DBs, Dustin Talbert, who was a rookie in last year, again, like Ryan Baker. Dustin Talbert comes out of nowhere. 18 games played, 58 total tackles, 15 defensive tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Mr. Stavros, the Greek Kachatonis. Yes, he is Greek. I follow him on a social media. If you want to go see great content like box opening, CFL player cards, I would recommend going to follow him on Instagram, as he does box unveiling for CFL cards on his Instagram. So go give him a follow over there. He had 56 defensive tackles, 1 quarterback sack, 1 interception. Jamal Peters played 14 games, 41 total tackles, 38 defensive tackles, 3 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, and 4 interceptions. Robert Pennebaker, he was drafted last year. He played 16 games, 26 total tackles, 18 defensive tackles, 8 special teams, 1 quarterback sack, 1 forced fumble. Jonathan Moxley, who was just re-signed the other day. I got to look up his contract details. I'm pretty sure it was only a 1-year deal. He had 14 games played, 23 total tackles, 22 defensive tackles, 1 special team tackle, 1 quarterback sack, and 2 interceptions, and a forced or a fumble recovery. Daniel Bell, again, drafted last year, 17 games. He's a special teams player. He had 10 tackles on special team. Lawrence Woods, who's a backup corner, but also our special teams expert for returns. He played 10 games, 8 defensive tackles, 8 total tackles, 5 defensive tackles, and 3 special teams. Patrick Burke was drafted 2 years ago, and this is his contract year. He had 10 games, 5 total tackles. And then Jonathan was drafted last year. He's coming back for camp, and then 3 invites. To finish off the Ticat team, we have Mark Leggio, who made 43 of 48 field goal for 90%. His longest was 55. We have 2 singles, so 2 missed field goals that went out of the end zone for singles. And then he had 38 of 44 extra point converts. Nick Constantino, who was getting NFL tryout looks this offseason. The reason why there's no contract, because I don't know if he's re-signed, what his contract is. I'm waiting to hear, hopefully get that today. He had 102 punts for 74, was his longest for 47.1 on average. And then Mark Leggio had 66 kickoffs for 4,335 yards, 65.7 on average, and 79 was his longest kickoff for 2 singles. And then obviously Lawrence Woods, the second, had 38 punt returns for 470 yards. 12.4 was his average. 83 was his longest for 1 touchdown. And then 30 kickoff returns for 607 yards. 20.2 on average. And then 30 was his longest. And also those who are watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notification bell so that you'll be notified once we have more Ticat content come out. also on X, don't forget to repost the tweet of us going live and like it as well. And then a shout out to those over on Twitch as well. Let's see what's going on here. Talk fantasy football. Okay, so Brandon will be joining us in 20 minutes to talk Winnipeg Blue Bombers and also how he came into CFL. So while we wait for that, let's take a look at the free agent tracker before we go into other teams. So this is the remaining free agents that are out there. We have Cameron Dukes, who played for Toronto, Jeremiah Mazzoli, who played for Ottawa. The thing was with Jeremiah Mazzoli is this guy has had AC tears in both of his legs. Logan Bonner for Calgary, Dakota Prukop for Edmonton, and Dominique Davis for Montreal. And then we have Kadeem Carey Hickson, Johnny Augustine, David McKee, Jamal Morrow, Albert Awachi, Bailey Feltmate. He retired. Even when he was with us, I didn't find he did much. We have James Tuck, Brandon Culver, and Regis Kabasu. So, Lucas, are you shocked that Stephen Dunbar was not offered a contract during the Tampa window?
A little bit. Yeah.
Like
How's the audio?
I don't
Does it sound like garbage because I'm driving? Or is it all right?
What's that?
How's the audio? Is it like trash because I'm driving?
Oh no, it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
I
don't know.
Like, yeah, he had one bad year in Calgary. I'm pretty sure he went to the USFL for 1 year.
I think it was Edmonton.
No. I'm saying besides Edmonton, he went to the USFL, I believe, for 1 year. And then he had 2 really good years in Hamilton. So I don't know if what his demands is just too high. If other teams are set at receivers. Like if he was, I would go to Edmonton. Like if you look at Edmonton's group like receivers right now.
Oh, it's horrendous.
They have Julian Curly Giddens Jr.
Okay.
Then on the rumors, they have Julian Grant from Montreal.
Yeah.
And really, who else?
Yeah, that's it.
They have no one. So, I mean, if I was Edmonton, I mean, who knows? Maybe today they go after Dunbar. Hollins is still out there. I'm surprised that BC cut him, but I can understand why, because he was going to get paid over $200,000, and
you can't do that when you have Rourke, Hatch.
No, but I mean, even if you look at BC's roster, they have McInnes, Eberhardt, Katoy, and Hatcher.
That's pretty solid.
Mark and Michelle, I'm surprised he hasn't been signed yet. If we take a look at Calgary, Calgary has Bagleton, Rhymes, and Philpott, and then Barnes and Eccles. So there's really
that's probably set. I mean, Rhymes is probably the cheapest big name guy out there, excluding Dunbar. I mean, he's 34, I think.
So if you're talking cheap, I would for as little as I would even look at Brandon O'Leary Orange. He only had 16 catches for us for 335 yards and in 9 games, but I mean,
that's not bad.
He didn't do bad for us.
No.
I mean,
I would have liked it. I mean, who knows what can still happen Maybe he wanted to test the market before signing the deal with the Cats. Maybe we didn't offer him a deal. Maybe we did. But, like, you know, I would hate to see him go somewhere else and and explode, because I liked him. I liked what I saw. He seems like a good dude, like on the sidelines. Like he's not he's got good hands.
But the thing is let me bring up our depth chart one more time. Where, like, even if he was to come back, there's like, where do you put him? There's nowhere to put him. Because you already have Bridges, you have Lawler, you have Smith, White, and Wolodarski. Then you have Luther, Akunin-Novanu, and Trunowski. And Patman. Like, to me,
you keep cutting out.
Why do I keep on cutting out? Oh. Lucas will be back. Let's keep on continuing with our free agent tracker. Acklin retired. Brandon O'Leary-Orridge, we were just discussing. Lucky Whitehead, you can use him as... You back, Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm driving out to Welland, and the service is spotty, so we'll see how it goes. If it cuts out again, I'll probably just head out for a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can always come back later. Even Lucky Whitehead, Lucky Whitehead's 32. I mean, he can always be a depth receiver for someone, or even the return.
100%.
I mean, you even have Nate Bahar. Nate Bahar, yeah. I don't know why I was thinking Stephen Dunbar's last name with Nate, but yeah, and then after you get to Eli Stove, it's just basically, I mean, Terry Williams is a returner. Kayron Moore didn't play last year. You know who I'm really interested in is I still say we sign one more offensive lineman today. Because right now, I mean, we have Black, we have Curtis Chu drafted, we have Nathan Dumoulin-Duguay, and then Barrow. But defensive line is where it's at. Oh, I forgot Micah Johnson got
I have expectations and I have hopes for Barlow this year. I think last year was a down year. I think, wasn't what we all expected. And
I mean, that's why they released Hendricks. I mean, that's kind of why they released Hendricks, because, I mean... Oh, so breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. You ready for this?
Am I going to be ready for this?
Hearing Dedrick Moncrief has agreed terms with Calgary Stampeders.
Okay.
So let's give that. And that was just tweeted out by Dave Naylor. So linebacker Moncrief. Where was he?
I hope, you know what?
Or for some reason, I have him down with DBs. I don't know why.
If we, still got some money to play with, assuming we sign everybody that we've agreed with, and we still got some playing money, to have some fun with, let's say, I hope we, barring anything crazy, go for Trey Robertson, the vet DB from Calgary, who originally agreed with Ottawa, but then something not cap related.
Yeah, but where are you going to put him, though?
Put him at our last corner. I'll tell you exactly how it's going to go. Peters, Katsantonis, Amos, maybe Stubblefield. Call it Stubblefield, or Moxie. And then we need a corner.
Yeah, but the thing is, Katsantonis has never played halfback, though. He's always been our safety. And Amos has played both halfback and free safety.
Yeah, I think Amos is bigger. Amos is bigger. So, I don't know if Katsantonis is big enough to be a safety like that. Like you look at guys like Dequoy from Montreal, and and it's like he's lengthy. Castadonis, he might be 5'10", but he hits like he's 6'4", and God bless him. Hell of a player. Sign him to a 4-year when his contract's up. Let's go. Let's get it done. But like, I think putting him at back, the mongoose, to let him just play closer in, like those safety blitzes, they work. And put him at a halfback blitz, he's gonna be there. He's got the speed for it. He's got the size to kind of hide behind that O line, the D line, sorry, and then just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And like in a perfect world, yeah, I think maybe try him out at halfback, even just for preseason. Let's see. Like I played both. And, obviously they played, about 1,000 more games than I ever will. But safety to halfback, you're basically just, a faster linebacker, a smaller, faster linebacker.
True.
Like, and that's all really safety. A safety, you're kind of just, you look at everything, you read and react. Like, nothing over your head, you read and react. Like, it's more or less a halfback is just a up-close safety. And, like we got Talbert's back, which, you know what? I like the signing. Beginning of the year, maybe it was a little bit shaky, but then he stepped it up and he took that step, which is great. I'm so happy for him. Glad he's back. And maybe he's at half. Only thing is, the one Kenny Lawler highlight where he got burned. I mean, it's Kenny Lawler, so
Yeah, but you got to remember,
you're gonna get burned.
You got to remember, let me bring up the coaches. We have a different defensive coordinator too. Yeah, we don't have our coaches named yet, and I don't know why they're waiting for the coaches to be announced, but Brandon April says, I hope Saskatchewan Roughriders sign the American wide receiver from Hamilton Ticats.
Dunbar.
But if you look at it, you guys have MLS, you guys have Keyshawn Johnson, Keon Schaefer-Baker, Sean Baines Jr.
Yeah.
You guys just signed Tommy Neild.
Yeah.
Donty Myers. You guys also have Pickton. Like, you guys, where are you going to fit him? Someone's going to have to be released or traded in order to fit him in there.
Right? Like, I'd love to keep Dunbar around. I don't think we do. I'd love to keep him around. But where do you put him? And if you put him somewhere, then you're taking reps away from somebody else, right? Like somebody like Bridges. Like, I love Dunbar. I loved him when he was here now. I loved him when he was here a couple of years ago. But, like, if I have to pick between Dunbar and Bridges, I'm picking Bridges. The age, like, it's a big thing. And, money, like, he had a great year. If he didn't get hurt, he was going to win Rookie of the Year. And, like, I think he still was probably the second guy in it. I think he was the second guy, the runner-up for it, even missing the last 3 games.
Yeah. So the thing is because for those that don't know, like for those, because this is on YouTube, I'm sure there's Americans that have never seen CFL before. For those that don't know, we have in the NFL you can play whomever you want. Up here we have rules where you have to play, I think it's 21 nationals on the 40-man roster. And of those 21, 7 have to be Canadian. So I'm saying Keandre Smith and Wolotarski are the 2 Canadian receivers. Revenberg, Woodmansey, and Dobson, the Canadians on the offensive line. Baker at middle linebacker and Kachatonis on safety. Or secondary, wherever you put him.
And don't forget about Litre, backup running back.
No, but what I'm saying is those are the 7 for sure starters on the team. That's why I think we're going.
Okay.
Actually, yes, I'm still live. I'm going live until 8 o'clock because free agency starts at 12 in an hour. And yeah, I want to go over all the other teams eventually throughout the day. I'm going until 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Like, I'm doing a whole day stream. Brandon April says we can sign Stephen Dunbar for kick return or punt return. To be honest, Lucas,
I don't think.
do you ever did
enough,
he? I mean, we even had Tim White returning at some point last year. Like, I mean, you never know.
You never know.
It's quite possible.
The game. I think
but
he's too big, and like a kick returner. You want to in the CFL. You want a small, shifty guy. You want a guy that can just turn on a dime. And Dunbar, okay, when he's running routes, he can, cut like there's no tomorrow, and he's a physical, great receiver. I don't know if he's the kick return build. I don't know if he's. I think with Montreal, not really seemingly upgrading the receiver core, they lose Julian Grant. I think he could maybe go to Montreal. I mean, Ottawa lost Rhymes, but they kept and Ackland. Don't forget about that. He retired. They kept Addison, Braylon Addison, and Hardy, and they got Pimpton, and they got guys. Maybe Ottawa. I mean, Toronto probably has their guys pretty. Like they got Coxie and they got Daniels and whoever else Argos. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They always suck no matter what. And
Lucas hates Toronto. Just putting that out there.
Is an understatement. And anyways, I mean, I think.
Anyone could be a returner.
Anybody could be a returner if you had to. I just think for the amount of money and the American, roster spot that he would take as your starting returner, I don't know if you put your money there. Especially Saskatchewan. Like, you can find a returner in camp. If he's not, Janarian Grant, that's one Argo that I actually do like. Heck of a returner, heck of a player. But like, you're not going to get a Janarian Grant every year. But like, you get the next guy, maybe a 3 or 4 best in the league, 3rd or 4th. I mean, you can find that guy in camp, like we did with Tim White.
Yeah.
And it works.
Just to mention a few things, the donations that I was talking about here, I'm going to bring it back on the screen again. This is for CFL Fights Cancer. It's not to do with my YouTube. I'm just, putting it out there for them. They basically, every home city that is hosting the Grey Cup, they always fundraise money for people with cancer in their local province. This year's Cancer Care Manitoba Foundation. Again, you can go on CFLFightsCancer.com and click on donate. You can take a screenshot of the barcode and donate. They have different events. Depending on my work schedule this year, I'll be doing the Toronto to Hamilton walk again this year.
Yeah, let me know when you're doing that.
Yeah, usually it's the weekend of Labor Day.
Okay.
Let's see. Christina, there's oh god. No matter who you ask who the top 10 CFL players are, you're gonna get a different list of players from everyone. No one's gonna have the same.
I'll give a top 10 in no specific order because there's gonna be biases. I think I can probably do it right now. Overall,
okay.
with
hold on, Lucas. Lucas.
Order.
I'm gonna be bringing Christian on. Christian, are you there?
Hello.
I'm gonna be heading out in probably about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hello.
Rick. Hello.
So yeah, I'll give my top 10, and then I'm gonna have to head out because I'll be
okay
at school. So in no order, McGinnis is in there. Bo Levi Mitchell's in there, obviously. Oliveira's in there. Lawler's in there. Tim White's in there.
Okay.
And I'm going to say Duquois in there. Pickett's in there. I'll off last year. Okay, so what? I'm at 7. I need 3 more guys. There's 3 guys out there. I'm going to say Hardy off last year. He had a great year. I want to show some O-line, some love. I'll throw Revenberg in there. I need 1 more. I mean, Revenberg's probably you know what? Let's go bias. Let's bias this thing out. David Beard. But give or take, it's the core guys.
I honestly would have
Tyrell Ford's in there.
I would honestly have to sit down and look and come up with a top 10. Like, there's no way that I would be able to have it just decide on the spot who my top 10 were.
Yeah, top 10.
Sam says, "What happens if I work for ESPN and wanted to come on? Just let me know, and I can post a link to the panel through the chat, and you're welcome to come on." I will say, anyone who talks smack about the audience or myself, don't even bother coming on, because I'll just kick you and remove you from the channel.
All right. Well,
Violet
I'm here.
asks, sorry.
So, Rick, thank you.
Yes.
No
problem.
Enjoy your day. I'll be glued to my phone at 12 o'clock. I'll be in class, but I'll be glued to it.
Yes.
Send me anything you see. Send it preferably, through our iMessage. Just to get notified. But okay. Man, thank you. You guys enjoy yourself, and I'll catch you sometime. We'll have to catch up and get a drink.
Will do.
All right, take it easy.
Violet Franken asks,
Rick.
Yes, Christian.
It's nice to meet you.
You too.
I know who you are from CFL Central.
Nice.
I just can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because I'm a season ticket holder as well.
Oh, nice.
I've seen you around the stadium as well. But where do you sit?
I sit in the lower bowls of 101.
Okay.
So where they come out of the for warm-ups, I basically sit in that section.
Okay. Can I tell you where I sit? And
if you want, you're more than welcome to.
And maybe we can meet up in person?
Yeah, sure.
I sit in section 107 seat.
Okay, so you're what yard line is that?
Pardon me?
What yard line is that?
I'm behind the visitors bench.
Oh, nice. So you get to hackle people.
In the wheelchair accessible section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at the top.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you just come by there, we can meet in person.
Yes, I will. Have you met? I'm trying to think of what his name is.
Anthony.
He's another big Chi-Cat fan.
Anthony?
No. Oh, I see him on social media all the time, and I bought one of his cards last year.
I think I know who you're talking about. I think his name is Anthony.
No, it's not Anthony. I forget what his name is, but he does the for the special needs. He does the drop in his wheelchair for the fundraiser every year for the special needs.
Does he have a show on Cable 14?
No, you're thinking of Dylan. No, not Dylan. He works with the equipment staff. No, I'm trying to. Oh, what? I'm trying to think of what his name is. I always see him on social media, and I can't remember what his name is. He's a season ticket holder as well. But yeah, I can't remember what section he's in. But I got to get around to meeting him as well.
Yeah.
Violet Franklin asks, "How do you record through phone or computer?" I'm doing this through StreamYards. Dean, who's another Ti-Cat season ticket holder, says, "I think Dylan Wynn loved Hamilton. I think he would take a deal to come back." I mean, I'll move this off the screen. If you take, because you got to remember, Sales just redid his deal, so I'm sure there's more money on the table With what he brought in yesterday, or brought in.
I'm sure there is as well.
Sorry, Christian.
I'm sure there is more money on the table as well.
Oh, I mean, if someone takes a pay cut, I'm sure there's more money on the table.
Yeah.
So Fat Hilla said, how much do people get paid? So minimum rookie contract, the bare minimum that you can make in the CFL's 70 to 75,000. The max that I've seen people make, if you're talking Nathan Rourke and Chad Kelly, the two top quarterbacks in the league, they're making upwards probably about 500 to 600,000 with bonuses and everything. You're looking at about 700,000. Now some players like Bo Levi Mitchell, he's been in the league since I think 14, 15.
Yeah.
He's someone where you can take a pay cut and make 300,000 and then just make signing bonuses and save room for other people. If Bo never took the pay cut, you probably wouldn't see Kenny Lawler signing for us. Kenny Lawler's one of the top receivers, and he got a 2-year, 275,000 per year rumored deal with Hamilton. So, Alex Gummerson said, "Is Grant signed?" Yes, Janarian Grant is signed with Toronto.
Can I ask you a
fictitious
question?
Sure.
If you had to bet your life on it, would you bet that we're winning the Grey Cup this year?
I want to see, because it's hard to say, because Toronto's defense, they only have 3 signed players, but a bunch of people come into camp, so you don't know who Toronto has in camp. If you look at Montreal, let me grab Montreal's roster here for a second. Montreal, their receiving core, they have Speaker, Ramo, Philpott, Sneed, Mack, and they have Davis Alexander. Now, McLeod Bethel Thompson's going to be their backup. Davis is going to be the starter. You don't know what you're going to get from Montreal. Ottawa's added some pieces onto their defense with their signings. So you don't. I would say, if you're to ask me now, I would say, if I was a betting man, all 4 teams in the East are going to make the playoffs over 3 teams in the West.
So you think we're making the playoffs?
No, I'm saying there's going to be 2 teams in the West that don't, or sorry, only 2 teams in the West that make the playoffs this year with how good the East has gone. Yeah, Calgary has Vernon Adams Jr., but they have no receivers. Or sorry, they have 3 receivers, but no one really on defense. Edmonton, yeah, they upped their defense, but they have no receivers. Winnipeg has Dembski, Mitchell, Clarcius, Wheatfall. Again, they lost Lawler. That's a key piece. Ontario Wilson's gone to the NFL. He could come back. But you never know. That bumps them up. Their defense.
But Lawler's coming to us.
What's that?
Lawler's coming to us.
Oh, give me 1 second, Christian. Brandon, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, boys. Good, man. How are y'all?
We're just talking some CFL.
Yeah, man. It's good to actually see you live and in person.
So those people that don't know, me and Christian are season ticket holders. Brandon, are you a season ticket holder for Winnipeg?
I'm not. I'm in the States. I wish I was.
Oh, interesting.
I might get up to Canada one day. I like my friends in the north. So, but yeah, I'm definitely a guy.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Have you been to any games in Canada?
I have not. It is a life goal. A life goal, my friend. A life goal.
So I've done every stadium but Alberta and BC.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wow.
So because last year I did Saskatchewan, Winnipeg in one weekend. The weekend before that, I did Montreal and Ottawa in one weekend. We drove there.
Right.
That was
I
the
remember
longest.
the pictures you sent. Those are pretty sweet, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, to Ottawa, it's about 6 hours, and then Montreal's additional too. So we just stayed at it like an Airbnb in Ottawa,
Right.
and then just did the
yeah.
drive. Last year we flew to Winnipeg, and we stayed in Airbnb for Winnipeg, and then my co-host of CFL Central, Carter, him and his brother joined us for the Saskatchewan BC game, which BC just shit the bed.
I remember that, yeah.
So Brandon, I will give you the floor to explain your story, my friend.
Sure. So I'm Brandon Sanders. Basically, I come from the United States. Your friends in the South. I promise you, not all of us are against. Some of us are against the tariffs. We won't talk politics. So
no.
Just know that I'm on the side of Canada. I love my friends up north. I also love my friends down south as well. In Mexico, I am one love when it comes to our whole continent of North America. Anyway, let's move on from that. So basically, I come from the area of the United States to where like I'm in North Carolina. So basically the big thing for us was we do college. You guys have university. College for me is the North Carolina Tar Heels, now notorious for Bill Belichick, a 7-time world champion, now becoming our head coach, and crazy Chris Jones that was in Edmund Elks and wrecked them completely, is now on our defensive staff. So it's a wild world that we live in. But that's college side. NFL, I've been a Denver Broncos fan since I was very young. John Elway was the guy that I looked up to, just a blonde guy just bombing it left and right all over the place. That's where my NFL fandom comes from. And then I just recently found the CFL. I'm newer to it. I started in 2022. Basically, I come from the fantasy football world. I was at the Fantasy Footballers and Dynasty Nerds. Basically, I did a lot of NFL fantasy, and I wanted to get better at that. So what I did is I started to look into college, where we're at the NCAA, and found that there's fantasy football there. So I got into that, got really good. And then in my research, I found that not everyone goes to the NFL, as you know, or makes the practice squad. So sometimes they want to continue their pro careers where there's no NFL Europe anymore. So the CFL has become like a new second chance for a lot of the Americans. You guys have nationalism. So there's nationals, Americans, globals, and stuff like that. So, I know a lot of the guys that are coming from the American side that played in college that were actually really great for fantasy football purposes. And I noticed that they're starting to translate really well in the CFL. So I come from a fantasy football knowledge, but that's how I became interested in the CFL. It took a whole year to kind of really like sit back, watch everything, and got really enamored with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So I'll go ahead and tell you I am a Blue Bombers fan. I do love me some Hamilton. They're becoming, I made the joke, they're the Hamilton Blue Cats, but that's only because of the tie-in there with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. But if I had to pick a East team, honestly, I'm feeling Hamilton. So when I'm not cheering for Winnipeg or we're not playing, Hamilton Tiger Cats, I'm really big on the Ticats, and I think they're putting together a really good team, and we can talk about that and other players around the league and stuff like that. But for me, it's a mind focused of CFL fantasy. If you guys haven't heard of that or ever played it, I encourage you to, especially if you're newer to the CFL or just want to get to know it better, because then you can play with all different versions of different teams, and then you can do like I do, where you just take a whole year, look at all 9 teams, and kind of just pick your favorite, basically. So that's pretty much the story and the origin of why I'm here and why I'm an American hanging out on CFL Free Agency Day and hanging out with everybody, Rick. But that's kind of where it all started.
So I have a question.
Yeah, man, go for it.
Why Winnipeg? Like, was there something that drew you to Winnipeg? Like obviously they're your team, but if you had to pick all a team out of 9 teams, why Winnipeg?
I know a lot of you guys, Winnipeg is known for a lot of things, whether it's hockey or, for me, I'm a big pro wrestling guy. So guys like Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega, those guys. So the guys that I see and my other fandom that I enjoy watching as a hobby is professional wrestling. So that was a good tie-in as well. Winnipeg spoke to me mainly because when I was researching, I was really into this kid called Dalton Schoen. And all of a sudden he became Rookie of the Year. He started blowing up. He was a tight end of all things at Kansas City on a practice squad, made his way up north to Winnipeg, and then really just blew up the scene. He's been dealing with some injuries, but he's back for a year. So we'll finally see if Dalton Schoen will be the true Dalton Schoen we see, or if that's a wrap. But it kind of correlated to that. Like I was big on him. He was the first guy I was researching and fantasy football, and then just kind of tied in with a whole tie into wrestling and things like that, man. So I think for me, it was going there. A lot of people think I became bandwagon because they're always in the Grey Cup, and I wasn't there when they were, droughts and stuff like that. I know our buddy Adam from the CFC pod was, hating on me because I didn't choose the Rough Riders. I was close. I was thinking about the Rough Riders. But for me, it was just the tie in the professional wrestling, the Dalton Schoen hype and stuff like that, and really getting into it for my first year in 2022. That's where I kind of correlated, and I was like, well, I really do like this Blue Bombers team. The social media team is fantastic. They're hilarious. So I think all these factors kind of played into me becoming the CFL fan that I've become and a Winnipeg Blue Bomber fan that I've become. And even if they start sucking and they keep losing all these luxury of players that we'll talk about, like, it's okay. I'm here to stick it out. I've been loyal to the Broncos ever since I was 8. The Tar Heels have only really been good in basketball, and even that's not doing so hot right now. So we're hoping that Bill Belichick can turn it around in college. So I'm very loyal to the people that I do pick. So regardless if people want to call me, bandwagon hopper or anything like that, I'm going to stick with Winnipeg through the good and the bad times. So here I am. 2023 was my official free agency. I said it on the CFC pod and told them, like, guys, I'm going with Winnipeg. That's where I'm signing at. So that's where I'll be at. But
let's be honest. I'm sure Christian remembers. There was a season where we were 1-17.
Oh, yes.
Christian, what year was that? Do you remember?
That
was 15, no?
15, 16,
15,
maybe?
16?
Yep.
Not to bring up Dip, was that the Manziel year? The Manziel, Johnny?
You know what? To be honest, give me 1 second. I'm going to look
the one
it
where
up.
you failed miserably and you guys had to, like, on the fly change the quarterback?
No, sorry. I take that back. That was actually 2003. Not even close.
Okay.
That we were the 1-17. Oh, that Johnny.
3.
I will say, if anyone's gonna call the cops on highway robbery, when we robbed Montreal of that trade, when we sent Johnny Manziel to Montreal,
yeah,
that's the thing. Like, people just assume, like, oh, NFLers that are gonna come from the States,
here,
come up here, and that they're just gonna do anything.
Yeah, if
Brandon. Go ahead, Christian.
Sorry, Rick. But that's the thing, too. So many people think that the NFLers are going to just come up here and pan out here. But they don't realize that, yes, it's football up here. And I'm not trying to disrespect the NFL at all. But it's such a different game up here. It's not even funny.
Yep.
I remember, and Brandon, you'll probably know this player once I mention his name. Do you remember Sammy Coates? Is it Coates that played for the Steelers?
Coates. Yep.
He came up here and tried it with Edmonton, and he had 1 year, and he hasn't been back. Like, he had, it's not for everyone up here.
Yeah, I figure there are a lot of times it's when the college or the university players move up and they don't have the NFL or they've only had practice squad. That's what I've noticed, especially in fantasy football, is where they correlate or they do a little bit better in the CFL versus guys that have actually spent the time in the NFL and actually played, because they're so used to different yardage. There's different metric systems here in the CFL. You guys have 110. We only have 100. Goalposts are moved up closer in the CFL. You only get 3 downs in the CFL versus 4 in the NFL. So a lot of that has to do with, like, sometimes the NFL is so embedded in these guys that try to do it, they just can't get it out of their system. And sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean, Manziel, I heard, what was it? Was it Vince Young that came up here and tried as well? The Rough Riders or something like that, and didn't.
I think so.
So there's a few options where that didn't happen, but these college guys, they're doing a great job of portraying. Like DeMonte Coxey is a guy that I picked, that I was touted on as well. Schoen did a really good job. Guys like Frankie Hickson, Tyler Snead, all these guys from college, like, they're doing a really great job in the CFL and becoming really good role players or stars in their own teams, which is fantastic.
If I could interrupt you there for 1 second, but I think the other rule that we have up here that the NFL guys or college guys from the NCAA struggle with is the rouge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that still bothers me. Like, I still don't know what those are for. Like, I've been asking people, like, nah, it's just part of the game now up here. So I was like, okay, but why 1 point?
But it's not even that. How about the difference between our, like, 5 yard off the kickoff to now the stupidest kickoff thing you could ever see in football that the NFL has this year?
Yeah, they took that from the UFL now, but the XFL, because they wanted to do like a good kick return. But let's face it, it doesn't compare to what CFL has in their returners.
No.
Like Janarian Grant, for example, the guy we don't even have that, and this guy's returned 4 kick returns this year.
Yeah, he's fantasy relevant on kick returns alone, which is fantastic. Look at a guy like Peyton Logan, who I'm stoked that he's now in Winnipeg, because let's look at the Grey Cup. Like we suck at punt returns when it came to Winnipeg. We needed a good returner. Now Peyton Logan, who was also, he could play a great secondary even to Brady Oliveira, but I mean that's a guy that like he could be fantasy relevant by himself on just kick returns. So that's a nice upgrade too.
But yeah, I'm curious to see how. Also, what was your thoughts of Lawler leaving Winnipeg?
So I'm bummed out. Don't get me wrong. Like Lawler's one of those, like, yeah, he made a name for himself in California because he played with the likes of Marshawn Lynch, Aaron Rodgers, those type of guys. So like he comes from that select group of like California Bear players that are excellent. The fact that he didn't pan out in the NFL still blows my mind, but he's now correlated as one of the all-time best CFL receivers. And if anything, he's only just, elevated the CFL better because he brought that type of that prowess to the CFL and became one of the all-time great receivers. So I'm going to miss him personally. I am glad that he would go to Hamilton, so we only have to play him maybe a couple times a year, and we might see him in a Grey Cup type situation. That would be a good talking point. But at the same time, like there's some signings that the Winnipeg has done that, me being a college guy, the signings that they have and knowing where they came from, I'm very excited about the possibility and switching it up. We'll be honest, Winnipeg's had the option of having luxury when it comes to the wide receiver position and having too many people to the point to where some of them don't even make it past camp. So now we're actually seeing a little decrease as far as the wide receiver room or the slot back room for Winnipeg. So now we can see people step up, guys like Jared Stearns, who was like the all-time greatest college fantasy football receiver as far as numbers put up. He was at Sask last year. He was of the Roughriders, and it seems like he did good, but he kind of fell off a bit, or they didn't know how to quite use him a bit. I feel like he could be a good, I'm not saying he would ever be close to Lawler, but I think he would be a good step in the right direction to replace Lawler. I'm sad about Wolotarski. He was like the tried and true of Winnipeg. So for Hamilton, like I said, the Hamilton Blue Cats, I like to call them. But they're doing a great job having that connection and getting the defensive. I think you guys got a defensive back as well from Winnipeg too. So you guys are really like becoming. We have
like at least like 6 players from you guys.
Yeah, so I mean, like, look at that connection. So it makes a difference when you have a guy that feels like he knows what he's doing, that is making logical decisions. This isn't pulling a Chris Jones, which is fantastic, right? We don't want to see any more Chris Joneses in these leagues. So basically, like, it's cool because now you're seeing guys like Wolotarski. When I came in, I think Lawler was on the Elks, and I was like, why is this good of a guy? Yeah. On the Edmonton, I was like, well, apparently I was told Chris Jones just threw a bunch of money at him and he couldn't say no. So I have been told Lawler goes after the money. So I hope you guys paid him well. I think it was $200K at least, or higher than that.
250, 230, something like that.
Okay. Listen, he's worth every penny. I'll be very honest with you.
Oh, for us, we're paying him $275.
Worth every penny.
That's what I said.
As long as Lawler stays healthy, man, like he will put up numbers, which is crazy. And having Wolotarski and having that chemistry between those two and sitting at the positions, that's really good for our guy Bo Levi, who came back out of nowhere and now put up almost an MOP number. I'm excited about the guy that's behind him. I call him Little Tua, but I want to talk to you about Tagovailoa because, man, we need a succession plan in Winnipeg, man. Like Colares only has like maybe a year or 2 left, and you can see he's starting to decline, and we don't really have a backup. Whereas like Hamilton has Powell, they have Tagovailoa, and they have little Talia there. But man, if Talia gets a good start, that guy blew it up in college, and that's something like if Bo Levi he decides like he wants to hang it up, or he follows the money or whatever. Dude, you guys have it in the bag in Hamilton as far as like a backup in a succession plan. That's fantastic.
Brandon?
Yeah, man.
If I could ask you one question. You said you were a Carolina Tar Heels fan?
Yeah, North Carolina Tar Heels.
I urge you to hope and pray that Chris Jones doesn't become your head coach.
I agree, sir. I agree. I don't think Bill's going to allow that. Plus, I think his son Steven is the next in line too. I think when he does retire. So we got Steve Belichick. Chris Jones, I think, is on the defensive staff. So I hope he just kind of stays on staff and nothing ever happens where everyone gets sick and Chris Jones has to do it, because then he'll just use all our NIL money and just do ridiculous things. And I don't want that happening.
So speaking of quarterbacks, how about that crowded quarterback room in Winnipeg?
Yeah. Isn't that something? Straveler's back. They just signed Shea Patterson. I'm a big fan of
You guys
Shea,
have Jake Dolegala from last year. You guys have Wilson.
Yeah, we have Wilson, which I've heard rumors of a possible battle or a cut coming, but hopefully it's not Wilson. He did a great job in the Grey Cup getting that short yardage and stuff. So I really don't want to see Wilson leave. He was good at New Mexico. Dolegala comes, he's like a CFL guy. So he's kind of like, even though he's American, he's made his name in the CFL. So I didn't get to see a lot of him, but the fact that I just found out Kolaros was Travis Kelce's roommate, and then Travis Kelce was talking about Kolaros at the press conferences before the Super Bowl, before he cried and went home. Basically, that was cool. I didn't know Kolaros and Travis Kelce were the same age and the same roommates and stuff like that at Cincinnati. So all these ties to NFL and CFL, man, it really just blows my mind.
I will say there's one group of people that are happy that Lawler's gone to the East. And that's Rider fans.
Right? Yeah.
For one particular reason only. 177 yards, 3 touchdowns in the West Final.
Right. Yeah. Destroyed him, man. I think Lawler's always had the Riders' numbers. I think even when they played when he was on the Elks, I think he actually put up some decent numbers. I think that was in 2022, I believe, 2023. So.
But I mean, let's go here. So you have Kenny Lawler that came over, Liam Dobson, Garbutt, Fox, Brian Cole, all from Winnipeg.
Yep.
Then you also got to include Wolotarski, because he came from Winnipeg.
You're right.
Mark Lego at some point came from Winnipeg. That's what happens when your new GM comes from Winnipeg.
Yeah, he's like, who can I take? Let me get all these studs and then just move them right on over to the East, which is cool. Weird. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's weird because you have all the inside news of what plans are and who's going to be re-signing and who's not. And it's well, I'm going over to this team. Obviously I'm sure they have to sign a thing where you can't disclose certain information. Right. If you go from one team to you can't, disclose scouting stuff or players their plans or something. So I guess you go over this with an open mind
But I think having a guy that came over from Winnipeg, I mean, even though he's more GM and kind of doing that one, you think there would have to be some type of influence as far as possible playing style or something like that as well. You have to feel Hamilton can kind of use the strengths of guys like Lawler and Wolotarski and things like that to kind of move it the way that they kind of were accustomed to in Winnipeg. Not saying it's the exact same, but I'm saying maybe throw in a few plays that were similar or design, just maybe name it different or something like that, possibly.
So Scott Milanovich likes this whole tall receiver.
Yes,
aspect.
He likes tall receivers.
If I was to look at, I'm just gonna pull it up here. I'm gonna pull up the Ticats roster as of today.
So yeah, let's look at the wide receiver. Most of them are 6'1", 6'0", 6'4".
Oh no, we're talking.
Johnson's 5'11". Bridges is 6'4". We talked about Bridges last year as far as fantasy relevancy.
Okay, so you have
2'8".
You have Johnson the third that's in camp as a tryout, 6'5". Giovanni Robinson, 6'8". This is an error here. You have Luther Hakuna-Navanu, 6'4". Owen Hubert's a defensive lineman. We won't include him. Brandon Leary Orange, who's now a free agent, he was 6'4". Desmond Patman, 6'4". Stephen Dunbar's left. He was 6'3".
Right. Keandre Smith, 6'1".
Trey Schroesphere. He's 6'3". Keandre Smith, 6'1". You have OJ Hilary, 6 foot. They're all going for, minus a few small guys, they're all going for big receivers.
I think Tim White's the smallest at 5'9". Him and Wooden, I think, are 5'9". But that's it. Everyone else
smallest is him and Wooden are 5'9". And then Josh Johnson's another guy that came from 5'11". You guys. Yep. 5'11". And it's just like, but I think it's because everyone's getting to that age of, okay, don't get me wrong. I know people aren't going to retire once they get into their 30s, but once you get up to like that 32, 33, CFL money's not guaranteed, so you can be released at any time.
Right.
You're going to start to see the new crop of Americans coming up to Canadian football.
Which is there's a few, and for those that want to, I'm not trying to take from your audience or anything. I only have like 30 minutes, but the CFC Countdown Pod, I'll be there at 3 p.m. We're talking about guys that are entering camp that came from college that I think if they can make the team, it would be worth checking out, because I think they could be game breakers because they were in college. They just needed a chance now. Rick, maybe you can talk about it and help me understand a little better, but I know the ratio factors into this, especially nationals and Americans and stuff like that. So what's your take on Americans in camp and getting onto a team? Like, how difficult is that in the CFL because of the ratio?
Give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna pull up the ratio rules. So you can have a max of 19 Americans, but then you have minimum of 21. But then you also got to bring in the designated American rule, which I never really understood. But you know what, though? That's at least that keeps our Canadian game still alive in a sense, because you still get those no-name players from Canada. That because, again, like you said, university up here is not, unless you go to the games in person, there's no TV coverage.
Yeah.
I mean, you could watch it online.
Because I'm honestly, like, when I came in, the Philpott brothers were like, next level, the next guy is up, right? So I really wanted to learn about the Philpott brothers, but there was hardly any coverage on like the combine, things like that. Stuff that we could talk about, see if we could maybe improve on. But like the combine should be important. The emphasis on you guys as U sports or university sports, that should be kind of an NCAA thing, because I think you guys are missing out on opportunities to, put these Canadian guys up on the pedestals that they deserve, especially like Tyson.
So the combine, they just started to televise it on CFL's YouTube channel the last 2 years.
Sweet.
So they show everyone going, like, doing the bench press. I don't know about the 50-yard dash, but all those different events. And then there was, if I remember correctly, I know last year they had a thing which was the first time they had it online where you could watch U Sports from, I think, August to October. Because you got to remember, up here they have, I'm just gonna pull it up here, they only have like 8 games.
8 games, yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I mean NCAA only has 12, and then we have the playoffs or whatever. But
we go from
September to
we go from like August. Let me just pull up the schedule here from last year. So we go from August 17th all the way down to end of October, and then Grey Cup weekend is basically the Vanier Cup, which is our U Sports
national championship.
Yeah, like we have, Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, we have kind of like, we don't have bowls like you guys do in the States. We have our league title championships type thing.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's,
but then we don't system? There's
the second place battle for the
it's I think it's like the top 4 teams in each league.
Top 8
for playoffs, so Christian.
Yes, top 8 in each league.
Okay, but if I'm not mistaken, not each league has, like, out west, out east, we're talking like Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. They only have 16 or 5 teams. So obviously, you may have, the top 4.
that doesn't make sense because.
But like for Ontario, we have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 teams, so top 8 may make it.
Yep.
There is a coach, a former Ticat coach that used to coach in the CFL, but now he's been in Western's head coach for, I want to say, probably what 3-4 years in Greg Marshall. Christian, if you remember him.
Yes.
He was, and then you have the quarterback for Laurier this year that went down to your guys' All-Star Bowl. I'm curious to see if he's going to be drafted.
From what I'm hearing, he'll at least make a team, whether that's like the draft or he'll get like a what do we call the free agency where he doesn't get drafted. Yeah, the UFAs, but it still get an actual chance. A lot of people think like he could be, to the level of like a Nathan Rourke or even like guys like Curtis Rourke who went to Indiana, like he transferred and almost made it in, like he was in the national playoffs, like the national championship playoffs. So that elevated Curtis Rourke's stock to the point to where he'll probably get drafted in one of the higher ones to the point to where you'll see Curtis Rourke as a backup for a few years. But I still think CFL should probably have a draft for the rights for him, because I think eventually his heart is still Canada. So like, I think Curtis, will spend time. Will he be a full-time like starting quarterback in the NFL? I don't think so, just because of the talent at the very top and these legends that are still there. But at the same time, like, what if he spends a couple years in the NFL and like, hones his craft in the pro one, then he comes back like Nathan did and was like, hey man, I could be the succession to, my heart wants Curtis Rourke in Winnipeg, but we know like that's probably not going to happen anytime soon, right? So, and then Nathan's locked in, VA's locked in other places. So like we have Kolaros until the wheels fall off. But guys like that, where like they're Canadian, they're going to get a good shot, like Laurier and Rourke, like they got a good shot for the NFL. But I still think in time they'll make their way back to the CFL, and they should be at least drafted in the right. So how does that work? I know like there's
so basically, Nathan Rourke, Curtis's brother, he was drafted
by BC.
Yeah, by BC.
No, I know that, but I'm just trying to think of what rounds. Okay, so he was drafted second round in 2020.
Okay.
He played 21 and 22 with BC, and then he went down to the States for a few years. Yeah, but the thing is if it all depends, because we have 7 rounds for our draft. So you only get to draft 73 players overall the draft. If you are not drafted and you go down to the States and you don't make it in the States, then you're a free agent up here.
Right.
But if you get drafted, because right now, like for example, I don't know if you heard, but at one point Jalen Hurts was on the Ticats negotiation list.
Yeah, I saw someone saying congrats to at one time possible Ticats, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, so like we have, so like down in the States, you guys have what, 75 players with, or is that just for camp?
Camp, we dropped down to 53 before the start of the season.
Yeah, so you guys have 53 plus your 10 players for your practice squad. Whereas here we have 42, 45, and then we have our 10 practice rosters. But you could be on someone's negotiations list and they have the rights to you unless you're either traded or you're signed.
Okay. It kind of sounds like the UFA, kind of like the NFL a little bit.
For example, what's that defensive back that just came up from the NFL with the Jags that just signed with Saskatchewan the other day? Tavion
not
Campbell?
Shane Ray, right? Yeah, it's Campbell, I think.
Yeah. He was down in the States and he came all the way up here and now he's playing Saskatchewan. He was a free agent.
Right. But wasn't he was he Canadian to begin with though?
Give me 1 second here. He's an American.
Okay, so he actually just wanted to take the shot, or he just wanted to be an actual starter in a pro league. Maybe just
that's the thing. Like once you're in the once you're in the NFL, if your career's not really coming to an end, right. But if you're not getting playing time, come up here. Like look at Alex Stapleton.
Yeah, Stapleton. Now he's
perfect
on the
example.
Broncos, Malishing. Yep.
He was with Calgary for probably 3 or 4 years, and then he goes down to the Broncos. Yep. Or what's that guy's name? He played for the Dolphins. Wade. I forget what his name was. Something Wade. He played for BC.
Right, but then he wound up on the Dolphins starting.
Yeah, that was another player. Like,
yep.
Quarterback is just hard to make down in the States, whereas up here it's But I have a quarterback question. I have a quarterback question for you. So, would you, if you were a quarterback, would you go sit on the bench or practice squad and make the 100 to 200,000 down in the States, or would you come up here
and play
in the CFL for a starter position?
So I've actually thought about that because honestly, like you could be on the practice squad and make almost as much as and I get it. The CFL has a different. I'm excited for you guys because you moved the cap up, and I know the cap is this mysterious thing that don't exist in the NFL. Like Jalen Hurts is getting $58 million over 4 years, which is unheard of. That's all of the cap in CFL. So I know that the NFL and CFL have different when it comes to the money that's getting put in, and I think the CFL's on track because the viewership's up. If they can kind of tweak their stuff and do better advertising, like we said, do the combine, or maybe make the CFL draft a live thing to where they do the announcement picks and stuff like that and make it a big time production. I feel like they can move that cap space up further and further. And then you wouldn't have that much of an issue. Right now, it's guys are I can go be on the practice squad, get $200,000, and then all I have to do is just practice with the 1s and 2s for 2 or 3 times a week. And then if someone goes down with injury, then I get that one as well. So it really comes down to the player more than anything. Are they about the money and taking care of their family first and foremost, or do they have what we call the dog mentality, DAWG mentality, as Nick Sirianni likes to say in Philadelphia? Do they want to play at a high level? Do they want to be a starter? Is football life? Is football in their veins? For me personally, when I played basketball, I played until I got up towards college, and then I just knew that I couldn't compete. So it was one of those things. But say if the EuroLeague came call and they're yo, we'll send you to France and you'll get paid, pretty good. I probably would have took that, to be honest. One, I get to see France, and then I get to play basketball longer. So for me, as a quarterback, I would rather go CFL and have a shot to be starter, or at least be the second down or the short yardage guy and make good amount of money, but still be those guys that want to make a difference and still want to play football versus only seeing the field maybe once or twice if they're lucky because of injury type situation. So personally, I would rather go CFL, but that's just my love of football. Even being a fantasy football fan, football is life for me. I'd rather just go play. But some guys, it depends on their situation, their income, things like that. So I can understand why people would do it. That's why it just baffled me that Nathan went down, because he would make the same money regardless of practice squad or not. But maybe he thought he could actually be a starter and compete. It's just I don't think the NFL ever gave Nathan Rourke the true shake that he deserved. And then also came down to he stayed at Ohio University, which is where Curtis was too. But Curtis transferred to a higher end. You guys call it university, but a higher in college to where the spotlight was bigger. So that helped Curtis. Whereas Nathan, he probably should have done that. And I think he would have had a better shot to be drafted higher and have a good spot to where at least he would be second string. And then if there was an injury, he would start, But the fact that he went down, knowing that he was going to be practice squad, third string, stuff like that, it still blows my mind when he had Nathan Rourke blew up the CFL. Man, it was good timing because when I came in 2022, Nathan Rourke was the talk of the town. Him and Kalaros and these guys at the top, Bo Levi, and things like that. These are the guys that you look up to, because it's they're the starters. They're the franchise and stuff like that. So it did baffle me that he took probably, I guess, similar money, but he just wanted to kind of see if he could kind of move up the ladder. It was interesting for sure.
Well, if you look at it, Chad Kelly and Nathan Rourke are both making, I think, roughly about 600, 700 if you include bonuses. And then you think about, okay, then you have Bo Levi Mitchell, who has a wife, 2 kids, and he went from 500,000 2 years ago to just under 3, I believe, last year, if I'm not mistaken. Now he's up to like 388. Like, to me, that just shows like a non-selfish person that makes room for other. Like, if Bo was making 500,000, there's no way that they would have been able to get Kenny Lawler, from Winnipeg.
And I heard that Nathan took like a team friendly, or he took like an incentive less or whatever, so then they could get McGinnis back on there. So I know Nathan's trying, but he's still getting paid, a lot more, and that's a lot more money than being on the practice squad. 200,000 versus 500K. That's a big jump up in price. So I could see where Nathan was probably like, "Hey, the Canadian Football League was like, you're Canadian, bro. Come back. We'll give you the money you deserve. Be the starter. Be the franchise." So, I am happy that he's making team friendly deals, which is nice. So.
And even up here, like, we don't have the guaranteed contracts like you guys do in the NFL. Like, you get signed money, you get cut. Like,
there's no money. Yeah.
I mean, after a certain point, I'm sure there's a thing in their contract where you're guaranteed money, but not everyone has that guaranteed. Like, if I was to take you and Christian, for example, you could be on, say, I don't know, a $90,000 contract. You could go from making that to the practice squad to now making less and then getting cut. Like, there's nothing that says that you're guaranteed that money unless you have it in your contract.
Right. And that's where I think the NFL's like, maybe that's the thing, because even if they're the practice squad and they sign for that year, like, even if they get cut, they still get whatever money they give them. So it's like a guaranteed 200K. So I could see the lure of maybe wanting to go down to the States and play practice squad or stuff like that. So, I mean, I get it. Like I said, it comes by the basis and stuff like that of where the player comes from, their lifestyle growing up, if money matters the most to them, or if it's the glory of, playing football full time. So,
Rick.
Yes.
If I can ask you a question on what we talked about a few minutes ago with the draft being televised and stuff like that. Do you think, and I'll tell you why I phrase it this way after I finish asking this question, but do you think that we as a league have the revenue to televise our draft like that? And the reason I ask it that way, like I use the word we, is because I find that the league and the Ticats and all 9 teams in general are so food driven and people driven. Like, they depend on us going to games and buying their food and all that.
So you're Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about the rookie draft, right?
Just the draft in general.
Okay, so I know this year TSN's TV contract is coming up, so I'll be interested to see what they do offer.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, TSN was offering either 400,000 or 500,000. So TSN televises the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
So for those in the States that are watching this, on YouTube, Twitch, and X, so down in the States, you guys do a draft over 3 days. We do a draft all in one night because we only have 7 rounds. So normally what I do is, because TSN only televises either the first 2 rounds or the first 3 rounds, I then go on to 3 Down Nation, who is one of the top beat writers in Canada.
The podcast, I like them a lot.
Yeah. And I go and watch their draft coverage for rounds 3 to 7 because they do it. And then I also follow around with the ticker on CFL.ca. But that's honestly how I watch the draft.
So
or you could go to draft parties too.
Yeah. So I mean, I get it because the NFL is also 7 rounds, but we have 32 teams, so there's a lot of picks, right? So,
yeah.
But it's like there's some diehards. Like, I'm one of them because I'm looking for skill players that are coming from college or university, as you guys call it, looking to see if they're a good fit for a certain team, because in fantasy football, that's going to make a world of difference if they're going to be a possible rookie of the year contender, if they're going to be good in NFL fantasy in the first year, or if it's going to take a couple years to develop. So for me, loving the CFL, and then wanting to learn about U Sports and the universities and stuff like that, I feel, with the coverage focusing on that university, where they came from, why that university matters, why youth sports matter. And like they said, like when they did it on YouTube, they were really hyping up the Philpott brothers, which I appreciated because I had no idea who they were. I just noticed that they were going to be one of the top guys. So like Jalen in Calgary, and of course Tyson in Montreal, who's putting up Justin Jefferson type fantasy football like points and numbers and stuff like that. So he's a big deal. But I wouldn't have known that without someone at least telling me that. So I think they should do that and then have it to where like all 7 rounds, maybe split it up, maybe do like 3 rounds one day, 3, the next 4 the next day, make it a little bit longer coverage, more time in between the picks. If it takes them longer, I know we have like a ticker and a clock where they only have a certain amount of time on the clock and stuff. So I figured you guys probably have similar. You just got to build that hype up. You know what I'm saying? Like if the CFL just did that and then tied in more the Canadian roots and stuff like that, and just the different regions and things like that, I think it would be like a world of difference. And it would just make us here in the States understand the lifestyle and stuff more without us having to personally go up north. Like, do I want to travel up there? Absolutely. I want to go see all 9 teams. That's just something. I just love football, but not all of us are like that in the States. Like, we got to give these people a reason to care, and that's where the CFL can drive that revenue, is by really making this stuff like the draft, the combine, just big talking points. TSN, man, they're missing the mark, man, because ESPN down here, they're all on top of it like white on rice. So I feel like TSN, I know like you guys are big in hockey and there's stuff like that going on in Canada as well. So, but, it's just a matter of like how important is the CFL to the TSN. And I know they have a good partnership. They should really level it up a little bit more. And I think that would help.
Well, that's the thing. Like for me, before I got into the CFL, I was a big OHL fan. I've done the whole OHL league except for Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury. Other than that, I've been to all of the arenas.
Okay. So you understand the U Sports stuff then.
Well, I mean, eventually, my bucket list is to complete all 9 stadiums. And eventually we'll get a 10th team to make, the divisions.
I was going to ask you about that later on, but yeah.
But, I mean, it would just make it so much easier, because then, like, you could have 3 teams in the East, 3 teams in the West make the playoffs instead of, 5 teams in the West and 4 teams in the East.
Right. Yep. Having a 10th team, like just having even numbers. Like I was going to ask you, like, what's the percentage of that Nova Scotia team coming to be? Like, if they have university there, they have stadiums there, they're right on the East Coast. They're a little bit further up, but they're on the East Coast, just like Hamilton and Toronto. And I'm from the East Coast. So for me, like, I could still watch that in real time. Not that I would ever change. I would still be a Blue Bombers guy. So I would still either stay up or, if I got to watch the recap or the highlights or something like that. Yeah. But, very rarely I get to see Winnipeg unless they come to an East Coast team and play on East Coast time, right? So Nova Scotia would be a good fit.
The way that it was supposed to be is we were supposed to have a 10th team in the league. But then obviously COVID happened. And I hate using COVID as a stupid excuse, because everyone uses COVID as an excuse. But it's we were supposed to have a team there. The only thing that's holding things up for a 10th team is a stadium, because they were going to put it out in the Atlantic, and use a university school, but then the university didn't want anything to do with it.
That's weird. Wouldn't that be more funds to the university though? That makes no sense.
I mean, look at Winnipeg. Winnipeg has both the CFL and the university team playing on the same field.
Exactly. Yeah, they're all in the same stadium. And I bet it's big revenue for both games, because you have the Winnipeg actual university.
Like, even for Hamilton, they use McMaster, like the U Sports campus, for the whole training camp. I'm sure McMaster gets, a cut out of it. Yeah, no one's doing, I shouldn't really say doing classes in May, but no one's really using the sports field or anything in the summertime.
Right.
So, I mean,
what a missed opportunity, man.
I honestly think.
Do you think it's the commissioner, or do you think it's
that was going to be the other thing? Is I also think that it also has to do with the commissioner as well. Like, he kept on making promises. Oh yeah, we're going to get a 10th team. We're going to get a 10th team. There was no 10th team.
Right.
But eventually, I'll be happy to see a 10th team.
it just would even so much out. Having an expansion draft would be like a good thing you could like broadcast and stuff like that, just to see the expansion draft, just to see a brand new team and see how they, pan out in their first year in the Eastern Division. And then that would make the playoffs and stuff like that just so much easier, man.
Like, like even when the Red Blacks came, like, they were the Ottawa Renegades back in 2002 and stuff. But I mean, even when Ottawa came, like, just seeing that expansion draft then, it wasn't televised. But even just like watching, like, things have changed between then and now.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what I like about having, one TV station is, or you not even just one TV station, but having all games televised. Like, there's not up here, you don't have blackouts. Like, you get to see every game,
which is cool.
The only thing that I will say I don't like about the TV schedule up here is the fact that if you have back-to-back games, if a game goes to overtime, you gotta, like, you'll miss the beginning half unless you have two TVs and you gotta go over to like TSN2 or something like that. I know they can't delay it, but sometimes either they'll say join in progress, or they will do like where you can where they tape delay it after the game.
Okay, so you see it later on. And that's why I was going to talk to you. Like, CFL Plus was nice because I was able to see it, especially games. Because I'll be honest, like, TSN trying to find that in America is really hard. Like, I have to find like these third-party websites that have someone streaming it in real time to do it. So basically I'm pirating, which I don't like to say. Sorry, YouTube, don't take me down. But at the same time, like, I have to, because, like, TSN's just not offered as like a secondary channel. Sometimes there's ESPN2 or ESPN like Plus, but I wish they would make more of an effort to have them.
Don't you guys have CBS Sports?
We do. And that's why I was able to see the week 1, where I was able to see Winnipeg play or whatever. And so, like, CBS Sports being able to do that was a lot easier because I could find it. But hopefully they continue to kind of integrate that more. Maybe like ESPN and TSN have like a better understanding agreement to where maybe I can get like a CFL game, because you guys are perfect. That's why I found the CFL, because it's like, all right, NFL's over. I still got to wait until like the beginning of September for even college to start up and stuff like that. So me being a fantasy football analyst, I'm just waiting months. So when I found out there was a league that I could watch in the summertime, I was like, absolutely, let me go check this out. And then I was like, oh, there's a lot of these guys that I saw in college that are playing up here. This is fantastic. So this is how I became a CFL fan. So, like, it's perfect timing as far as being in the summer and stuff like that. I just wish it was even more and more capable of being watched here in the States, because I feel like a lot of that revenue would probably come from the States as well. I know that translates different as far as like actual like funds and stuff, but like, why not? Like, the more the merrier, and have like a full dedicated app like we do for like, NFL and stuff like that. Like, all I can do is like CFL Plus, but I have to go to the website and I have to watch it that way. Like, I can't watch it right on my phone if I want to,
We don't condone horrible things, but I mean, you could also get a VPN and watch it.
I've looked into
go to Europe and watch it.
Yes, I'll go to the UK and then be a European for a couple hours and watch the CFL. So I have found some workarounds. However, I don't want the workarounds. I just want to make it easy, So I just feel like there's just an opportunity. Like you said, it probably comes down to commissioner. It probably comes down to the importance. I remember we could talk about that, like the Third Down, the Third Nation podcast that you were talking about. Like, they were talking about like how it's almost like the CFL has become more like they're more conservative now. Like they're more like locked in on trying to keep it and preserving the CFL, where there's ways to improve, the hype and stuff like that. But it's almost like they're trying to conceal it in a way, and they feel like it's kind of going backwards. There's the NFL that kickoff rule is kind of whack, but I mean, like, it's at least entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, their NFL is trying to like reduce game time, and they're trying to like make it to where it's easier to watch in one go and stuff like that, and reducing some commercial time frames and stuff like that. And they were talking about how like the CFL doesn't want to innovate as much. So I thought that was pretty interesting for an example. So there's so many things I think the CFL, like if they just put their mind to it and just really hyped it up, it would be way more global than it already is, you know?
I will say that's just happened as you were talking. Winnipeg Blue Bombers have re-signed their long snapper Benson.
Let's go. Benson. I'll take it. I miss Legio, but I do like Benson.
And we are unofficially 1 minute away from the free agency opening, and then news will start to hopefully pour out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I don't like about up here in Canada is we used to have DraftKings, we used to have FanDuel, we used to have that daily fantasy.
Yeah, and that's how I play a lot of CFL. Yeah, it's like
you have no idea
on the website. Yeah,
you have no idea of how much I miss that. But now that we can't do that. Mm-hmm. I join our friends over at
CFC Pod, right?
CFC Pod, and I won year one.
You did. You came in hot, smoked me, man. Came in hot. And that's another thing. Like I have to learn to like get better because once college and NFL starts up, it's like you have like the ranking system there on the CFL website for CFL Fantasy. It's like you're ranked so and so. I'd be in like the top 500, and then all of a sudden, like the college and NFL starts, and I start moving up to like the thousands and stuff like that. So for me, it's like having to compartmentalize, having three separate leagues. If you could talk it like one college, 2 leagues going on at the same time, and trying to do it as well. And that's another one like. You guys have the Grey Cup. It's like right there in the middle of like, when the NFL season's like they're trying to vie for like playoffs and stuff like that. So it's for me, like I have to like make time to actually be like, okay, now that CFL Fantasy's over, I have to like actually like remind myself, like you need to check in with the Blue Bombers and seeing if they're going to the Grey Cup or not, and seeing when that time is, that date is, stuff like that. So, but man,
and that's the thing is like because our season goes from. Well, camp goes 2 weeks after the draft, which the draft is like the 5th of May every year. Then you have camp 2 weeks, or say second week of May till end of May, which is camp and 2 weeks of preseason. Mm-hmm. Beginning of June till October is the season.
Right.
November, you have Grey Cup. Then at the same time in August, you guys have the NFL till February.
Right.
Now the US FL or XFL, whatever you want to call it,
UFL,
is now starting up again, and that's until June. Like there's football. Like you may have like a month or 3 weeks with no football. And now you have like that all around, no matter which fan of which league you are.
Which makes like a fantasy football fan like myself a fiend that I enjoy. Like that's like music to my ears, man. I only really have to sit around for like a month total as far as overall weeks before some type of football is on. That is not bad at all, man.
But yeah, no, when we were in our fantasy league last year, I'm like, hey, no one's on Bridges. Like, I'm just going to keep on playing Bridges because he was getting like ridiculously amount of catches each game.
Yep. Yeah, when it comes to fantasy, and whoever wants to listen can listen. If you just want CFL in general, I'm sorry, just give us a few minutes to talk fantasy. But when it comes to fantasy, man, like it doesn't matter what league you're in. You look at what's happening in real time. So for you saw Bridges was getting receptions. He was getting targeted a lot more. He was picking up better yardage, and he was being used more frequently. Even if he doesn't have a great fantasy game that particular game, he's being seen, by Bo Levi Mitchell consistently. So it's like, if you're going to keep feeding the man over time, he's going to make fantasy points. And that's whether you're a receiver. What if you're a running back, for example, like Oliveira became bell cow type situation to where it's like, how do you not play Oliveira regardless of the cost? Because the CFL, for those that are listening or watching, the CFL website, they do it a lot like DraftKings. They go by cost and stuff like that. So like you have a certain amount of like one as well. So like you have to do it, but why not pay up for Oliveira and then go with a guy that's sort of like Shamar Bridges that people aren't paying attention to, even though he's getting peppered, and then you have an excellent fantasy week, A lot of people like focus on tunnel vision because they look at quarterback. Like sometimes there's guys like a touchdown Tommy Stevens, who's now, with the Roughriders, for example, he could produce some really good points. There you go. So here's one in particular where you can like add your people and stuff like that. Hopefully it lets you in real time.
Yeah, no, it's just because there's no...
Yeah, it's completed. Yeah.
So basically,
this is a good one to look at.
You I've never seen what the actual prizes are, but you get. I've always used Ryan. If you guys don't know who Ryan is, he's
Ryan
over
Coop,
at CFL
Meaning good
Countdown. I've always used his tip on paying the least for the defense, no matter what. Because worst case scenario, you're going to get 0 points from a defense. You could get 6 points for a defense, but paying that down at defense and paying up at a different position is
imperative.
Better.
And also, Rick, like, I don't know what your strategy was, but the flex is like super important in CFL fantasy, for example, because you could do running back, wide receiver, you have many, many options. So you also, by saving on defense or saving on, maybe you take a running back, say like Peyton Logan, who's going to be a little bit cheaper than say Dedrick Mills was last year. But Peyton Logan was putting up good return numbers to add with his rushing enough to give you a solid base. Like, base is everything. You just have to outperform the numbers, right? But that's where the flex would open up, and then you could put a good guy like let's say Greg Bell from Hamilton, like Greg Bell plus Oliveira stack, and you had enough money for that to put them both in. That's like lights out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good game.
So for me, it all. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I know why it's not doing it. Maybe because I'm not.
Are you in the old league or whatever, or the last year's?
No, maybe because I'm. Oh, there we go. It's because I wasn't logged in.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So like Bo got me 38 points for week 1 or week 38. Like, see, like, it all depends on who's playing what week is how I determine my flex. Because I mean, if you have, say, Bell, Oliveira, and
you put Hill, which is a good pickup. He was doing good at the end there as well.
Yeah. Let's go to my week 1. Olet. Okay, so if those 3 teams are playing different teams, you might as well, pay up for defense and like who would have thought Philpott would have gotten us 36.1 points?
That was, I remember week 1. I was like, that is in our league, Justin Jefferson, the NFL wide receiver from Minnesota. He's one of our top performers. He gets that pretty much every other week. So when Philpott, I was like, dude, he's the Justin Jefferson of the CFL. Like, he's an absolute outstanding one. And he was just targeted and peppered. But yeah, week 1 he blew up. But he stayed consistent for a few weeks before he got injured there for a little while.
I mean, he had 10 receptions for 141 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, dominated.
Like, that's the thing with fantasy leagues. Like, you have one bad week and you're dropping.
Yeah, the ranks go down drastically. Ask me about it. I went from 500 to into thousands in 1 week. I was so bummed out, bro. So bummed out. Let's see. There's a question. Where might Kadeem Carey go? Man, there's a few options.
Oh, wow. My bad, everyone.
Sorry,
I didn't realize,
we've been talking.
I didn't scroll down, and I apologize for all those people that have been.
Yes, shout out to Between the Goalposts, Mike Benson signing there.
Danny said, I have you playing while I'm at work. That's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Keep doing your thing, Rick. You're lit, my guy. Thank you for that comment. Oh, so Connor was Connor's a good friend of mine. He's from Toronto. He's the one that I went on the walk with last year for CFL Fights Cancer.
Awesome.
Where we did the walk from Toronto to Hamilton in 3 days. And he's just my partner in crime. So when Toronto comes to Hamilton, he uses my spare ticket. When Hamilton goes to Toronto, I use his spare ticket. And then, whenever, because it's only like a 30-minute drive.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Between the two. Carter Origin says, sorry, bro, I ended up falling asleep on the live. Bro, been up all night. No worries. Brandon April, good old Brandon. He's a Roughriders fan. Could use Dante Myers as kick returner punter.
No.
That would. Oh, yes. Thank you, Connor. That's who I was thinking of. And I apologize for everyone that I've missed all the chats. I didn't realize that there was more chats. Andrew Nelson is the one fan that I was trying to think of when Christian was on.
Okay.
We got that. Edmonton and Saskatchewan make the playoffs. Now here's the thing, Brandon. So with everything that you've seen through the tamper window, how do you picture the playoffs to go? Do you see?
I want to counter ask you, what do you think about the tampering window? Because we have a similar in the NFL where it's like talk to the agents and it's like already preset and you just sign on free agency day. Do you like that, or do you prefer to be like just blessed with all this information on?
So I mean, but I don't know if you remember. Do you remember a CFL player by the name of Adrian Darby Jr.? He played for Winnipeg. I want to say 20. Okay, you started in 22. You said, right?
Right. So I've only.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
so this was
learning the history, but it's
okay. So he was a defensive back that played. I want to say 2021.
Okay.
For
I started watching.
For Winnipeg, he was supposed to go to Ottawa. He had a handshake deal and everything during the tamper window or free like the discussion window. He cut ties with Ottawa and signed with Hamilton. So these just to let everyone know, these deals that are
they're not guaranteed
are during the tampering window. They're just handshake deals. Nothing is set in stone until 12 o'clock when teams can start officially announcing signings,
which is now.
Yes. So going back to the question, how do I? Because I mean, because it's off season. It kind of gets fans hyped for the beginning of the regular season. So if, say for example, I'm just going to use you as an example. Say you were, you just started to follow the CFL this year. You know, you were a Ticat fan. You didn't know who Kenny Lawler was. Now you can go look at his highlights from last year. Like there's always that. But I don't mind it.
Right.
But the difference is if you go to, what is it on Twitter? Puck Peta? I forget what it is for the NHL where they give out all the players' salaries. CFL, you're lucky if you can get a player's salary given.
Said out loud. Yeah.
Like if anything, you'll get the amount of years, but you won't get the given salary.
Yeah.
As far as Connor's question goes, Edmonton upgraded on defense, but not enough receivers. Let me bring up my Edmonton list of receivers.
I got they have Curly. Right, yeah. So Curly Gittens Jr.'s there. They did get Keon Julian Grant,
but not officially yet.
But not officially, so that's that one. I think Hergy might be going elsewhere. Looks like, or that's the rumor.
Yeah, he was rumored to go to Toronto.
They did get Trey Adams Dukes and Middlemost. However, they're like more role players than they are like studs. Yeah. So Gittens is really good. So he reminds me of a true wide receiver one, but it's not Geno. You know what I'm saying? Like there's levels to this, right? So Geno Lewis is like him, Dominique Rhymes, these guys that are at the highest levels of wide receiver, Tyson Philpott. These guys are like the top of the food chain in the CFL when it comes to receivers. So you don't really, other than Gittens being
Gittens is more like a WR2.
Right. But he's going to have to, because Keon, Julian Grant can play both ways, but he's known for his return. You know what I'm saying? Like that was like his first things. There is an American receiver. He just went into camp. I know we talked about that a little bit and how it is harder for the Americans, but there is one. I'll give like a little sneak peek when it comes to the CFC con. There's a kid by the name of Corey Crooms, 6 foot 195. He's only 23 years old. He came from Minnesota. He played at Western Michigan before that. Crooms is an absolute stud when it comes to actually pulling the ball down. He's really good at like eye on the prize type situation. So if you're looking for maybe a sleeper in this situation, if he can make it past camp and into actual like the summertime, Crooms could be a guy that could step up because he's played at a really high level in college, especially college fantasy football. He was very much a guy that we targeted, especially in his time at Western Michigan when he played for what we call the G5, which is just the a different conference than in the NCAA.
But the thing is with Edmonton is,
they're missing star power, man, especially in the
So I can't say where I got the information because it wasn't official, but I had an insider. Yeah, tell me that Robbie Smith from Edmonton or from Toronto is making north of 230,000. Serezno is making 225, And then I'm sure Brinkman's making at least 6 figures. So there's already almost 6,000 between 3 defensive linemen.
Right.
Then you got Royce Medici. And then Trey's brother, Tyrell, that's probably making at least a good
lot.
three figures. So they don't have, like, the only receivers, unless they bring in a receiver like during free agency, they're going to have like players come up from the States.
So yeah, because you have that one, and then you also have, so that's where like I'm depending on like you and a Christian to educate me when it comes to the U Sports and the university guys, because the draft's coming up. Are there any guys like a Phil Potter? Or are these all just role players that are coming in this year?
Let me pull this up. 20. We want CFL draft. There is a Canadian, Elick, that's playing for Stanford.
He's from Stanford. Yeah, he was actually. That's another guy I'm looking forward to. He actually did really good in college fantasy.
So here's the other thing that people don't know is, even though you're Canadian and you go down to the States, you can still be drafted in the CFL. It doesn't matter if you're playing down in the States. There was another one, Keelan White from Montana. These are just like the top 20. Like, this is Ethan Jordan from Wilfrid Laurier is just an honorable mention. Oh wow, they have him at 20. I thought for sure he would have been.
I thought third down to something. He was in the top 20. I was like, why is this guy not all the way?
Oh yeah, because this is the August rankings, and then the final rankings haven't came out yet. Oh, okay. Damian Alford was the one from Utah that I was thinking of.
Yeah, Utah. Okay, yeah, I do remember Alford. He was more of a role player in college. He was like the wide receiver 3, but I mean, it doesn't mean that he could shine, in the CFL. That's the thing. Like a lot of people in Canada, like, you guys know about the guys from McMaster and stuff like that. I know guys like, ones that I've seen, for example, those guys in particular, like Utah, Stanford, all these higher end universities. That's where you shine the most, because then you're in the biggest spotlight, especially in the NCAA. But for like example, like who's like considered, like, you probably have heard of like the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama, Rolling Tide as far as college. Who's like the top tier college?
Top tier. Okay, so it depends on what league you're talking about. So for example, AUS, that's like East Coast, that's New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and stuff like that. I want to say Acadia or St. Mary's is like the big school out there. With OUA, which is Ontario Universities, Western has been a top team. Laurier, only because the one quarterback was undefeated this year.
Right.
Queens can have a good team.
I hear from time to time is all right too.
So now we go to the Quebec era. McGill, Laval's always a top school. And then as we get to the kind of like Winnipeg out west to BC, I mean, UBC's Calgary, Manitoba, like there's any given university out in that league. Right. Like I'm gonna start getting into OUA sports. Like
you'll be the guy I'll be hitting up then.
Because I mean, for McMaster, for McMaster, for me is like maybe like a 20-minute drive.
Okay, that's easy.
I just got like, if there's anyone that you want to know about university sports, if you go on X and follow Nick Small, he's an Argos season ticket holder. He's one that is one to follow, and we have our first official signing.
All right, let's go.
And it's with Winnipeg.
Who they sign?
The Galvin Cobb signing is now official.
Let's go.
from Winnipeg. So that brings over your guys's kind of.
Yeah.
I would say the fill-in piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna show because we were gonna talk Winnipeg, so I guess it's a good time to talk on why we got it on the subject. So I have the same type of spreadsheet, but mine is basically just all skill positions, and it also just shows are they fantasy contributors. So for me, when I heard of Gavin Cobb, now that we've lost Lawler and Wolotarski, the ones you want to really look at is guys like you got Dalton Schoen coming back as long as he's healthy, he's the guy, and then you have Reggie White Jr. Who could possibly be fantasy relevant. I do think Dembski will still have a good role. And I think Cobb, and then also my favorite, which was the Jared Stern signing. I think Stearns and Cobb are great depth pieces, but can really be effective out of the slot back. Sometimes you can put him in receiver if you want. I know Stearns out of the slot back was when he was when it was 2023, he really, when he came onto the scene in the CFL, he absolutely destroyed and has some really great fantasy numbers. So that's where I was talking to you about, although I'm going to miss Lawler great because I think he's worth every penny that you pay the man. It's good to have two guys that are depth, but also could put up numbers on any given week, especially a national like Cobb, who's really good for the ratio. And then you guys have an American like Stearns, who has excellent pedigree when it comes to the college scene and putting up a ton of numbers and just getting to the ball as fast as possible. So I think Cobb is a great depth piece, but I think there will be some games where Cobb might be fantasy relevant. What's your thoughts on the wide receiver room?
So I honestly forgot all about Schoen because he was injured last year.
Right. Yeah. He just sat.
So I completely forgot all about him because he wasn't as high. If he has as good as again, Schoen's making 175,000. So
yeah, he's wide receiver one now at this point. So
I mean, you could even say Dembski's a one receiver
or 1A, 1B. Yeah, for sure.
I would say Cobb is going to be that. Not really a key receiver, but that one person that you need the 6 yards.
I even forgot we got Dylan Mitchell now from Edmonton. He's going to be a factor too. So there's definitely some more depth.
I do have a Winnipeg question from Richard Chung. Where do you see Adam Bighill signing?
So I am not a big defense guy. I'll be honest with you. I just, I'm mainly offense. So I'm going to let the specialist Rick think where he might be a good fit because I don't do defensive schemes. I'm not the guy to ask. Sorry, I'm really much about the skill positions. And I follow Winnipeg's defense to an extent, but that's honestly about it, man. If I'm being honest with you.
I mean, Calgary has 2 signed players beyond this year. We're not talking people coming into camp. So Calgary maybe. Edmonton. No, because they have Nick Anderson and Niles Morgan there. Winnipeg, you guys have Kyrie Wilson, Tony Jones, Jonathan Jones. So I don't see him going back to Winnipeg. Hamilton, maybe, but not at the middle linebacker position because we need Ryan Baker to start there. And I mean, the weak side linebacker, that's kind of where Wilburn and Wilson play. Toronto, they got Varga, Judge, and McManus battling for those 2, and then whoever they bring in as their DB for the same linebacker position. Montreal has Sankey and Beverett.
Okay.
And then Ottawa for linebacker. They have Santos Knox and Frankie Griffin. So, I mean, possibly
maybe
Edmonton Calgary. But, I mean, with these signings, you never know who and where they're going to end up. Kadeem Carey. Okay.
This one I can talk about a little bit more. So
yeah, I'm just trying to think. So BC has Butler. Saskatchewan has Olenton Armstead.
And then if Hickson resigns, that would be a good third option. But it depends on where Hickson signs.
Calgary has Mills, and
Mills
that's it. So I could see him going back to Calgary. But when he trash talked Calgary a few years ago, I don't know if that's going to work out or not.
They did pick up Antwi. I don't know if has Hill resigned or
Antwi's a rumored one. It's not official yet. So yes.
Okay, so we gotta wait. And then there is a Kylan Hill.
Yeah,
unless I read that wrong. Okay.
No, Hill's there. He didn't get much playing time. That's because there was Mills and Logan last year. Edmonton has the two-headed monster and Ranky and Leak. So he's not going to go there.
Amazing.
Winnipeg, you guys have Logan and Oliveira. He's not going to go there.
The Alouettes,
maybe. I mean, we have Litre and Bell. Maybe because we had Butler last year, so it all depends on Bell.
You also signed a clone, Greg Bell, Spencer Brown out of Alabama Birmingham is literally 6 feet, 226 years old, just like Greg Bell. So he's pretty much like if you need someone that's if you guys get super injured, I know he's a camp guy, so he might make it, he might not, but he's a guy to watch out for as a possible that one. But I do like Litre. I mean, I know it's like the rumored that he's signing basically, but
no, Litre is official.
Litchell's official. Okay,
so he was our short yardage. He was our short yardage quarterback as a running back. Toronto has Kevin Brown and Dante McMahon, so it's quite possible that he could go back to Toronto, depending. But they're paying a lot of. I mean, they have a lot of room with no defensive linemen signed.
Is DeMauro retire? Is he still in Ottawa by chance? I know he's like 30 years old and stuff, but and then Ottawa just got Stanback.
Oh, Devontae Williams, he's still there. He's just injured.
Okay.
But they have Williams Stanback and Daniel Adnaboye with Toronto that came over from Toronto. And then Montreal has Walter Fletcher and Sean Thomas Erlington.
I mean, do you think and just like down at the bottom sports talk was, do you think Carey would take maybe a little bit less of a deal to come be a 1-2 combo with Bell and maybe just kind of relieve him on like a third down or something like that, or just to?
I mean,
he needs a breather or something.
I don't know if if they're going to use Litre more this year or not. I know they used him on special teams. They used him as our short. He's like our short yardage quarterback.
Yep.
I don't know because he's Canadian, so I don't know if they're gonna go like American Canadian duo running back. But the also Black Horse is Toronto. Toronto had Adnaboye, Carey, and McMahon last year. So they had 3 receivers. Does he go back to Toronto and win another Grey Cup and, take less money?
Yeah. I mean, it might be worth it if he's seeking out, how like some people in the NFL, we just talked about a big guy, Myles Garrett, who's out of Cleveland as a Browns guy. He just doesn't think he can win in Cleveland. So he's looking to go to a Super Bowl caliber team. So same thing could apply. These veterans are like, I got to stack up these Grey Cups and get these rings, man. So why not?
So Richard Chung mentions you can be American, play 4 years of youth sports, and they consider you a Canadian.
Man, I should have went and played up in Canada. Then I could have dual citizenship. That'd have been sweet.
And now, also, the Stearns signing to Winnipeg is now official.
That's the one I was worried about the most. I'm stoked, dude. He's so good, man. I know a lot of people like he's unheard of for you guys, but he's so good, man. So good. So explosive.
So that's 2 off of the Winnipeg
board. And we're just waiting on what Reggie
rumors
White and
board. So that just came across.
Is Whitehead a free agent? Lucky Whitehead, is he free agent technically?
Whitehead. Lucky Whitehead is still a free agent, yes. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes.
Exactly, for Sports Talk when he said Western Kentucky and Stearns, absolutely. He actually set NCAA records, him and Bailey Zappi. They came from what's considered Division II, which is a lower tier, that one, and went up to a higher tier at Western Kentucky and took the NCAA by storm as far as one of the best offenses the NCAA has ever seen in years. That offensive coordinator is now at Texas Tech. So if you're looking at players that might wind up in the NCAA that are coming out of Texas Tech, that would be something to take a look at for sure. So definitely agree with you there, Sports Talk, or John. Definitely agree.
John brings up a comment. Might not be our biggest need, but so he's talking. So just so that you don't know, Sports Talk is a Ticat fan. So that's why he mentioned the whole Carey Bell combo. Connor says Carey is more than a player. With his experience, he might mentor the next running backs. True fact.
Yeah, so put him in a room. Like I said, wouldn't that just benefit Greg Bell more? Or, a guy's, like I know he mouth, Calgary, but wouldn't that just benefit Dietrich Mills even better? Things like that.
I mean,
about that. So Connor's on to something there.
I mean, look at that receiver that defensive lineman that Calgary just got in the Cam Judge trade. Connor knows I'm going to screw up this name, and I cannot pronounce his name for the life of me.
Chest. You got it.
Let's see here.
Just pronounce it with syllables. We got this.
Florin Ormolade. I think I pronounced it or close to it. He just came from Toronto and he went to Winnipeg. He again with Carey. He also badmouthed Calgary because before you came into the league, Brandon, the Calgary Stampeders, when it came to free agents, they wouldn't sign big name players. They would sign like low ends. Like they wouldn't even go like all these players that you're seeing. Like Damian Allen, Fraser Sopek. Well, Fraser Sopek played with them before he played for Hamilton. But like you wouldn't see Dave Dickinson back then go after like a Vernon Adams type thing. So it's just like he's just one of those things where you have to turn a new leaf. Like if we take a look at their coaches, like I came up with this spreadsheet, nice and colorful. So it's all the different colors are their former teams. So it's going to be interesting to see Craig Dickinson coaching with his brother as the special teams coordinator. Jarius Jackson, the former interim head coach from Edmonton, is now your guys' quarterback coach. Okay. We're still waiting for these two teams to announce their coaching staff.
Well, they got to get on it then.
Jordan Mazimic was the offensive coordinator from BC. He was let go.
Oh,
what are your thoughts on Buck Pierce being the OC and coach?
I like it. You stay. Yeah, you stay in house. There's something they're used to the system. It's like a nice you know what I'm saying? Like they're building within. They're like building and moving that up type situation. So, and then I think what the OC was more of the running backs coach, right? Previously?
No, OC is more of like the one that has like the play calling.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm talking about, but you're talking about the DC, the defensive coordinator?
Yeah, DC's defensive coordinator. Then you have your special teams. Then you have all of your position coaches, and then some teams have like special assistants and so forth.
I'm not familiar with the defensive one. I do know like our OC came from the running backs room on that one, so I'm really excited about the Oliveira and Logan situation.
Yeah, the Jason Hogan.
Yeah, the Hogan's one signing, I thought that was excellent. But the DC one, I'm like I said, like when it comes to fantasy football defense, like to me, like it's whatever. Like I take the lowest scoring, defense.
Jordan Younger was your guys' DC last year, but I'm curious to see what Buck Pierce can do with
where did he come from
with BC for next year with Nathan Rourke.
Oh, so he moved from Rourke. I think that would be great, actually.
But the thing that drives fans the most, and my co-host over on CFL Central, Carter, will pertain to this. If you're in the Grey Cup and you have Oliveira, pardon my French,
say it.
Run the motherfucking ball.
I agree.
Like that guy
did the Eagles just anything. Did. The Eagles ran and people to the ground and they play defense. Running a good run team and a good defense will win you championships. It don't matter what league that you're in. As long as you play those two and play it well, you're in line for a good championship. Look what the Eagles just did to the Chiefs, man. Like, same thing in the NFL. So why not? I agree. Run the ball, man. Just run the ball.
So we have some Toronto official signings. So Canadian receiver Hergy Mayala is now official.
He's in Toronto now?
Yeah, he went from Edmonton to Toronto.
All right, got to move that.
So that's, I mean, Toronto already has a bunch of.
Yeah, they got a lot of good receivers.
Packed.
Is Brissett still in Toronto, or is he a free agent?
Brissett's still in Toronto.
Okay, well, I mean,
so you have Coxie. So you have Coxie, Daniels, Unger, Sandini, Mittal, Brissett,
Turner just came
Mayala, Janarian Grant, and then depending on if what's his name comes back from the NFL or not.
Right.
What the Polk from, I think it was, what was it, the Colts that he signed with? Because Wilson went to the Falcons.
Right.
So I mean, their wide receivers is just insane. So then that signing is done, and then there's also the Haba defensive line one that was rumored. That one's now official, so we'll put that over on the defense line. So that gives them more help on defense.
Looking at this spreadsheet, man, like the spreadsheet keeps getting like there's only 20 rows of this, man. Like, and there's not a lot of wide receivers that are left for Edmonton. They keep getting thinner and thinner, man. It's very interesting.
Oh, you're talking about this spreadsheet. This one.
Well, I have one of my own, so I'm just looking at the skill players. So I'm looking at wide receivers and just seeing like, you know, like Gino's not there anymore. Mayala's gone. Like, yeah, they have like Duke's middlemost, but just to see their spreadsheet versus like the rest of the skill positions from the other teams, it's the lowest one that I have as far as actual like wide receiver, running back, and quarterbacks that I have listed. It's concerning, if I'm being honest with you.
So the Bratton signing to Toronto is a 2-year deal, so we'll put 2026. If you also bring up, I'm going to bring up my free agent list. There's not that many wide receivers left.
Is Mac Hollins still available? Is he one of the top ones, or did he resign? Sorry, not Mac Hollins. Alexander.
Hollins? No, no, he got released by BC. He's a free agent.
Right. That would be a good get for Edmonton, man. I think that would be nice. That would be like give them a more tried and true. I mean, I know he kind of struggled at the end, but maybe a fresh start with Trey Ford, that would be a nice 1-2 option.
Okay. And your other hope, Reggie White Jr. has now become official for his 1-year deal.
Congrats, Will and Peg. We got to restock.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If he can get back to his ways when he was with Montreal before he was injured, that's gonna be the dark horse for you guys.
As a fantasy sleeper too.
RW or WR3.
Yep, I agree. And then after that, it really would just come down to like Stearns or Cobb as far as a wide receiver 4 or 5 option, basically. And then we'll see what happens with Whitehead and a few other spots, basically. But let's see, we still got Gassama too from Manitoba. There's a few other ones that I think are just mainly camp hires that I don't know if they'll make the squad. But
yeah,
they didn't do too good in college either, so I don't expect them to say like a Daughtry or an Adams. Like they're like guys in there. And then we still got Jalen Hall, who was on the same team as Stern. So now they actually have the better Western Kentucky guy. I don't know if Hall might stick around or might make it to camp. He might get signed elsewhere. And they got Myron Mitchell down there from UAB, who made some plays, but I am going to miss Ontario Wilson. That's a guy that I talked about last year on the Canadian Football Countdown pod. Congrats to him to going to the NFL. Played at Florida State. He was an excellent. That guy knows how to track down a ball. So I'm really going to miss him. But I am happy about these signings to kind of supplement losing Wolatarski, Lawler, and Ontario Wilson. These are good signings.
So on John Federer says Leon Henderson and Matt Schultz are officially signed with Ottawa.
Schultz is an excellent short down quarterback, man. I really do like Schultz and his time at Hamilton.
Man, but now the thing is, what are you gonna do between him and Crum? Crum was the same thing.
You know how I did in Discord. I'm hashtag let Crum cook. So I'm all for Dustin Crum because I saw him in college and I know how good he was at college fantasy football. So for me, like I just want to see him because he's a gunslinger. I mean, you saw what he was able to do. But I've heard Crum can do some short yardage stuff, man. So that will be a good battle for who will be QB2 or who would act. I think Crum would probably. Do you think he would beat out Schultz as far as an actual starter? If something happens,
so my honest opinion would be that Drew Brown will be starter hands down.
Right, easily, yeah.
Then you have Matt Schultz if Drew Brown goes down, and then use Justin Crum as your short yardage.
Yep.
Trey Adams didn't play last year, so I don't know what they're doing. Trey Adams.
Oh yeah. And then Mazzoli, I'm assuming he's aging out, so he's probably just gonna be released.
Mazzoli's a UFA.
Okay, so he's available.
So I don't know what
veteran or
I mean, let's take a look here. BC, they have Bryce. But I mean, even Bryce didn't do that well when Nathan Rourke was injured.
Mm-hmm.
And Adams did crap. Or Adams was injured and Rourke did crap. Because I've seen Bryce play in Saskatchewan and he wasn't. So I could see Mazzoli going to BC maybe if the price was right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saskatchewan, I mean, they have Jake Mears backup, so I can't see him going there.
Right.
Calgary. So here's a quarterback for you. Do you know much on PJ Walker?
Yeah, he is a XFL legend, now the UFL. Also, he played a few games for the Panthers before they picked up Bryce Young with the number 1 overall pick the previous as well. Great spot starter, gunslinger, but he's like if you think of like a Lamar Jackson or the guys that would like to be a good run and passing quarterback, he definitely has those intangibles, just not on the level as say as a Lamar Jackson. But PJ Walker is capable of reading defense as well. He's 29, so he's a little bit younger as well. So he would be a good replacement. I would consider PJ Walker QB2. Like automatically when I see him, I've seen Logan Bonner play in the college as well. He played at Utah State, but that's lower tier competition. Whereas PJ Walker played at Temple, was still that one as well. But he also got to the highest levels of. He won the XFL championship with the Houston Roughnecks before they merged to the UFL with the USFL. So now that it's the UFL, Walker, he then, because of his play, he was able to get a spot on the Panthers, and then all those injuries took place and stuff like that. So PJ Walker got like 3 or 4 solid games. Now, let's face it, like he's not meant to be an NFL starter. He's meant to be a sub guy or be able to do a few packages, but he was never meant to be an NFL starter. But he was able to be on the brightest stage in the NFL, playing against these stout defenses, and held his own pretty good. Even was able to make a few people miss and stuff like that. So PJ Walker now being in the CFL, very exciting for a guy like me that got to see him in college and then get to see him in these, we don't call them minor leagues, but these spring leagues and stuff like that, to where he's really able to make a name for himself to the point to where he did get able to get signed by the Carolina Panthers. So that's a big time get. And like John there at Sports Talk said, that Walker could definitely be one of the best backups probably in the CFL, especially for VA, because I love some VA, and Walker has a bit of VA in his game as well. So I think that's a really good one. It keeps Calgary consistent, and that would keep guys like Beggleton, the guys like, the ones that was just signed, Rhymes, for example, those guys will be relevant because of guys like PJ if something was to happen to VA.
And we also have, which is interesting, we have Stavro Cacciatone saying happy free agency day and picture of the Ticat locker room.
That's a nice looking locker room. Man.
I know what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, go for it.
So I know the NFL was doing it for a while. What did you think of those report card scores? Let me see if I can pull them up.
Are you talking about with Madden ratings, or are you talking about
the
the locker room report? Yes, I know what you're talking about. I think it's good because it called out guys. So you remember the situation with the Bengals, how they were rated one of the worst, right? Because they had to like go across the street. They had to go all the way down 20 minutes to go play at Cincinnati University and stuff like that, where the owner just didn't put a lot of stock into it. Well, Joe Burrow came.
Here we go.
There you
so
go.
Here's the grades.
Oh, you guys had basically locker room.
Yeah. So basically, what these grades are is, I think it was like 495 players were asked anonymously, whichever team they played on, what they thought of the team.
Okay.
Some of these are just horrific. Edmonton,
Calgary.
Nutrition and diet, F. Training camp, F.
Thanks.
Apparently, Calgary, one of the comments down here, most players have to go to a gym to work out.
Oh, wow. They don't even have like a facility for a workout.
What else was it? There's Edmonton was serving people cold pizza.
What? For nutrition?
Yeah. Different player.
Cold pizza, but not for nutrition.
I mean, they're new owner. They got new ownership this offseason, so they'll
hopefully they get it better.
One Saskatchewan player called the food pretty poor in Saskatchewan, claiming that other teams, including Toronto, have way better options.
There you go. That's so fun. No, I think these are important though, because like I was telling you.
Here's this one. One of the Blue Bomber players saying that the plane, their private plane, is terrible and falling apart.
Well, that's not safe. They should probably get a newer one. They got all these Grey Cup appearances, man. Come on.
Like there's, like I'm pretty sure a lot of free agents are going to be using these. I mean, if it was me, I would be, using this to saying, okay, do I really want to go to Edmonton where the nutrition, diet, and training camp's horrible? Maybe not.
Right.
Saskatchewan, the only bad grade that they got was their diet. Everything else was a B or up to an A.
That's pretty good.
I mean, Hamilton's only good thing was football ops, but we know that's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was from football ops to management and administration, training staff, training and medical staff, equipment, family treatment. Like, who's going to go to Edmonton where your family's treated like crap with a D-?
Right. Not unless you give them the farm or give them enough money to deal with the unnecessary, situations or conditions for sure, which is pretty crazy.
Let's see. Anything.
All right. Rick, I got to get going, buddy.
So, okay, that's okay. I do appreciate you stopping by. Don't forget to go over to, if you want to see more of his analysts of down in the States, 3:00 on
the Canadian Football Countdown podcast. They're doing a free agency frenzy, just like Rick here. So check me out from 3 to 3:30. We're talking about players in the States of college that have a good shot of possibly making these teams and maybe being producers. We, sprinkled a little bit of option here in this chat as well. So go check that out. Please follow Rick and make sure that you follow this channel as well. I'll talk to Rick about maybe coming on during the season.
Down the road.
We'll talk a little bit more. Yeah, for sure. Sounds like people are digging us.
We'll have to
so
we'll have to do an episode just on fantasy talk.
Oh, I'm so ready. I'll talk fantasy football all the time, man.
Man, this offseason's been so long. It's like, come on, like, where's May? Like, come on, like.
Exactly. I'm stoked. I mean, at least I got some UFL in March, but I really don't. I mean, I played DraftKings and stuff, but I don't play like a full league like I do in CFL or for the NFL or college. But if you can, follow me at CFF University for all my new Canadian friends. Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure. Give me a follow. Like I said, there's analysis. I have some graphics and stuff like that. So after the episode today, I'm going to drop those graphics on X or Twitter. So be sure to check that out. And then just circle these guys of maybes. I mean, they're not guaranteed to make the camp, but if they do, they could be game changers. So,
I mean, at the same time, just before you go, we would never know about these players if it wasn't, for people like you that come up and tell us, oh, well, this is what their players.
Right. just like I'm trying to learn university, I can bring that college aspect to you guys, and we can meet in the middle. We can all get better together as far as fantasy knowledge and player knowledge and stuff like that. So that's the goal here on the States. We're trying to combine these continents together and get better when it comes to all the leagues and all the football that we talk about. Once again, Rick, thanks for having me on, buddy. And I'll talk to you probably in Discord pretty soon, bud. Guys, thanks for having me.
I will say though, you are going down in fantasy this year, my friend.
I will take up the challenge, and I will do my best to not fall off once college and NFL start. I will try to stay on top of it. But I know we have our head-to-head league and the CFC league, so I will be looking forward to our matchups. Please don't use my strategies against me, guy. So
hopefully this year I won't blow it, start hot and then. I was first. I was first for the whole league, and then come playoffs, it's just because it's one game and you're done, and it's just I just lose
elimination
the final 4 game, and it's At one point I was what 15-0 or 16-0 or something like that.
Every week one of us were trying our best to just take you down. We didn't even care if we were going to make playoffs. Our goal was just to beat Rick. So he was on a hot streak, but he smoked us for a solid 14 weeks or so. But the goal was to beat you this year.
It could be. Our answer has been done. Thanks to Connor for sharing this. Kadeem Carey has found a home.
Oh, where's it at? I got to know before I leave.
According to his Instagram, he's going for back-to-back in Toronto.
Okay. He's staying in Toronto then.
He's staying in Toronto. So that's
okay. So
that's one of the ones that we had mentioned.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll see how that works out in Toronto. But Brandon, do appreciate you stopping by and chatting some CFL news.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, and we'll see you guys pretty soon. Have a good one, guys.
Yes. So with that being said, let's go take a look over on X to see if not that one. Let's see let's get terms on this Toronto signing if they have announced it yet. Parrish. So it hasn't been announced yet. So I will, for now, I'm gonna put it on the rumors. So we can get rid of this. Also, I'm going to put it out there for those that want to come up on the panel next. There's the link. If you want to come up and talk CFL, you're more than welcome to that. We'll get rid of this one because this is official. And this one is official. Oops. And we will bring over from the free agents tab. We'll bring Kadeem Carey over to the Toronto Rumors. And actually, you know what? I could have just went like this. Just copied it over. Like so. But we will wait for that now that the official window has opened. Let's see. So I think I had just did on my tour. I'm going to go back to Hamilton because I didn't get to finish Hamilton. I think I did all of linebackers. We did up to Panabaker on the defensive backs. Jonathan Moxley was just re-signed the other day. He had 23 tackles or total tackles, 22 defensive tackles, 1 special team, 1 quarterback sack, 2 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. Daniel was drafted last year. He had 17 games. He was a special teams player. Simran Bagago, he's a national player. He had 13 games, 9 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle. He was a special teams player when he played. Again, Lawrence Woods is our returner. Give me 1 second. Oh, and I have news here. Just give me 1 second. Which player is this? So Winnipeg has just signed Josh Haggerty is now official. He can now go on the DB list, as it was just reported. I have to move some of the stuff down to give us some extra room for the DBs or anything like that. I'll take Castillo out. He is for a 2025 contract. He was with Toronto, or he was with Edmonton, so I'd have to go get the numbers off of that. Let's take a look at our other. Okay, so out of Montreal, we now have Hogan St. Don, who was he lost his starting position in Ottawa. The former second-round pick will provide depth behind Justin Lawrence. So he is now officially on the team. That was a 1-year deal, so that's 2025. Also, as I was reporting that, there's another signing that is it's Peyton Logan is now signed with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So he's now officially with them. We are just waiting on, let's see here. Okay, so now it's official. Kadeem Carey has re-signed in Toronto. I don't know the term on the signing yet, but we can now move Kadeem Carey back over to Toronto. Let's go up to Toronto. So that just makes Toronto's run game that much stronger as we pull up Kadeem Carey's numbers. He had 1,060 yards and 7 touchdowns. So now he is back with Toronto. So let's take that off of the rumor list. So as of right now, Toronto does not have any rumors per se. Let's refresh this to see if there's any more. With the whole Josh Haggerty, it says University of Saskatchewan product is a big body on special teams, so expect him to play on special teams. Farhan from TSN says don't expect the Elks to announce signings of their top free agents today. They had medical schedules with names like Seresna, Smith, Ford, and Baird. In advance of registering these deals, no issues are expected with any of them. So, The Seresna, Smith, Ford, and Bird, they had advanced registering these deals. They had medicals scheduled, but the medicals haven't been done yet, so don't be expecting any of the big signings out of Edmonton to come out today, but we know they are going to Edmonton. We are just waiting for them to be official. Nothing there. Let's go over to this phone. Nothing to report on there, so we can go back to that. So Woods is returner. Patrick Burke Jr. was drafted in 23. He was practice roster in 23. He started some games in 24. He played 10 games, 5 total tackles, 5 special teams. And then the rest of them are either draft or camp invites. Mark Leggio went 43 for 48 on special teams. 55 was his longest. He has 90%, 2 singles, or 2 rouges as they call it. And then for extra points after the touchdown, he went 38 for 40. Nick Constantino, I'm interested to see where he comes today, as he was getting looks and tryouts in the NFL, so we'll see who our punter is, or if we go and draft a new punter. And then obviously Lawrence Woods is our returner. Now we go over to who is on my list. We will go to Montreal. I should have done Montreal after Ottawa. Montreal has Davis Alexander, who is a backup to Cody Fajardo. Who was a backup to Cody Fajardo last year, but they re-signed Davis to a 3-year deal. So Davis will be the starter this year. He had 69.5%. 1,347 passing yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He also had 24 carries, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns. McLeod Bethel Thompson was a starter in Edmonton, who's now a veteran backup in Montreal. He signed a 1-year deal. He had 67.9%. Went 318 of 468. I just want to make sure that I got that right. Peyton Logan, 2-year deal. Okay, just because it just came across my screen. He had 3,748 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. Let's see. Does this? Though I thought it would assume that he wasn't going back to. So there's no official word on Kadeem Carey's contract, if it's a 1-year or 2-year. I would assume at least a 1-year deal for Kadeem Carey, but again, we don't want to just assume. McLeod Bethel Thompson had 11 carries for 83 yards and no touchdowns. And then Caleb Evans had 8 games played, 26 for 45, 57.8% completion, 307 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, whereas he had 24 carries for 55 yards and 4 touchdowns. So we have some more signings. Those aren't official yet. So those are just rumors. That was the BC signings of The BC rumors. Let me go over to the BC rumors for quite a second. That was the Adam McClare linebacker, and then Williams and Adeleke both rumored. Those haven't been official yet. As we currently wait to. That's the thing, John, is with the quarterbacks in Montreal. Because here's the thing. So when McLeod was in Toronto, McLeod did well until Chad Kelly took over. Then McLeod went to Edmonton, and he only had Curly Gittens Jr. and Gino Lewis. He did okay, but they didn't have much of winning. Now he's in Montreal, and they have Speaker, Rambo, Philpott, Sneed, Mac. Like, there's... Like, I'm sure if McLeod Bethel Thompson had became starter in Montreal, he would have good numbers in Montreal. But with him being 36, I guess the staff, Jason Moss, Dan Machocha in Montreal, don't think that McLeod is that much of a starter. Now, keep in mind, if Davis Alexander gets injured or doesn't prove himself, there's always that starter position there for him. We also have Walter Fletcher for running back, who led their okay, so the Hamilton Ticats. I'll get back to this Walter Fletcher thing in a second. Hamilton Ticats have just officially made the signing official of Brian Cole II to just all officials coming through and trying to Brian Cole joins us from Winnipeg. He does play the linebacker DB position, so he's you can see him go in there. I personally have him penciled. Let me just take him off of the rumors. I have him penciled in on the same linebacker behind Stubblefield. So now that has been announced, let me see here. Trying to keep up with everything on two phones. Chance. Logan, that's 2 years. See, I don't know if this is what his actually contract was, because they didn't say it. They just rumored of him coming to Hamilton. Let's go back to Montreal, as I was explaining before that breaking news came in. So Walter Fletcher and Stanback were the two-headed monster in Montreal. William Stanback is now going to Ottawa. So Fletcher and Erlington will be the kind of two-headed monster, depending on how the other running backs go through camp, because they have, 7 now? And then, like I had mentioned, with the wide receivers, the wide receivers will do well this year. Some of them were injured, Some of them, like Grant, went to Edmonton, or rumored to go to Edmonton. But like a lot of these players, Philpott was injured for half the season. Sneed was injured for half the season. Mack was injured for the season. So, that's again a deadly. That's why I'm saying outside of the West, as of right now, if I was to say, unless there is anyone that's going to make any splashes today outside of what we already know, I'm saying this is going to be the first time in CFL history that you have 4 East teams going to the West on paper, because Hamilton has a strong receiver group if everyone signs. Toronto does, Ottawa does, Montreal does if everyone's healthy. It's an anyone's game when it comes to receivers in the West. In the East. In the West, it's a whole different ballgame, but we'll get into that once I get over to the West teams. So you had 3 receivers over 700 yards. That's not bad. Almost 800 yards in 9 games. Let me refresh this. Okay, so the players that for Edmonton, those 4 players, they have their medicals on Wednesday. So before you can officially be signed a contract, you have to have a medical. And because those players haven't had their medicals yet, they will announce those signings tomorrow. It says that as no issues are expected, General Manager Ed Harvey is a stickler for details. So that is it for that. The offensive line, there's no stats there. Defensive line for Montreal is kind of looking a bit thin. I mean, you had 14 sacks last year. But I mean, I'm sure there was other players that, I mean, the whole Sean Lemon thing. For those that don't know, Sean Lemon was caught gambling on his own game, so he's been banned from the CFL indefinitely. Let's see here. Tyrese Beverett and Darnell Sankey are the 2 main guys on the linebacker crew. As you can tell, there's 218 tackles between the 2 in 18 games. They have 9 special teams, 9 total tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 3 interceptions, 7 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries between the 2 of them. So they're the 2-headed monster in Montreal. Then if we go to, DBs, we have Brace Cosby and Wesley Sutton leading the way with Ento and Najee Murray. And don't forget Marc-Antoine Duquois as well as the 5 DBs for Montreal. The interesting thing will be the kicking group, as you have David Cote and Jose Maltos as their kickers. And then Sam Clark and Joseph Zima as their punters. Just give me 1 second. Let me just. So with that, let's then head to. We're gonna start making our way west. We spoke with Brandon earlier about the Winnipeg, so I'll just do like a rundown. Won't spend much time on it. Quarterbacks, you have Collaros, Strevler, Dolagala. Shea Patterson's supposed to be rumored to go to Winnipeg. Then you have Brady Oliveira, who had 1,353 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns. He also has a receiving game as well. Peyton Logan also comes into their running game as well since Johnny Augustine left. So I'll be interested to see how well they do on there. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. And then receivers, Nick Dembski and Dalton Schoen. So Dalton Schoen was the top receiver 2 years ago. Last year he was injured. I'm not sure what his injury was, but there's those as 1A, 1B. You can intertwine them. You have Dylan Mitchell, who will most likely, Dylan Mitchell, Jarrett Stearns, and Reggie Miller. You can put any one of those as your 3, 4, and 5. You also have Claricius and Wheatfall. Again, there's a strong core. Well, not as strong as the East, but they still have depth in that. So who knows what you could get with Zach Claris with that receiving group. Give me 1 second. And then defensive line, they have Willie Jefferson, Jake Thomas, Jamal Woods, Devin Adams that have their core. They did have Mile Fox and Garbutt, but they're rumored to come to Hamilton. Nothing's official yet. They do get quite quarterback sacks, tackles for loss. And let's see, nothing over on that side. Let's go back here to yeah, I seen that already. What else do I have? I have another message coming through. So again, like I said, Brian Cole, that's official. The let's see, we're gonna go down to linebackers. So Adam Bighill is a free agent, so he was their bread and butter for linebackers in Winnipeg. So he's gone. Now they have Tony Jones, Jonathan Jones, and Kyrie Wilson, and Shane Gauthier as well as their 4 linebackers for Winnipeg. DBs, Tyrell Ford. So the brother of Trey Ford, Tyrell Ford, left Winnipeg to go to Edmonton. So now they have Evan Holmes, Retta Crumdy, Diedrich Nichols, Michael Griffin II, and Tyrell Bonds. Dexter Lawson Jr. played for us last year and the year before that. I don't know why I have that. I can take that out. Josh Haggerty just signed for Winnipeg. He was with Edmonton last year, so we can I just don't have the terms on that yet. I just know that it's 1-year deal. Let's see if it says it on here. Peyton Logan, got that. That doesn't tell me what I want. And then we have Sergio Castillo. So here's the interesting for Sergio Castillo is, he missed 13 field goals. Beginning half of the season, they're using chip balls, and then that was a disaster. So then they got rid of the chip balls, and then they just used regular kicking balls. So he hit 80%. The thing that is wild is he set a CFL record for a 60-yard field goal. Now, when we talk 60 yards, we're talking so 55 is half. So we're talking the other team's 50-yard line if you were to go. So that's how far of a field goal that was. So he broke a record for that last year. 3 ruches or singles, and he only missed 1 extra point, going 38 for 39. Nothing else on there. That one's already there. Nothing on that. And then Jamison Sheehan was their punter last year. And then Sergio Castillo did kickoffs. And then Lucky Whitehead had 524 yards for a punt return and 477 yards for a kickoff. So that is Winnipeg. Again, we'll go into more depth into everything as the day goes on. Saskatchewan rumors. Tommy Stevens is supposed to be going from Calgary to Saskatchewan. Again, it hasn't been official yet. Philip Gauthier or Gagnon is going from Montreal to Saskatchewan. I put that on the wrong team. Never mind. I just forgot to. I was using the grid layout here, and I just forgot to take him out. And then Trayvon Campbell. Do I not have him in the DBs? Yes, I do. Okay. So I can remove that because that was official as well. Okay, so as I'm talking about Saskatchewan, we now have the Tommy Stevens signing for Saskatchewan is now official. So let's go add him to their quarterback room. Let's grab this and move it down 1 to there. Take that out so that's spaced out better. So you have Harris, Mayer, Cone, Hires, and Tommy Stevens. Which I'll have to get his numbers also. And that was all the rumors for Saskatchewan. Let's refresh. Oops. Okay, so that's that. Let's see here. Let's go to Saskatchewan. So now they have 5 QBs that will have to battle it throughout camp, and I'm pretty sure Tommy Stevens is a 1-year deal. Yeah, Randy Workman. Yeah, that's the funny thing is, both Jake Mayer and Stevens were both with Logan Bonner in Calgary, and both quarterbacks are now in Saskatchewan. Who would have thought Calgary's starter and backup would end up on the same team in Saskatchewan. You have Raquel Armstead, who did well in Ottawa, and then he got released in Ottawa, and then came over to Saskatchewan, where he had 862 yards, over 160 carries for 3 touchdowns. You have AJ Ouellette, who was injured for half of the season last year, have 550 rushing yards on 130 carries, and also 3 touchdowns and 140 yards in passing as well. Thomas Burand Hudon is basically a third string running back, fullback type thing. So he doesn't get as much time, but he gets limited. When it comes to receivers, they have Samuel Amulis, who had over 1,000 yards. Keyshawn Johnson had 746 yards. Keon Schaefer-Baker, 735 yards. And then Baines Jr., 581. You also have Picton, who gets the odd reception if they need to. Mario Alford, as people always call him, Mario Alford's Super Mario. He's the returner, so that's why he doesn't get many looks. Wayne Ruby Jr. Now, that's a college player that's supposed to have high hopes in Saskatchewan as a wide receiver. Let's see here. Then we have the offensive line. Again, there's really no stats on the offensive line that I can go over. So you have 4 defensive line. So Mike Carney came over from Calgary for Saskatchewan's defensive line. They also lost Cox Jr. and Cox Jr. and Micah Johnson. Malik Carney is still there. He came over from Hamilton a few years ago. So them, and then they'll have to have some of their. Benoit Marion came from Hamilton last year. They'll have to have some of their defensive lines players step up, or even if they go and re-sign some players, they'll have to work out how they're going to retool the defensive line. Between the goalposts, aka Noah from the X, who is also, which I got to show his special teams numbers later on. Favorite signing of the free agent period. Sorry. So now, are we talking official or non-official? As far as signing period. Unofficial from the East hasn't happened. Okay, official. Ooh, that's gonna be good question. Saskatchewan hasn't just did the quarterback one, so they haven't really added much. I want to say officially Edmonton. Those ones aren't official yet. I'm gonna say. So there's a couple of them. I know you said what's my top one. I want to see how Winnipeg, their 3 receivers, fill in for Kenny Lawler, because Kenny Lawler won't be back, and Ontario Wilson won't be back. So it'll be interesting to see between Dalton Schoen coming back and those 3 receivers that they signed, who's going to step out? Toronto with the whole Kadeem Carey signing, that will be interesting to see how they do Kadeem Carey and Kevin Brown and Dante McMahon. Something tells me they're gonna use all 3. But I'm curious to see if they're gonna use Kadeem Carey as a big part in their offense like they did this year, or if they're gonna, Dante McMahon, if they're gonna use him more, Kevin Brown more. So that's why I'm saying it's gonna be interesting to see how well Toronto does. Also, how well Toronto's receivers. I mean, other than Paul gone, but you guys now have Herji Mayala. Brissett was injured last year. Unger only played 12 games. Matal only played 12 games. How much overall is the group gonna come when it comes to Polk being replaced? Who knows? Polk might even come back. You never know. Montreal. It'll be interesting to see how McLeod Bethel Thompson does in Montreal, if he's going to be starter or not. Okay, so the Joshua Archibald rumored signing is now official. So he comes over from BC. So let me add that to the list. I don't know what his year of contracts is. I'll have to look that up. So that's going to help them on the defensive line with Sean Lemon now officially gone. Dylan Wynn not back. So that will be there. And then the other interesting free agent signing that I'm going to bring up is, this one's done too. Let me remove that. It's going to be, how's Ottawa going to do? Because now they have Crum, Schultz, Drew Brown, William Stanback. How's he going to do in Ottawa since he came over from BC? Is he going to do better? Because Ottawa didn't really have a running back per se. They had players filling in, like Braylon Addison in that. But yeah, they didn't have much of saying, so that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Also, it's going to be interesting to see because now Ackland's retired from Ottawa. How does Pimpleton have a bigger role? How does Addison do? Marner get more playing time? It'll be interesting to see how Ottawa does. Just before I go into more detail, I gotta remove Kadeem Carey from this because this is our our free agent tracker. So we're gonna up that, remove this. Reset. Done. So we have Dukes, Mazzoli, Bonner, Prukop, and Davis as the quarterbacks still available. Hickson, Augustine, Mackey, Morrow, Albert Awachi is still available. Feltmate retired, so we might as well just take him out. And then Tuck, Calver, and Regis are all available for fullbacks. And let's move that. Just before I continue on the free agent list. Okay, so the Archibald signing is a 2-year deal. So we have 2026. What else do we have here? So that's that. We'll put that on there. Let's refresh this one over here. Ooh, interesting. So our first official non-tampering signing has just happened, and it is Micah Iway has now gone to BC Lions. So let's put him over in the linebacker group. We'll delete that. So he's now over in BC. So you will have Micah Awe, this is his 4th stint with the team apparently. So you'll have him, Ben Halatic, Josh Woods, and Ely. That will make up that signing. Miles Fox is now official. Give me 1 second here. And gold. Let me send this. See, yeah, you got so many people that want. Ooh, another breaking news out of BC, and we were wondering this earlier. Jeremiah Mazzoli to BC. So that explains where I had mentioned this earlier, and I should have placed a bet on it when we were talking about quarterbacks with Brandon earlier. We were talking about where Jeremiah Mazzoli can go, and he has now gone to BC because they need a veteran quarterback for behind Nathan Rourke. So Jeremiah Mazzoli is now off to BC, so we can remove him. I just got to copy this over to this. I don't know what his contracts are yet. But now that we had that, so we got that. Let me see here. BC. So we got BC. So we got that one done. So we got to remove Mazzoli from here. Fix this. So we got 2 or 4 quarterbacks left. So let's go back over to X. So that'll be notified once that, and then we gotta move Mile Fox from here over to our official signings, and that is okay. So I don't know on that. I'm sure the terms will come out. This is a 2-year deal, so we're gonna put Maya Fox 2026. Oh, as Edom Raw Podcast, who's another Tycat podcast, they just posted on social media. It's hunting season because Miles' last name is Fox, so that's a nice little pun. I can't remember where I was. So we got that. So we got to take him off our rumors list. We have free agent tracker. Did I take Michael Alway? Okay, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna fix the list here. So we got that. And also those that are watching, don't forget to like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, because we will have watch alongs this season, as I have over on Streamlabs, all different kinds of designs and everything, pop-up videos and everything that my good friend Carter from CF Satin Cheryl did for us. So I will have that. What else did I just seen something out of the corner of my eye. It was to do with, did I remove him? Yes, I did. He's Mayala's official. Let's click on this. No official news on the contract terms. Now we got this one. The Jeremiah Mazzoli one is most likely a 1-year deal. Randy, that's the thing with Calgary. You should know Dave Dickinson by now. They're always, I mean, let's be honest, you guys do have rhymes, so I'm curious to see how Bagleton and Rhymes do with Vernon Adams. Excuse me. If anyone needs a reset, it's going to be Jalen Philpott. The other Philpott brother is with Montreal. But if anyone needs a reset, it's going to be Jalen Philpott in Calgary. He's going to, I want to say, I could honestly see him doing like maybe an 800 to 1,000 yards. Call me crazy, but with Vernon Adams is like your guys' savior after missing the playoffs last year. And then don't forget, you guys also have Clark Barnes and Cam Eccles as well. The one thing I will say you guys have a problem with, if anything, is going to be running backs. So if we just take a look at running backs, Hickson, maybe. I could see maybe Hickson going there, but other than that, I don't see Mills. Yeah, Mills had 923 yards, but Hill, if something were to happen to Mills, I do not see Hill coming in and having a crazy yeah, so okay, so Mazzoli, just give me 1 second, let me come back to this Calgary thing. So Mazzoli is a 1-year deal, and Roar Report on X, who is a news person for the BC Lions, said that BC chose Mazzoli over Dukes to compete for the QB2 spot. So NBC Woods tore his ACL early last season. Other than that, nothing on notes from there. Let's switch over to the other device. And nothing new over there. Let's go back to Sask. Or no, sorry, we're on Calgary. My apologies. So the only thing that it's you guys lost Logan. But you guys, unless you guys bring up someone from the States that no one knows about, or you guys trade for someone, your guys' running game, if Mills was to get injured, is going to go down the toilet. Just saying. Defense-wise, you guys have flow back. Nothing screams out to me on defensive line. Let's go see the tracker. I mean, you still have Cox Jr. You still have Nick Usher. Like, there's still Dylan Wynn, Josh Banks, Laner the second, Christmas. Like, there's still I should just put suspended just so that I can take that out later. Like, there's still defensive linemen out there, but as of right now, there's no one that says Calgary's scary on the defensive line. Anyways, as we go to linebackers, am I just missing something, or have you guys not? Let me look this up because I just want to see if it's just me, or have you guys? Okay, so I did miss one. Where is he? Linebacker. He did resign on the 24th of January. Okay, so I missed that one. So we can put him back over here. Delete this. We can add him. What's this with Elk News? Okay. No, not really Elk News. What was his? Contract. Caught. Okay, so his is only a 1-year deal. Free agent tracker. So I'll move this over to Calgary. Okay, so they have at least one good player on your linebacker. If Big Hill's going to go anywhere, I can honestly see it being. Oops. I can honestly see it being Calgary. If he was to go anywhere, that's where. Oh, thanks, Randy. Thanks for letting me know that the Damon Webb to Calgary is now. What? Yeah, well, we all know that. I don't think you got that sync. So they told me what the card. Anyway, just apologize for that. So Damon Webb to Calgary is official, so we can add Damon Webb to that. Again, I don't know what his. Oh yeah, Connor. It's funny because he's trying to find information on my new car, and so with their Kia, they have an app where they can look at stuff through the app. Like you can do all kinds of things, and I'm not going to say where I work, but where I work, that car company has the same thing too. He's trying to find information on the Focus that I just got, and he can't find any information, and he's just getting mad over with Ford. It's like, listen, car companies make money for the sake of making money, and we don't get paid for making those dumb decisions, but it is what it is. Tommy Stevens to sign Saskatchewan. Yeah, I moved that over earlier. We were talking with Randy about that, about the of how Jake Mayer and Tommy Stevens both came from Calgary. Who would have thought? Corey goes, my main Rick doing football's God's work. Cat Talk Network, TSN. Yes, I'm trying to do. I'm going to be on here till about 8 o'clock. So TSN usually does 8 till 6. I'm doing 8 to 8. And I still have. This was full at the beginning. It's probably down to here. So at some point, I will have to step away for a second to fill up my water bottle. But to go back to where I was with Calgary, after I had to, let me just refresh my two screens. Nothing new on the news front. So Damon Webb is now official. So let me go back here. So the thing with the linebackers, Randy, is you guys need to sign someone. So this is, I can honestly see Adam Bighill coming to Calgary in some shape or form because they need a veteran player. BC the Adam Auclair signing is now official. Okay, we will add that to the BC linebacker group, and let's go over to the rumors. And let's go there. Also, those people that do follow the NFL, Hopkins that played for KC did retire today. So I'm pretty sure. Did I have? No, I didn't have years listed on that. So I still got to find out the years on those two. It would not surprise me if the Micah one is a multi-year deal. Now we do. Corey, you're hilarious. Is that far water? Listen, that's Brita water. Randy says he would love that if Adam Bighill came to Calgary. That would be nice. Another official signing is Keon Julian Grant is now official with Edmonton Elks. So now we can move that over, and that is a 1-year deal. So that will hopefully help out the Elks in the let's see. So that is that. So now they got Julian Grant and Julian Grant and Curly Gittins Jr. My mistake. I will be interested to see who becomes starter, because as of right now, don't shoot the messenger. Trey Ford is the starter. However, if Trey Ford struggles, do they put in Cody Fajardo? Because Cody Fajardo was the starter in Montreal last year. So we will see how that goes. I am still officially awaiting. There is one signing that I'm just waiting for it to be official. And when it does become official, I'm assuming he'll be at tomorrow's meet and greet. And that is Mr. Kenny Lawler. I'm waiting for that official signing to come through the neck of the woods. Most likely, like the whole Edmonton thing, they probably have to go through what is it? They most likely have to go through medical. And then once they're cleared for medical, then they will once they're cleared through medical, then they'll most likely become official. Let's just take a look at this. Sure on that. Let's refresh this. And okay, so we already mentioned that one as they do become official. Which one was that? Free agent. Got the Toronto ones. Got that one there. Okay. Let's go back to Calgary because we were talking about Calgary here. Oh, now the joke is Jeremiah Mazzoli, you're a lion. The puns that people come up with. Corey says Cody will be starting by week 6 with or without injury. Book it. Hope I'm wrong, but I think Cody's is the better quarterback. I mean, now that you don't have Chris Jones, you have who is their offensive coordinator? Jordan Masimic. You never know what happens with Trey Ford with Jordan Masimic as their offensive coordinator. But let's bring up the elephant in the room. So now that Damian Webb is in Calgary, what happens with DeMario Houston? The guy was just arrested for domestic violence, hitting someone in the face with a suitcase. Now, is the league going to suspend DeMario Houston, and for how long or not? That is the question, because if that's the case, that's a big hole in their DB's position. Connor says, I hope Ford sees it as an opportunity to learn and grow. You know what? Just as long as Edmonton finally gives this guy a shot, because you gotta remember, they have new ownership in Edmonton. They now have to win all the fans back. So all the fans were chanting, "We want Ford" last season. So then it becomes, okay, you start with Ford, but then if Cody Fajardo does well in camp, do you give him the spot or do you go with Ford? It's something that you got to see with what's coming on what's going to happen with camp. No notifications yet. It's going to be one of those things that if they may save the Kenny Lawler mystery signing for tomorrow, because they sent out a tweet that says mystery autograph session tomorrow. Now, I was at the mystery autograph session last year, and it was just the players that signed free agent contracts on day one last year. So there's Luther, Barlow, Hendricks, Peters, O'Leary, Orange. So it's basically going to be whoever signs a free agent contract on day one. I can see Wolotarski being there tomorrow. Cole's already signed. Fox is already signed. So those three will already be there. Apparently, Stubblefield said on Instagram yesterday that he was flying to Hamilton to why else would you fly to Hamilton? So other than the team announcing that signing's official, so he'll be there. We're just waiting for the Big Apple to fall. But other than that, Demario Houston, Damian Webb, if they both play this year, okay, you have two good DBs out there. But the other other four, you have two quarterback sacks, one interception. They don't other than Vernon Adams and your receiving group, Calgary's not scary at all. Listen, smart Alec, you could fly to, actually, listen, they can't fly to Hamilton yet because Porter it's not June yet. So he would have to fly. Actually, no. I'll even do this one even better for you, Connor. Why fly when you can take via rail from Montreal to Hamilton? How about that? Oh, smart Alec. Yeah, but nothing really. Logan, yeah, he's not your. I just put this here just for numbers for last year. But Peyton Logan, you guys lost him to Winnipeg. There's no one there. Cody Grace is supposed to be the punter rumored to be going to Edmonton. You guys have Paredes. You guys don't have a punter. But yeah, nothing screams scare besides your quarterback and some of your receivers, if anything. Before I go to Saskatchewan, let's take a look. This guy right here. As of right now, Toronto does not have a punter. Does John Haggerty, the punter, not the defensive back, go to Edmonton? Or sorry, not Edmonton, Calgary, because now Calgary does not have a punter. Boris Beatty, he's 35. Where's he going to end up? Does he just retire? Dean Faithful, former kicker, 2 years ago from Edmonton. Does he? Oh, I didn't. Boris Beatty's a free agent. Julian's in the NFL. So again, Edmonton does not have a punter. So it'll be interesting to see where John Haggerty goes. Let's just take a look at the free agents before the ones that we know of anyways. Before we go to Saskatchewan. Dukes, Bonner, Prukop, and Davis are the quarterbacks. Hickson, Johnny Augustine, McKee, Morrow, Awitchi, Tuck, Calver, and Regis are the running backs and fullbacks. You have Stephen Dunbar, Hollins, Markin, Michelle, Acklin retired, so we can take Acklin off of here. O'Leary Orange, Lucky Whitehead, Nate Bahar, Eli Stove. Apparently, I can't remember who it was. Someone told. Oh, I think that was who was it? Between the Goalposts, who had mentioned that Eli Stone is going to be a good special teams guy. There's still a bunch of good offensive linemen out there. Figueroa just needs to be bubble wrapped because that guy has been injured for I don't know how long for the last 2 years. He just he needs to be bubble wrapped. Now that he posted this, still haven't found out what Kadeem Carey's new contract is, if it's 1 or 2 year deal. Something tells me it's going to be a 1 year deal. Defensive line, Nick Usher, Brian Cox Jr., Avery Ellis, Pete Robertson, Dylan Wind. Give me 1 second here. She is. Okay. When so many people send you messages. Okay, so a Blue Bomber fan goes, I noticed that Kenny Lawler hasn't been announced by the Ticats yet. Clearly, they know his talents. Are we getting severe on CFL Free Agency Day 1? And then someone had mentioned, no matter the GM, this is what Ticats do, and they wait to announce everything. Edmonton hasn't announced their big dogs yet. Let's see here. Rick Zamprin. Just before I get into Rick Zamprin's comments, Ottawa. Peter Godbird for Ottawa, from Saskatchewan to Ottawa, offensive line. Just came up on my screen, and it is a 2-year deal. So that's 2026 because you got to include 2025 and 2026. So that is off of the rumor list, so we can remove that. I am going to just switch over to my other screen for a second because I'm going to. Who was that sent that out? Because I'm actually curious. Okay, so I'm going to go and where is it? This person. Oh, you can't. Oh, replies. Here we go. Oh snap! Give me 1 second. Either has Gino Lewis to Ottawa. So, Ticat breaking news. So, the Hamilton Ticats have just announced what this. What is this? That is not. How is that breaking news when it's all from October? Give me 1 second. On screen still shows October's practice schedule. So apparently Ticats have announced their schedule for the first week of training camp. However, it has not been updated on the Ticats website, because if you go to check out the practice schedule, it still mentions October 21st to 25th, last week of against Ottawa. So that's not really breaking news, Ticats. Going back to my comment that I was going to mention. Let's see here. Oh, yes. Connor asked, say hi to Phil. Hey, Phil, how's it going? Wherever you are, if you're at work, you're at home. Yeah, they say read the dates. I did read. Oh, never mind. Well, then why would they? Oh, never mind. Duh. Never mind. I will go back. I will delete that. Oh, I can't. Delete. I will just delete it because I did not realize it said 2023. Why they posted that in Greenworks, I have no idea. But as I was going to say, Rick Zamperin, who also does, who is a media person for the Ticats, goes, can Miles Fox become the next Ted Laurent? A big man in the trenches with a high motor who can take on a double team, while he played only 7 games over 3 seasons with the Ticats. Certainly hope so. I mean, if he can be a replacement for Teddy, you know, I'm all for it. Let's see here. Ooh, breaking news for Ticat fans, and we are. Oh, it's not breaking news. It's just re-signing. So let me just send this off to a certain someone. So let's retweet this. So Ticats have signed offensive lineman. Wait for it to load. Okay, why isn't this? I'll have to pull it up over here. Why is this not pulling up, people? Jacob Zott. Jacob Zott is a national offensive lineman, so we got to add him to our offensive line. Jacob Zott, national, because he played for McMaster. To a 1-year contract, even better. 26, 2025. Sorry, excuse me for that. So, Jacob Zott, welcome back to Hamilton, my friend. He was he was a depth. I'm just trying to think. Oh, where did we have him last year? I'm gonna put him off to the side here because I gotta add him later once I have time to look at the depth chart to see where we had him. I'm just gonna put missing. The other thing that I wanted to take a look at is there's a player that came up. I just want to see. Oh, the player that I was trying to see what he was saying is just responding to signings for defense. Okay. So out of BC with the Awe signing, C. Woods moving to Will linebacker. Hladek moving to second down linebacker, 3 to 4. Okay, let's see what else we have. Before I go back and to start talking about free agents, we have Previous Bounce, Godbird. Oh, I missed that signing. So this one for BC Lions is now official, so we can move him over. He's from Saskatchewan. Word to the wise, he is not somebody you want to see for chiropractic neck adjustment. So I guess chiro. Okay. I don't know if that's a 1-year deal or not. Let's just scroll through here. Nothing else on that side. So let's go back to free agents. Dante Williams. Okay, I just did that one. So we have Nick Usher, Brian Cox Jr., Avery Ellis, Pete Robertson, Dylan Wind, Joshua Banks, David Menard, Miles Brown, Anthony Lanier II, DeMarcus Christmas, Romero McKnight, Sean Lemon is suspended indefinitely, Nigel Romick, Charbel DeBarry, AC Leonard, Woody Barron, Christian Albright, Brock Garlock, Nathan Cherry, and Mark Ho Cheng. So those are the DLs that are still out available. Linebacker is even worse because you have Adam Big Hills, 36, 48 tackles. And then you have Treyon Freedy, Carthel Flowers Lloyd, who was a big special teams player for us. He only did play 12 games last year. Adam Knorr, Les Maru, Salas Stewart, Frederick Chanon, Darius Williams, who's a linebacker, Isaiah Messam, Enoch Akonzo, who was with us last year, Malik Slements, that was with Toronto, and Gary Johnson Jr. for that. Moncrief, was that one ever? Oh, what's this? Was the Moncrief signing official? Just trying to take a look here. Nothing's official with the Moncrief one. That's just rumors. Purifoy, who is currently fighting a suspension due to an enhancement drugs, so he's a maybe. Don't know where he's gonna be. Trey Robertson. We have Conte Evans, Brandon Dambridge, who is a returner for Ottawa last year, Will Sutherland, Malcolm Thompson, Nick Stallis, Nathan Cherry, defensive line. We just got word that Nathan Cherry has just signed a 1-year deal with the BC Lions. So let's go over to their defensive line, Cherry 2025. And he only played 1 game last year. Not something to write home about. Oh, yes, yeah, the Canadian depth for Jacob Zott. Offensive lineman. So we can go remove Nathan Cherry off this list. Move Mark Ho-Ching up. Okay, so we're down here. So I'm actually quite shocked that TJ Lee and Brandon Alexander have not been signed yet. Jaden Delkey. What else do we have here? Oh, we already have that. Refresh that. Okay, so the Moncrief signing is now official. So Phil does not say go Argos go. Connor, nice try. So Randy, so that's why I was confused between the linebackers, because he's actually a DB, but he plays Sam linebacker. So we're gonna move Moncrief there. And copy this to Calgary. So there's another. Oops, I did that backwards. So he will be your Sam linebacker, apparently. And they're moving on from Brandon Dozier. The only thing is the deal. Phil, you're a complete traitor. I don't even associate you with Ticats fans anymore, you traitor. Phil knows who I'm talking about. Phil is a traitor. Let's see here. No other signings on there or on X. So let's go back to our trade tracker here. We can remove Moncrief from the list and move everyone else up one. And okay, I just said that. Let's remove this. But yeah, no, there's our TJ Lee and Brandon Alexander are really Purefoy if he can get signed by anyone, and Trey Roberson. Those are the only 4 DBs that are really worth writing home about. Anyways, I was going to go start on with Saskatchewan in our stops across the CFL. So you have Harris, Jake Mayer, and Tommy Stevens as quarterbacks that have a lot of experience. Jack Cohen just signed last year. Give me 1 second because we have another signing. We have, who was it? Okay, so we have, let's go over to our offensive lineman. David Foucault has gone from Edmonton to BC. So let's put that there. Let's just move this up one spot so that we don't have to do that. Yes, Phil. I know you say you cheer for the Argos and Ticats, but listen, bud, full-heartedly, there's only one team's blood in your system. It's either Ticats or Argos. It can't be both, my friends. And Phil knows I'm only kidding. What was that? Let me go over to my other screen over here and look it up. Oh, CFL headlines. Okay. To a 1-year deal. Okay, so it's only a 1-year deal of that offensive lineman for the BC Lions. So we can remove him off the list. As that signing was just coming across my devices. One offensive lineman that I am still surprised he is still available. That if I needed an offensive lineman, I would go sign him is Isaiah Cage. How Isaiah Cage is still available is beyond me. Yeah, we already know that Winnipeg Sun. We already know about the signings. Just rehydrate. As I go talk some Saskatchewan Roughriders. So that's going to be an interesting battle with those 5 quarterbacks. I honestly think it will be Harris, Mayer, Stevens, and then Jack Cohn or Harris will end up on the practice squad. Armstead and Ouellette will both be battling for the running back starting position. There's nothing to say for sure that Armstead has the position, and there's nothing to say for sure that Ouellette has the position set in stone. Then we go to the receiver group, which I had mentioned earlier with Samuel Emilis, Keyshawn Johnson, John Schaefer-Baker, Sean Bain, and then Mayers. Added a little Tommy Neild from Toronto, and then Mitchell Picton and Super Mario, as people call him, Mario Alford. You know, again, there's so many good receiver groups in the league. It's hard to say on paper who's going to be the top dominant one. Offensive line, again, there's really no stats that we can go off of offensive linemen. The only thing that I will say about Saskatchewan is apparently Saskatchewan's offensive linemen are a dime a dozen. There's at least 2 to 4 offensive linemen who get injured every year. Roar report for BC Lions. It's a fan. He just said if Foucault sees the field for BC Lions, I'm burning my season tickets. He's awful. I mean, everyone has their opinions, but it is what it is. Ooh, here we go. A Toronto Argonaut signing. We have Will Sutherland Heading down the QEW to join the Toronto Argonauts. Will Sutherland was a DB for Hamilton last year. He is 28. He is American. He only played 8 games last year, but with all of the players that were lost to free agency in the depth, he brings some signing over there. The interesting thing is the whole back and forth with Toronto and Hamilton. Players go from Toronto to Hamilton all the time. We had a bunch come from Toronto last year. We had a few go to Toronto from Toronto or from Hamilton to Toronto last year. It's just interesting of how many go. And if you don't know CFL that very well, the Toronto and Winnipeg and Saskatchewan and Edmonton and Calgary, you can ask any fan you want. Everyone's going to have a different opinion. Some people are going to say the Saskatchewan Winnipeg rivals the top rival in the league. Some people are going to say the Toronto Hamilton rivalry in the league is the top. You may even see the Edmonton Calgary one. I will say this though. Every Labor Day weekend. So for those that don't know, Labor Day weekend is the first weekend of September, end of November. It is, as people like to call it in NCAA football, that is rival week. You have Saskatchewan playing Winnipeg, and I don't want to get the two confused because they also play the week after too. It's so the let's see here. We want Labor Day. So Labor Day is always in Winnipeg. Banjo Bowl, which is the rematch of Labor Day, is also always in Saskatchewan. The Labor Day game between Hamilton and Toronto is always in Hamilton, except for this year. Instead of 2 Hamilton games in Hamilton this year, we have 2 Toronto games in Toronto, and we have 1 game in Hamilton this year. So let's refresh this to see if it tells me the year signed who played 8 games. I want to say maybe a 1-year contract, but again, nothing's official on there yet, so I don't know if the Will Sutherland one is 1 year or 2 years. Okay, so until they announce another signing, let's go back to Saskatchewan. No, Banjo Bowl. No, because Labor. Right. Yes. Thank you, Connor. I was mistaken the days because it was so close. So Labor Day is in Saskatchewan. Banjo Bowl is in Winnipeg. Because I was looking at the wrong week from last year, and it was so close. Like there's literally from August 31st to September 6th. That Sunday till the 6th of last year, there was 7 games in that week span. This year, it's completely different. What do we have? Oh no, that is this year. So they have 7. Let me see here. Let me show here. So we have. So this is Labor Day week. So we have. Labor Day week here, and then within 4 games. Like, talk about. Oh, who was that? I already knew about that one. Okay, we knew about that. But yeah, so that's 7 league games in a matter of what was that? 1, 2 seconds, 3. That's probably like 7 days, 7 games in 7 days. That is crazy. Connor says because the players Westwood who call Saskatchewan people banjo picking inbreds. I'm not gonna mention comments or names or anything. Comment on that. The rivalry between Saskatchewan and Winnipeg is interesting. Also, another signing. Adam Kunar. Let me go back. Let me just minimize this for a second. Adam Kunar, who is, where did I see him? Adam Kunar. Adam, where are you, Adam? Adam's right here. He is going from Calgary to BC. And what was he? He was a linebacker. So another national player. To BC. And let's take add a crane right off there and redo this. Remove that. We are still waiting for the big signing in Hamilton to happen. Whenever it does happen, hopefully it happens today. Also with this Kunar note, he's rejoining his hometown team, so he's from the Vancouver, BC area. His high school teammate. Oh, he was high school teammates with current Leo defenseman Christian Covington. So Christian Covington, who is a former NFL player. I know he had times with the Chargers. I don't know off the top of my head, but he was in BC. You also have Betts over in BC as well. Let me just double check this. Okay, so we've seen those, seen that. Okay, nothing new on there. Let me refresh this. Okay, Riders. So the Philip Gagnon is now official. So you have another offensive lineman there. It said Saskatchewan could have flexibility to start just 2 nationals in the trenches if they choose to. So we have that. We can remove that. And I forgot to remove the Tommy Stevens one, so we can remove the Tommy Stevens one as well. So Saskatchewan has no more rumors for now. I don't know what that one was, so I'll have to go do some digging later on to find out what contracts were what. Now going back to speaking of Saskatchewan, we were on discussion. Dean says, I have to say I was at Grey Cup in Vancouver, and while I always have hate for the Argos, I had a chance to get to know some of their fans. They're pretty cool people who all love our great game. This season, Hamilton plays in Toronto on my birthday, so looking forward to having some beers and enjoying a victory at BMO July 4th. Don't get me wrong. Every team has good fans. Every team has those bad apples. And Toronto, I've gotten to know a lot of Toronto fans from obviously Connor I've known for a few years. Ginger, Steve, or Ginger is just his nickname that he goes by. There's Steve, there's Dallas, there's a couple of other people that's in the group. I'm just trying to Noah, please. Toronto. Okay, listen, if you want hold on, I'm gonna call Noah out on this because he says that Toronto has the best fans. Sorry, Noah, I'm putting you on the spot. Let's pull up Noah's numbers here for a second on his depth chart. And Noah, you're gonna hate me for this, but I'm calling you out on this. What's Toronto's average for last year? 15,127. What was Hamilton's average per game for last year? 22,001. That is 7,000 fans. Don't get me wrong. When Toronto has, I will give Toronto fans credit where credit's due. If you go to a game in BMO Field, Toronto fans are allowed. I will give you that. It's just people in Toronto do not give the Argos credit that they deserve. Toronto, as a Hamilton fan, I hate to say this. It hurts my soul. Connor's gonna... Oh, Richard Chung is another one that I've met in Toronto. If anyone wants to know stuff about the rivalry between Hamilton and Toronto, reach out to Richard Chung on Twitter. He can give you the whole backstory history on the rivalry. But going back to between the goalposts, Noah's point is they have the Raptors, they have the Maple Leafs. I mean, when Toronto Rock played in Toronto, they're playing in Mississauga now. You also have the Marlies. Toronto has won. Oh, and hold on, I can't forget the Blue Jays. You got to include the Blue Jays too. Toronto Argonauts have won more championships in the past 20 years, even this century, than any other national sport has won in Toronto. No, I get that they're competing, but at the same time, Jays haven't won a World Series since 93. Leafs haven't won a Stanley Cup since 63, 64. Raptors won one championship this year. Marlies, I don't know if they've won a Calder Cup between 2000 now. TFC has won one championship, if anything, since the last 25 years. And the PWHL, which is the Women's Hockey League, they just started up, so I'll give them leeway. That the fans in Toronto do not give the Argos where there should be credit for, and that's the sad thing about people in Toronto. Just stating facts. Let's refresh this because this was 10 minutes ago. Nothing there. Also, I'm gonna post this link up since it's been a while. If anyone wants to call what I call the panel of what it was with Brandon and Christian earlier. If you want to come up on the panel, you're more than welcome to. There's the link. I will say, though, if you talk smack, okay, to a certain extent. If you want to, talk smack and whatnot between, teams, that's okay. If you come up and have a very, let's say, insulting people to the extent, don't even bother coming on the panel because I won't have it. But if you want to come on the panel, there's the link. You're more than welcome to. Once I see you backstage, you will be allowed to come back on. But yeah, I thought that was funny. You calling it has the best fans, but I will say, BC Lions have just signed another player. BC Lions have signed Bryson John, receiver from BC. So we got to put him on the BC chart. So it's safe to say Hollins' time in BC is over. He's not going back to BC. I don't know what his official contract is. Hopefully we'll be able to find out. It says Ryzen Johnson played in the NFL. He had a stint at tight end, and the former Calgary Stampeders struggled to play a regular role, but joins a bevy of big-bodied national targets with Justin McInnes, Javon Catoy, and Braden Linnaeus. Yes, Braden Linnaeus did not play last year. He played in 2023 last with Saskatchewan, so that's going to be a big signing for BC. Let me just yes, like Noah said, the fans are passionate. I will give the fans this. When there is a tailgate in Toronto, I'm not gonna lie, they fill up a parking lot. Just like in Hamilton, the Ticat fans fill up the parking lot, the tailgate parking lot. You can go to Hamilton as a Toronto fan, depending on where you sit. Some Hamilton fans can be pretty gnarly towards Toronto fans. I can go to Toronto. I'll get chirped. It is what it is. It's, fans chirp each other all the time. But no, that is true, Connor. Like I said, it's quality or over quantity. Like I said, I don't have anything against Toronto fans. I'm just saying Toronto fans do not get the credit that they deserve from the city of Toronto, the Argo fans, whatsoever. So don't get me wrong. There's, Tim, Dallas, Brad, our whole, well, not my tailgate group, but the group that I hang out with when I go to Toronto, they're all a good group. Don't get me wrong. It's just when you go to Toronto, you really see where the fans are. They'll be in the one end zone and the player side. But there's some on the non-player side, but not as many. But with the World Cup coming to Toronto next year for soccer, that stadium's going to be getting a new facelift for attendance. And then it will be interesting to see how they do the schedule next year. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Toronto. So World Cup, I want to say, is July. So I can see next year Toronto's starting, depends on when the World Cup, you know what, let me see here. I want to see. Okay, so World Cup starts in June and goes to. So it goes June 11th to July 19th. So you can betcha Toronto's already going to have their training camp at Guelph like they always do. Then you figure, I don't know how many games Toronto is going to have, if they have announced it or not. Let's see. So Toronto has a game on the 12th. And then that's it for that division. Oh, so 20th. So I'll just say from June 11th to July 19th. So they'll have camp in Guelph from June 11th to July 19th. So that's roughly, let me just pull up the schedule. So June 11th is usually, okay, so that's week 2. So they'll be on the road all the way to July 19th. So that's the first 7 weeks of the season. Either that or they're going to have them play at an alternate stadium for the first 7. Dean says, Connor, I got to have a beer with you, buddy. Oh. That group is definitely, I will say, up until this year, I've never tailgated with Hamilton. I've always gone from my house before the game. I usually go to the stadium to go watch warm-ups to see who the refs are, because I have a list of all the refs, so I usually check out, see who the main refs are, and then watch warm-ups and that. So I've starting to get going to Ticat tailgates. Even when Hamilton's not playing in Toronto and I go to a Toronto game, I always go for the tailgates. Hang out with the group. It's a good group that we have in Toronto that I've been accustomed to for the last, what is it, Connor? 3 years we've been going to, or that I've known you anyways. That we've go to games. There's people that grown up in Regina that live in Toronto, so they're half Regina, half Toronto fans. There's myself. There's all kinds of people that are there. So typically, I probably know. I would say. Probably about 9 to 10 Argo fans out of their whole thing. Okay, so going back to the CFL news, the Adeleke signing is now official, and the Nephi's Leon signing is now official. So all of these signings are now official for Ottawa. So let's add these 3 here. And let's go to the rumors. So Henderson is a 1-year deal. Leon is 1 year. Adeleke, I haven't heard what his contract is. So this is a 2025. This is a 2025. And Adeleke. So Adeleke has played for Calgary, Hamilton, Toronto, and now Ottawa. So Adeleke has officially played for all of Ontario. Let's go share, refresh that. Yeah, now people are saying with all those signings, with Lamont, Priester, former Argo, a Delicate, former Argo, you have an Alouette there, you have a Rider there. It's going to be interesting to see how Ottawa DBs pan out. Looking at the schedule for a second, it's going to be interesting because for Hamilton this year, we played Toronto 3 times. We usually do 2 home, 1 away, but they have 1 home, 2 away. And then with Ottawa, we play them 3 times. So those 6 games alone is going to be key for the standings. So you can't just sleep on your players. Also, we have Deshaun Amos, 3-time Grey Cup champion, 2-time All CFL. Deshaun Amos signing is now official in Hamilton. So now we can go add that to the list. Yeah, Dean, I was just looking at that as the notifications. Let's wait for Lawler signing. So let's go. I just seen that, so they have that. So Amos is now official, so we can put that there. And move. Oops. Nope. We don't want to do that. Let's back up. We got to put Amos's stats. Let's see if it tells me. Oops. Got to go to gold. I just want to send this, check this to see if it shows. Signs last season. Okay, so it does not say what his contract is, so that will be interesting. I will go up and say this though. Oh, give me 1 second. I gotta take a call. Yes. Noah, thanks for letting me know. So we'll try this again after I had gotten a phone call. So it says, Ticats have named arguably the best official signing so far, confirming the accusation of outstanding halfback Deshaun Amos from the reigning Grey Cup champs, the Toronto Argos. He'll make quite the duo in the secondary with Jamal Peters, but his signing will only tie over fans until the official Kenny Lawler signing. Noah says, Dean and Connor having a beer. Never thought I'd see the day. Listen, between the goalposts, we met up last year when you came down to Toronto. We had a blast. So listen, Ticat fans, Argo fans, as I'm always told, when I wear my Ticat merch, Connor wears his Argos merch, we always get told, how are you two friends? We just shrug our shoulders, say, I don't know, but we are. Yes, Ticat friends and Argo fans can be friends except for game day. Game day, when the game starts until the whistle blows, we're arch nemesis, but after the whistle blows, me and Connor chirp each other. You know, we have a little fun little ganter chirp back and forth, you know, and then after that, we just go on our ways. Sports Talk with John Feder says, Ticats Grey Cup champs. I wouldn't say that per se yet. But you never know what the. Oh no, I want. So this one or this one? Oh, I closed it. I have to go open it on here. You never know what the future holds for us Ticats. I will say though that oh nice. I'll have to do that later. Did I not? Okay, yeah, I did post that. Until, you know, on paper you could say that they're Grey Cups, but until that final whistle in November in Winnipeg this year, anything is possible. I mean, Chad Kelly could get injured. Any Bo Levi Mitchell could even get injured. Anything is possible in this league. And I will say this, Connor will agree with me. No lead is a good lead in this league whatsoever. Let's see here. Okay, we got those. Let's go with this. And as Connor says, not since the year I was born, John. So, between the goalposts says, I'm excited to see who returns for Hamilton. Don't think Woods is the answer. Listen, Noah, I'd like to know who our special teams coach is first before we decide who's returning. Because if I go and look at the coaches, Toronto or Hamilton have not announced their coaching staff yet. So I would like to know, is Dennis McKnight coming back? Who knows? I'd like to know who our position coaches are going to be. We don't even know who that is yet. I mean, all you guys have is Ryan Dinwiddie. You guys don't even. So John Federer. I mean, Lucky Whitehead has not been signed yet. Honestly, it would not shock me, but it all depends on the contract because we need more help on defense than we need at return. Yes, he has lost a step. You know what? I rather if I was the Ticat management, yes. Thank you, Noah, for mentioning that. Let's go take punters. Let's go take a look. Long snappers, kickoff returns, locks. No, we don't want to show that. No, we don't want to do that. Oh, we can't do that. Oh, why is this so hard? Okay, I'll try to blow this up so that we can't see either or. Long snappers, kickoff returns. We'll do it this way. Kickoff returns locks. There, we'll do it this way. Oh no, that's okay. Lucky Whitehead. He only averaged. Let's see if I can pull this. Descending, is that what I want? Yes, okay, there we go. So luckily Whitehead had the second worst kickoff return average. He only had, if I understood this correctly, he only had 3 more than 30-yard returns. Listen, Woods, if it's between Woods and Lucky Whitehead, I'd rather have Woods because Woods has returned more than Whitehead has. Let's see here. Okay, so we got that. That's official. Okay, and then let's go over here. And what was? Oh, maybe it was just a Winnipeg player that I seen. Okay, and nothing on there yet. Oh no, I will look at punt return stat too. I'm just looking. I'm just showing that Woods is a better kickoff return than that. Then we go over to the locks, and again, let's do this by descending. Again, 11.1 yards punt return average for Lucky Whitehead. Woods had 12.4. Lucky Whitehead's longest was only 54. Woods's was 83, and he's had 10 returns more than 15 yards, whereas Lucky Whitehead only had 8. That I know of. I mean, at this point, you can put any returner, any player as a returner. Heck, we even had Tim White as a returner for a few times last year. You can pretty much have any returner that you want, or any player back there. It's just what he's going to do for you. As far as I know, it's only Whitehead and Williams. But again, special teams coach comes in. I'm sure they're going to have a different, thing for special teams roster for every team. Feel like we in Hamilton can find a half decent returner even in camp. I really feel we must improve pass rush, or guys like Kelly or Rourke or Claris will pick our secondary part. So I mean, Chandler Worthy, that's another one. Between the goalposts, Noah, I have a question for you. What about, what was his name for us last year? I don't know if you have the stats per team on here. It was, we can always bring back Harris back. He had 20 kickoffs for 382 yards, an average of 19.1. I mean, yeah, he only had 4 plus 30, but I mean, he was a rookie last year. Let's see what he had. Hamilton, Tim White had punt, or what are we on? Punt returns. Lawrence Wood, Moxie. What do we else we have? Jordan Bird. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll do that. Total named by teams. Kickoff return. No, we want punt return. Kickoff return is just simple. There we go. So, I mean, we have Jordan Bird. That guy was supposed to be the next. I mean, bring him in. Yeah, he averaged 9 yards. He only had 5 punt returns. But apparently he had speed. Even give him a shot. Okay, so we got that. If I'm Ted, I wouldn't touch the offense anywhere. I wouldn't spend. Dean, it's not even that. You could sign an American as a rookie contract. We're talking 70 to 75,000 for a returner. You can always use a Canadian as a returner. We're not talking. Shamar. I don't know if Shamar Bridges is fast. I know he's like when it comes to catches, he's like glue. Like he'll catch anything. Dean goes, you can get an American super cheap. Yeah, you could get an American super cheap. Like I said, if you look at it, it's 70 to 75,000 Canadian, which it turns out to being like 49 to 55,000 American. Oh yeah, definitely no. I would not risk him as a returner at all. Let me just move this over here. Since we're talking about returners. Let's take a look here. So we have, yes, I know he's off to the side, but yeah, Bridges, Lawler. Once Lawler becomes official, we have Keandre Smith, White, Woltarski, and Luke Hukunavanu. Even if you have one of these backup wide receiver, like there's so many people. Johnson, we don't know anything about. That's what I mean, John, is we've signed so many American wide receivers this offseason. Could be one of them, or it could just stay with Woods. That's what I mean. So you got Johnson the third. You got these two here. Apparently, for those that missed earlier, Spencer Brown, apparently when Brandon was on earlier talking college football and CFL stuff earlier, apparently Spencer Brown is the next thing up and coming running back next to Bell. He says that Spencer Brown was like Brown. Connor says, I'm glad Argos kept Grant. Guys, the monster on. Oh, don't get me wrong. I would say now that. So if you take out Lucky Whitehead out of the picture, Mario Alford has taken a step back. Leak in Edmonton is decent. Winnipeg, I don't know who Winnipeg's person is now that Lucky Whitehead's. I mean, they're all over the place. I'll go back to the stats in a second. Hamilton, we don't know who theirs is. Montreal has Letcher. He can be good now and then. And then you have Devontae Williams from Ottawa. You did have Danbridge. Danbridge is a free agent. So I would say Janarian Grant is probably the top returner in the league. No, I know you said that you didn't do squat last year. I'm talking when he was in Toronto. Like, I'm saying out of all the people that's on Edmonton's team, Javon Leake is their returner for Edmonton. He says top returners right now is Grant, Dedman, and Letcher Jr. But I mean, let's go back to between the goalposts stats here. So you had punt returns. Let's do this from punt returners. Block, okay. So you have there's even Pimpleton. Pimpleton was getting, I mean, he only had 15 returns. That's because Dedman was injured last year. But I mean, other than those 15 returns he did, that's not a bad option. Like you said, Peyton Logan, now in Winnipeg, he'll be their returner. Terry Williams, he's available. Dedman was injured for a bit. Cobb's now in Winnipeg. So they need a returner there. Whitehead's a free agent. Mario Alford, he didn't really have the greatest last year. The one thing that I will bring up, and I know it's over here. These are the missed field goal returns. Missed field goal returns that led the league. Letcher had 251 return yards off of 6 missed field goals. Devon Harris had 1. Lucky Whitehead had 2. It was only for 23 yards. What I'm actually looking for is, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. The cream of the crop. The special teams coverage team. Let's see. Dean says Pigskin Pete would look good running the ball back. The guy gets around the stadium like nobody's business. That is true. Grant is awesome. Yeah, so if you look over here, so Winnipeg, so I'm wondering, because of the players that we brought over from Winnipeg, does Hamilton's special teams get better or not is the question. But before I go on to that comment, Winnipeg has added an extra defensive end, and that was, where is he? Brock Gowan-Locke from Montreal. So we're gonna put Gowan-Locke on the defensive end. We're gonna move this over here to Winnipeg. So we're gonna put this here, and we gotta go back here and take this. So they get an oops, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. No, we don't want to do that either. We want this. Let's go Winnipeg. So let's add this here. So they add more nationals. They got Jake Thomas and Gowan-Locke on the defensive line, with Woods and Jefferson as national Americans. So you got some wiggle room on that. So that is that. Let me go remove him from the free agent tracker list and move up Mark Ho Cheng or Ching and delete this. And let's go back to talking special teams. So Winnipeg had the average allowed by the cover team of 9.6. That's average for yards. That's for punts. So the team average is 14.6. And then Saskatchewan was 15.3. Hamilton was 15.9. Actually, you know what? Let's do this by descending. So it went Winnipeg, Ottawa. So Hamilton was middle of the pack with team allowed. Team average. Let's see here. Then there was Ottawa, Saskatchewan, Calgary, Hamilton. So Hamilton's middle of the pack. So we got to do a better job on our coverage team when it comes to so that's nothing there. So I'm actually gonna regardless if YouTube likes this or not, I don't care. There was where is it? Who posted it? Oh, 3 Down Nation. Okay, so let's go 3 Down Nation. For all the Bomber fans out there, we are going to they have a tribute to Adam Bighill, so we're gonna view this tribute video that Winnipeg has made to Adam Bighill.
The opposition just not able to take back any of the momentum because Adam Bighill, again, playing the play, covering all kinds of ground, just separates the receiver from the football.
Adam Bighill hits him hard. Oh, but he's taken down. And it is the blitzing Adam Bighill.
Second and goal to the Winnipeg 2. Cornelius looks it again. Bighill says no. Hammers him back.
Okay. So that was the tribute that they had for Adam Bighill. So again, if anyone's going to sign Adam Bighill, it's going to be Calgary because Calgary only has I'm just going to minus this for a second. Calgary only has 3 linebackers signed. Like how they're going to do that is beyond they have to bring in players to fill those roles. Let me just take a look at this. So no new official settings yet. And we are still 4.5 signings left, or 4.5 hours left into today's live stream. Yes, I've been doing this since 8 o'clock in the morning. We are now 7.5 hours into today's live stream, folks. And we're still going. We are going to be going until 8 o'clock. If you want to join on the panel, you're more than welcome to join on the panel. There is the link. If you want to join, come talk some CFL football. Come give some pointers on players you like, teams, your team, anything like that. You're more than welcome to. Let's see here. Nothing like that. Gene's like, let's toss Brandon Banks back there. Listen, Brandon Banks is worried about his own gym right now. Like, Brandon Banks is just butthurt because he couldn't take the Grey Cup to the United States. And apparently that's a rule. Like, you can't take it across the border. So he never got to 2-year deal. Okay, we got that. But yeah, no, he's just butthurt. We invested so much money into him, and then he does so well for us, and then he goes to Toronto, wins the Grey Cup, and then just like, yep. Oh, and keep in mind, Brandon Banks did fight with teammates on the sideline during the game too. So, I mean, the guy hasn't played for what? Let me take a look here. Brandon Banks. So he has not played since 22. So he hasn't played for 2 years. He started with the Redskins in the NFL from 2010 to 12. And then he was with the Ticats from 13 to 21. So let's see, any news on here? Okay. So the whole thing with the Geno Lewis signing is they're doing the medical in Ottawa first before as the signing becomes official. So the holdup on these signings are the ones that have not happened yet is they have to go through medical first to make sure that there's nothing wrong. Because if you remember correctly, there was a player last year who was supposed to be signed by a West team. He failed his physical, so they couldn't sign him. He had to wait till he got healed, and then he signed with another team. So when it comes to these medicals, they can't officially announce them yet until medicals done what they need to do. So with that being said, we are going to go back to our teams, and we're going to go back to discussing the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I think the last we left, we were looking at defensive linemen. Now Shane Ray had started. Did he not start? It's crossing my mind. Shane Ray started with. Okay, Started with the Broncos in 15 to 18, went to Ravens in 19, was with Toronto 21-22, then Buffalo Bills in 23, Titans in 24, and then he just signed with Saskatchewan in 25. So there's him. And then linebackers, they have Thurman, Avery. Shout out to AJ Allen, who we met in person last year. I actually have his signed jersey. That he was great to take time out after the game to sign the jersey and sit and chat with me, Connor, Aiden, at the Saskatchewan game last year. If you haven't already, go over to Canadian. So it is. I'm gonna put the link in the chat as well. It is the second channel that we do, Canadian Football Central. We have some player interviews that me and Carter from Winnipeg have sat down and discussed with players. So we do that in the off season or during bye weeks. So AJ Allen was one of the people we've spoken with. Justin Herdman Reed and Jordan Herdman Reed, the twins. Audrey Miller Jr. And then we have DBs, Rolleman Milligan Jr. and CJ Reeves are the key to the secondary in Saskatchewan. Roland Milligan Jr. had 8 interceptions just himself last year. Don't forget Marcus Siles and DeMarcus Fields. I don't know why I have. Oh, that's because I did that backwards. It's supposed to be this way. Nelson LeCombo, and then we have Tevon Campbell, who spent 4 years in the NFL. He had 65 defensive tackles, one interception and 3 forced fumbles in 37 NFL games. Okay, so the did I already put him on there? Yes, okay. Montcrave signing was official. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Edmonton has officially announced their long list of signings. Where is he? Emmanuel. Emmanuel, can add you here. Rumors, let's grab. So it's a 1-year deal. 2025. The thing is with Edmonton, like I said, Edmonton has added on defense a lot. Like there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 signings, 11 signings still to come out of Edmonton. But they didn't upgrade on both sides of the ball. Yeah, they brought in Fajardo. Yeah, they have Rankin and Leak. But you only have Julian Grant and Gittins Jr. If you really look at it, but Gittins only had 847 yards last year. Then you have big drop off to 148. Like they don't have anything as far as receivers. So it will be interesting. to say the least, as far as Edmonton goes, what they do for their offense. But let's go back to here. And then you have Brett Lothar, who had a horrible. I mean, he had 83%. He missed 11 field goals. But he was perfect on extra points. Mario Alford again only had 790 punt return yards and then 1,000 kickoff returns with 1 touchdown. So it'll be interesting to see. How well Saskatchewan does this offseason when it comes to time with camp. As far as our next stop is going to be the good old BC Lions. And that is the wrong team. That one is already done. Jason Huntley, is that? I think that one's official. Jason Huntley came from the NFL. Oh yes, I already have him there, so I can take him off of here. So BC. So Nathan Rourke is making $224,000 plus $200K marketing money. Marketing money is basically, going out, meeting fans, media stuff, etc. Jeff Pedler says, love what we did today. Hamilton's defense is still better, but I think Edmonton won free agency. The thing is, though, Jeff, depends on how you look at it, because, like I said, Edmonton may have won the defensive side, but how are you gonna win games if you don't have any receivers? What are you gonna do? So you replaced Geno Lewis with Julian Grant. You still don't have many receivers unless they draft a few receivers. Like, who knows how that's gonna all work out. As far as the Hamilton's defense. So Hamilton's defense should be better. It's just a matter of like, our secondary got better. Linebacker needs to be better. And so our secondary got better. We just got to work on linebackers and defensive line. Receivers, once he says you won't fill all needs. No, that's true. You won't fill all needs. But I mean, you only have, unless you find a diamond in the rough with players you bring in from camp, or Mathis has Mathis was what, 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". If Mathis has a bigger year, you almost would have to, because you have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So say Grant, Mathis, and Gittins are your 3, nationals on your team. I'm not saying you have to start all 3, but you can betcha Julian Grant, Mathis, and Gittins Jr. are going to be somewhere, regardless if Mathis is a backup or not. Then you bring in a bunch of people through camp. You don't know who is going to do what. Alls I know is, you guys have who's going to be punting for Toronto or for Edmonton? You got Edmonton doesn't have a punter. Campbell didn't kick last year. Vincent Blanchard, he only had one field goal he kicked a 19-yard field goal. He missed an extra point. Again, they don't have anyone for kicker or punter that's, a vet that's been here for quite some time. So, they have Nick Anderson and Niles Morgan, but at the same time, are you going to let's just put it this way. If Kenny Lawler's official signing, whenever it gets announced, are you going to double team Tim Waite? Are you going to double team Kenny Lawler? That leaves an extra wide receiver open. And like John says, what do you think about how Winnipeg will be next year? Depends. Because with Winnipeg hosting the Grey Cup this year, he'll be 37. After Claire's, you have no one. Chris Strevler, Jake Dolegala, Terry Wilson, and Shea Patterson. None of those four are starters. So, unless Winnipeg gets some hot running quarterback that, that can put on a streak, per se, I don't see, unless they sign some unknown American or someone from the free agency next year, I don't think that Winnipeg, if Claris was to go down, Winnipeg's not going to have a quarterback. With Oliveira's contract being expired at the end of this year, he'll be back for next year. So they have Oliveira and Logan for next year. Dembski and Schoen are both back next year. Claire CS is back next year. Mitchell, Wheatfall, and Chase are not back next year. Well, it all depends because their contract ends at the end of the year. And then you also have Mitchell, Cobb, Stearns, Reggie Jr., Wright Jr. You never know where all those players are going to go in a year's time. I mean, let's be honest. He's 36. His body's falling apart. He's one concussion away from being finished. The way that I look at it, and I will be honest, is he's a regular season guy. The last 2 Grey Cups they've lost. They lost to Montreal. They lost to Toronto. You know what? It's gonna be one of those things where it's not a rebuild, it's a retool. And when you see Adam Bighill leave, it's the time's coming when they're gonna be retooling this roster. A bunch of Americans coming up from the States, players that you don't know about. But that's how the Winnipeg roster is going to look for next year. That's my thought, anyways. Let's go back to, before we go back to BC, let's see what's new out in the atmosphere. Okay, so the Calgary signing of Tevian Jones is now official. Receivers, Tevian Jones. So you have Tevian Jones, Reggie Bagleton, Dominic Rhymes, Jalen Philpott, Clark Barnes, and Cam Eccles. That's going to be an exciting receiver core come next year. And Jeff, it's actually interesting that you brought that up because I was actually looking at that earlier. Just give me 1 second to pull this up. Draft. So I'm going to pull this over to the screen. So there's actually so CFL scouting team had put out their August rankings. We don't have the final rankings yet. Smith. Are you talking about Jalen Smith? Hopefully, Ticats can draft Smith. He and Baker can compete at middle linebacker. I love seeing the Ticats go Canadian at linebacker slot. I mean, that would be nice if they were able to draft him, being from hometown spots. I'm gonna say because he is a defensive back, depending on where he plays. I'm gonna say defensive line or linebackers. I think who we will draft first. And like I said, there is a oops. Okay, just give me 1 second. And we want, paste. So you gotta remember this is August. You still have the final ranking to come out. So this is so if you base it off of August's ranking, they have him. Where is he? Am I just losing it? Oh, 20th. Listen. So the winter ratings, I believe, are the final rankings. That's what we're missing. But we're just going by the summer rankings. Okay, so No. I get that. Let me see if I can find it in here. CFL 2025 winter ratings. Actually, you know what? Let's keep this here because I want to look at the draft order. Okay, so here's. Okay, this is as of January 22nd. So this is the actual full final rankings. It's funny you mentioned that, Jeff, because I don't know where these guys gets their information from, but they list him as a defensive back, but CFL lists him as a linebacker. So let's see. So Curtis Rourke, I don't know if he. Oh, okay. So. Okay, so all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 players. So they have classified so to 20. So they've deferred from 25 to 26. Okay, Eric Schoen has retired. So Wikipedia says. So this isn't. This is. No, this can't be. Maybe that is. Because they have it 6. Need to know. So I guess the final rankings haven't came out yet, which is probably. Oh yeah, John says the final weeks before the draft they do the final ones. Okay, so we'll just use these ones because this is accurate. I want to see where do they? Wow, how I don't get it. Do they rank him low because he's getting looks at the States, or why is it that you would have thought that Englishman would be the top quarterback ranked with how well he did. I mean, Curtis Rourke won't be coming up to Canada. There's no way that I see him coming up to Canada. He'll stay down in the States. So Elick, this Elick guy, he wasn't even ranked last time. Jalen Smith moved up 14 spots to 6. Yeah, but the thing is, Jeff, so here's the question. If you are Calgary, okay, so would you basically take Curtis Rourke over a need? Or would you take Curtis Rourke just because it's Curtis Rourke and you never know when he's going to come up north? That's the question. And just so the fans know that are watching, the reason why this selection is forfeited because in the supplemental draft, if you take a player in the supplemental draft, you have to forfeit your pick for the next year. So they forfeited their pick to select Mathis in last year's supplemental draft, and so they lost their first and 8th round pick. So correction, they have 8 rounds this year. I said 7 by mistake earlier, and I just want to correct myself. They have 8, not 7. So the only thing that we do not know for the draft so far is who gets the extra 2 second-round picks. So the 2 extra second-round picks go to the 2 top teams that have played the most national players. Yeah, that's the thing. If they just cut them, they just basically lost an 8th round pick. I would say if it was me, I would say if it was me, I would say more linebacker than defensive line. Because Jacob Roberts, he's an American. He's on his 1+1 option contract. So if for those people down in the States, if you sign a contract up in Canada and you play, not just a camp contract, but like you actually are on the team come regular season, you get a 1+1 option contract. So that means that as far as like these 2 here, they played last year, but the team picked up their option. So now they're back for the second season. But you have, they have flow, but at the same time, you only have 3 linebackers. So they have to sign a bunch of linebackers from somewhere. Who knows what you have from your 4 draft picks? Like they took 4 defensive linemen in the draft last year. This guy is Toronto's 4th, so we won't include him. But 3 defensive line players last year from the draft. I'm sure one of them is going to show up this year, and I will say with you. You said defensive lineman. I say linebacker. I'm gonna say defensive lineman or linebacker first, whichever they don't take in the first round. Oh, I can't even say second round because they traded their second. Oh, they just completely screwed themselves over. Because I was gonna say, because Edmonton, forfeited their pick, BC moves down, but because rumor has it BC might always maybe lose in their first round, depending on when the numbers come out. Give me 1 second here. Let me go. Cool. Amos. Amos. Back. Because apparently the rumor has it that BC overspent on their roster last year. So depending on what the finances show, if they spend over 300,000, or sorry, over the 100,000 that you're allowed, so the way it is, if you go over the set, because the CFL doesn't have a hard salary cap. They have a luxury salary cap. So if you go over the salary cap up to 1,000 or 100,000, you got to pay. You got to pay a fine. Anything over 100,000, you lose your first round draft pick. So depending on when those financial numbers come out, if BC has spent over that 100,000, because don't forget, they also signed Nathan Rourke to a $200,000 contract last year. So I don't know where they were as far as salary numbers go. But if BC loses their first round draft pick, now you have Ottawa picking third, and everything gets pushed up. So potentially BC's second round pick from Calgary could be 9th or 8th, and then Hamilton could be 9th. So it all depends on where that goes. Jeff said maybe Jackson Finley then. They might start 2 Canadians in the secondary. Let's look at their secondary. So they only have 4 nationals signed. 2 of them are from the draft last year. One is signed a free agent signing camp. 2 of them are camp. So nothing official yet. Who's to say? Oh, what do we got here? Oh, wow. Was not expecting that. So apparently Sean Oakman was supposed to go be an assistant GM, and Montreal has just signed Sean Oakman. Sean Oakman didn't retire. Just signed with Montreal. So I thought when he was supposed to be named to an assistant GM job, maybe he didn't. Oh, so we got some more signings here. So Anthony Lanier. Anthony Lanier, defensive line. Anthony Lanier went from Saskatchewan and is now in Toronto. Okay, so I gotta move linebackers down 2 spots. Just so that I can fit this in here. So we have... Nope. Back to more. Ooh! Brandon O'Leary Orange is back in Hamilton. So... Brandon O'Leary Orange is officially back in Hamilton. So that will be interesting as... to see where they go from there. Let me just quickly do this first. Because there's 3 signings that I have to put in. It's by tickets. Okay, so let me just screenshot this. Send it here so that he believes me that he's back. So yes, so we were doing free agent tracker Anthony Lanier to Toronto, so we got to add him on here. Anthony Lanier, grab his numbers. So 10 games, 10 tackles. His physical first. is why Edmonton's big signings haven't been announced yet. Same with Gino Lewis. Okay, so Anthony, Toronto. Actually, you know what? Let me see here. Let me just put this in. With Edmonton. Same with okay, so let's put that here. Okay, then we have Sean Oakman. Let's refresh this since the other phone is going off. They haven't updated anything yet. So Sean Oakman. Sean, I think he was Sean Oakman. Okay, so Sean Oakman. Okay, we got that. I'm just looking that up and just making sure I didn't miss. Stampeders have come to terms with lukewarm breakfast. Who? Lukewarm breakfast. I don't even know what to say with that name. Lukewarm breakfast. So he is an American. 32. And so we got that. We got Oakman. Oh, yes. So we got to remove. Oops, no. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go add that too. Free agent tracker. Linear. Orange. Brendan O'Leary orange to Hamilton with an already crowded roster of wide receivers, which makes you think that. So another Ticat fan said on social media, "This surprises me. Our Canadian depth at receiver: Keandre Smith, Drew Wolcharski, Tyler Chernowski, and Luther Hunkununavanu. But I thought when he was healthy, he was very good. Made a few clutch catches for us. Yes. So, let's see here." So, I gotta look this up because I can't remember where they played them. So, because I gotta add them to the depth chart. Team depth chart. Okay, so sheet 1. So we're going to move him down here. Just going to copy this and put O'Leary orange, because that's where he played last year. There. So that has me thinking, what really happens? Yeah, Sean, I had added that earlier. They have him listed as a DB. So because DBs play the same linebacker, so I don't know if. Oh, okay. So he's listed as linebacker. Okay, thank you for letting me know. So I will put him there. So that makes it look a little bit better for the linebacker. But again, you don't know what's going on with Demario Houston. With that being said, with what happened to him, Damian Webb's leading their defense now until you find out what's happening with Houston. At least with Moncrief, you kind of know what's going on with him. So here's my thought. So haven't heard of anything with the whole Kenny Lawler thing. So my thought is Kenny Lawler just going to be announced tomorrow because he has to do his physicals? Because the big names in Edmonton, so you got Smith, Serezna, who else was it? Serezna, Ford, and I think they said Brinkman, I think, all have to pass their physical, or they're going to have medicals tomorrow. Again, in Ottawa, Geno Lewis hasn't been announced. Oh, I can delete all these because all these have been taken care of. In Ottawa, Geno Lewis hasn't been announced yet because he has to go through medical. Is that's what's holding up this? Oh, I can take this one out. Is that what's holding up this Geno Lewis signing? Is because he has to go pass through physical as well. Sean Stan says, I think he will be a linebacker just being a Stamps fan going to games. I can see it. Also, my great uncle Stan Schwartz used to work for the Stamps, including inducted. Oh, that's pretty cool. Congrats to him on being inducted to the CFL Hall of Fame. So let's. So they're saying Lanier is on the very short list of players who can replace Jake Serezna's ability to both rush inside and outside of the edge. So he'll be a defensive linebacker for Toronto. Also, many speculated that the 32-year-old Sean Oakman would retire after taking an assistant job in the Arena Football League, but he'll continue his career in La Belle Province. So again, that's going back to with what I was saying and how I thought he was going to retire and be an assistant GM. He probably got an offer and said, this is too good to pass up. I'm still, because the thing is, if, let's just say hypothetically, if Kenny Lawler signing doesn't happen, that means that we can use that money to go sign linebackers. I mean, I don't think there's any linebackers left. Let's take him out. Oh, did I put him on? Okay, yes, I did. Okay. So we can delete him. I move the list up. So we have so we'll move this up one. Delete. See, there isn't much. I mean, the only thing that I can see us maybe going for linebackers, Adam Bighill. Like, there's. Oh. Second. G-line. So we have. Okay, so the Fraser Sopek to. Oh, so we can delete this one because this has already been official. So the Fraser Sopek from Toronto to Calgary is now official again. That now their linebacker core group is starting to come together. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Sopek played the Sam. Let me take a look here. Toronto. Okay, so Sopek played the will linebacker position when he was in Toronto. So that would kind of be where Fraser Sopek and Moncrief and Tights will see how well that goes. Let's see here. Send that out. I mean, I didn't mind Larry Orange last year. I was pretty happy with him, but it's going to be, let's just say it's going to be an interesting, to say the least, if Lawler doesn't come, because then White will go here, and we could potentially be starting 3 Canadian wide receivers, which means that we don't have to start Baker at middle linebacker, because then, unless one of the American receivers comes up, like the ones that we've signed, makes a game, a play for the game in camp. But I can't see us starting 3 Canadian wide receivers. So until the Lawler signing isn't official, we won't bring up that. However, Brendan O'Leary-Orange did post career high numbers of 335 yards after joining the team last year. So let's take a look at Hamilton. So well, I don't think we're going to be sending many more receivers. So let's bring this down a bit. Delete this. So we can move this down a couple of spots. And this watch out for is for Brown. So So, I mean, he played 9 games. He had a ridiculous catch against Toronto where it was like 71 yards, something like that. That was unbelievable. Nothing there. So I'm assuming that because Farhan liked my tweet about the medical thing, I'm assuming that's the same thing with Kenny Lawler. That's the only thing that would make sense as far as the Kenny Lawler signing, because if let's just say if Kenny Lawler wasn't coming to Hamilton, he would have signed elsewhere by now. So I'm just gonna send this out. So this will be. So I wonder if. So maybe they just use Ternowski as a special teams guy and not as a receiver. Because with Dunbar gone, Dunbar was our other top receiver. With him gone, Shamar Bridges moves up to the second. And when I say second, I'm talking about American. Keandre Smith, Wolodarski, and Brendan O'Leary Orange and Luther Hukunu become our other receivers. Like if Kenny Lawler doesn't come, all the other receivers will be picking up their game. But it will be interesting to see what happens. Because I mean, if Kenny Lawler was decided, worst case scenario, Kenny Lawler decides, okay, I'm just gonna move that there. Decides, I'm not gonna go to Hamilton. Some team would have offered him that money. I don't see him going back to Edmonton. BC doesn't have money. Saskatchewan doesn't have room. Calgary doesn't have room. Yeah, I had mentioned that earlier. Noah, that it was interesting because when I had mentioned that, we were discussing of how like he was supposed to be an assistant GM, and he was pondering retirement because he was supposed to be an assistant GM in the Arena Football League, but I guess he decided to still play. You have Lanier for Toronto played in the Ceresna spots, which I believe looking here, I think he was the left defensive tackle, if I'm not mistaken, for Toronto. I think that's where Ceresna was for Toronto, so that's where Lanier's gonna go. So it's gonna be Parrish, Lanier. Who else do you guys have for defensive line? Haba, I think, will be on this. So looking at Toronto's roster right now, I mean, Dunbar could resign if Lawler doesn't work out, But I mean, if Lawler doesn't sign in Hamilton, where is he going to go? He's not going to go to Ottawa because they just forked out 200-something thousand for Gino Lewis. He's not going to go to Toronto. I mean, Toronto could sign him, but they already have a packed wide receiver spot. Hamilton, okay, to be, if you look at the sheet here for this, so Dunbar played over here. White played over here in this spot, and this is so if Dunbar was to resign, that means Lawler isn't coming to Hamilton. White would go here, and Dunbar would play here. If Lawler signs, you put Lawler on this side because you got Lawler and Bridges over here, and then you got Smith, White, and Wolotarski over on this side. So, I mean, potentially he could resign, but I mean, you already have Brandon and Larry Orange who just resigned, Tim White, Bridges, Keandre Smith, Wolotarski, Robinson. Robinson's a fullback tight end type thing. Luther Kuninavanu, Ternowski's a special teams. Patman, like the only way that you would sign either Dunbar or Lawler now is if Lawler starts here or Dunbar starts here. That means that you would be starting 2 Canadian receivers. You would still have your 3 Americans, but that's the only way that it goes is Lawler signs or Dunbar signs. But the thing is, like Alex, I don't know if you had heard the discussion earlier. Gino Lewis hasn't been officially signed yet because he has to go through his medical tomorrow. The big name players, Smith, Srezna, Ford, and I forget who the other, I think Brinkman, I think the other player was. They have to all go through their physicals, and their physicals aren't until tomorrow. So, because there's no rumors or anything of Lawler signing anywhere else. So, the only way that I see, let's see here. Kobe, just give me 1 second to go back to this. So, Edmonton has officially announced that Kobe Williams signing from Calgary to Edmonton, so we can move him over. I don't know what the numbers are like for year-wise, so we'll just leave that blank. So with that being said, we can delete this one because that one's official. And that one's official. So, Calgary has just run Antwi, and Green and Godfrey still left this to be announced. Hamilton has Stubblefield, Garbott, Dobson, and Kenny Lawler to still announce. So that's how I see it playing out. Because there's been no rumors of Kenny Lawler going anywhere else. So if Kenny Lawler was going to go somewhere else, he would have said this morning, because right now it's a handshake deal with Hamilton. If Kenny Lawler was going to sign anywhere, he would have been a free agent as of 12, and he could have went and signed anywhere. So Moncrief. So here's the thing. So if Moncrief is going to be Sam linebacker for Calgary, that means that Fraser Sopik will be Will linebacker. Teets will be middle linebacker. Moncrief will be Sam linebacker. Usually Sam linebackers are DBs. So why would Calgary list him as a linebacker, not a DB? That's my thing, Jeff. I don't know if you can fill me in on that, but why would they list him as a linebacker if he's playing a DB position? I've never. I mean, yeah, you have Stubblefield is a linebacker DB, and then Cole's a linebacker playing Sam linebacker position. But I've never seen, as far as I've been following football, Sam linebacker's always been a DB position. As far as I know. We will go here. Let's see. So we've already done that. We've done that. So because Sopik played Will with us or in Hamilton when he is with Hamilton, and then he played Will when he was in Toronto last year. Oh, okay, fair enough. I didn't know that, so that's good to know that he played Sam with every other team. So I guess you can have linebackers play Sam position. Where was I last before we're having these big main three signings? Nothing to go on that. Let me refresh this. Let me just check. Okay. So the Liam Dobson signing is now official. Dobson official. So we can move Liam Dobson, another national, over to the offensive line. And we can take that out. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Scott's was, I think, you know what, let me see here. I think Scott's was a left. I don't know if he was a guard or if he was a left tackle. Okay. Scott's was a right guard. So Curtis was a backup center, so we can take that. I gotta look for Black. So I'll move Black down. Duguay was over here at training camp last year. And then this can be Sots. So outside of our tackles, our whole offensive line is all Canadian. Jeff said Eric Harris played Sam linebacker when he was in Hamilton. Okay, well, I was told that the word that I was always told is that smaller DBs play linebacker. But going to my point, so we have, we can move our offensive line any way we want. But to know that all of our guards, all of our centers, all of our, both sides of the guards and centers are all Canadian, gives us a lot of wiggle room to work with that. Let me see what else we have. Dobson is officially signed. So we are. Oops. What did he? I was just looking at something that I missed. Rick Zamprin's tweet. He says 6'3", 300 pounds, Canadian-made pancake machine. How can you not love this signing? And then he said one of the biggest upgrades, maybe the biggest that the Ticats have made on defense this offseason is Deshaun Amos. So it will be interesting to see what else we have. Leaves Dobson. Did we have... I don't know if we are, so... I'm trying to see if the Dobson signing... Okay, so Dobson is a 2-year deal, so that's big. So Dobson is a 2-year deal. He was 3rd overall pick in the 2021 draft, so he's only been in the league for not that very long. Brendan Larry Orange. Okay, we don't know nothing on him. So we haven't... Nothing over there. Let's go back over here. Does Fox play nose tackle, one tackle, or allowing Sales to play techniques? So, when Winnipeg was in town on the 4th, Fox didn't play. Garbutt was in Barlow's spots. However, when you look at let me bring it over here. I'm gonna go to CFL.ca. Anything I want to just NHL news. Okay, now just before I let's go back over here for a second. The Antwi signing in Calgary is now official. So there's your starting running back right there. The only thing that I will mention is Antwi going to bring Swevakik to Calgary? That is the question. Okay. So 3 Down Nation has just said that Dobson will go penciling onto the right guard and Woodmansey will be center. So there's our answer to the $1 million question of who's going to replace David Beard. It's going to be Woodmansey. So going back to your question, Jeff, is let's go back over here and look at Winnipeg. And let's look at their depth charts for the last couple of games. Week 21, Fox was defensive end with Garbutt. If you do West Final, he was defensive tackle. And then Grey Cup, he was defensive tackle. So he can play both defensive tackle and end. I don't know what to tell you. I just know that, Winnipeg, he could play the right end. He could play defensive tackle. He could play nose tackle. All I know is that he's playing He's playing defensive line. Where they put him, I have no idea. Let's take a look at our free agent tracker. 4 quarterbacks left. I'm shocked that Frankie Hickson still hasn't been signed yet. Where Frankie can go, you never know. Dunbar and Hollins, I'm shocked to see that those two still haven't been signed yet. There's a lot of offensive linemen that still haven't been. Oh, I can take him off. Oh, he came from Edmonton. Okay, so let's try to take him off so we can take him off. Move these guys up. Again, Isaiah Cage, I'm honestly surprised Isaiah Cage hasn't been signed yet. With that being said, there's still a few defensive linemen still to be signed for the right price. I mean, you could sign them. Linebacker is very thin. There's really not much left at linebacker except for Adam Bighill. There's still quite a few DBs left out there. TJ Lee, Brendan Alexander, Brendan Dozier, Purefoy, Trey Robertson, Brandon Dambridge, Ciante Evans. You still got Boris Beatty, who's a kicker, still available. I don't know if anyone's going to take a chance on him. Who knows where he's going to sign? John Haggerty, punter, global punter. The reason why I mentioned that is because Calgary, Cody Grace is rumored to go to Edmonton, so Calgary has no punter. Toronto has no punter. Maybe Montreal can, Sam Clark or Zima. One of them can be traded. Who at this point knows where they're going to be traded? Also, let's take out the coaching changes that have happened this offseason. So the way that I've done this is the colors that the names are in is where they came from. So the only 2 changes for Saskatchewan is former CFL All-Star Andrew Harris has left coaching in out west to become the running backs coach. And Travis Brown is the linebacking coach from BC. BC, you have Buck Pierce as head coach and offense coordinator. Mike Benavides is Mike Benavides was special teams coach. Then he got moved to defense coordinator. Ryan Phillips got demoted from defensive coordinator to DB coach. Corey McDarmid came over from Ottawa as their special teams coach. BC has Winnipeg's receivers coach. Paul Carbonneau was the Ottawa offensive line coach. Randy Melvin was the Hamilton's defensive line coach in 23, and then Glenn Young, who's now their linebackers coach, was Hamilton's defensive line coach in 2024. Let's see here. We already seen that, so we don't need that. What was that? Edmonton, our old GM Ed Harvey, which the tampering window has been named after the Ed Harvey window. Mark Killam was the special teams coach in Calgary. He got let go. He got hired in Edmonton as their head coach. Jordan Masimic was the offensive coordinator in BC. J.C. Sherritt was the linebackers coach in Saskatchewan. Maxey was the defensive line coach in Toronto. He is the new special teams coordinator in Edmonton. Jordan Masimic is the QB coach. Jason Tucker, former Edmonton Elk, now coach receivers. He's now the receivers coach. Tyson Dice is the running backs coach, and then Sorrells is the offensive line coach. Also, Maxey is the defensive line coach and special teams coach. J.C. Sherritt has both defensive coordinator and linebacker coach. And then Aaron Grimes is the defensive assistant. We have what is it? The Calgary Stampeders. Dave Dickinson is both head GM and head coach. Still, nothing's changed. Pat Del Monaco. He was their offensive coordinator last year. I'm not sure where he came before then. Who was it? Sean Stang would be able to tell me where he was before that. Bob Slowick is also the defense coordinator. Craig Dickinson came over. He was the head coach of Saskatchewan before Corey Mace was there. He's now a special teams coach with his brother. Bo Baldwin is back as QB coach. Marcus Howell is the receivers coach in Calgary. Hugh Cambry Williams is the running backs coach. John Bowman was the D-line coach in BC. He's now in Calgary, so that's going to help. Marcus Colund is from Edmonton as the linebacks coach, and Baron Miles. I'm pretty sure Baron Miles was the defensive coordinator in BC or in Ottawa last year. He's now the DB's coach. The only change with Winnipeg is, again, Buck Pierce out as offense coordinator. You now have Jason Hogan. Everything else is the same except for Janarius Jackson, former Elks interim head coach and former CFL QB. Jarius Jackson is now the QB coach. Other than that, everything's the same. Hamilton and Toronto have not. Hamilton has announced Winnipeg's assistant GM Ted Gavea as their new GM. And Bren Monson, who was the defensive coordinator last year, is now with Hamilton as their defense coordinator, as Chris Jones, our defense coordinator last year, has now gone down to North Carolina football team as their football program. Dennis McKnight, the reason why I have a question mark is because we don't know who the special teams coordinator is because Hamilton hasn't announced their coaching staff yet. Toronto, they haven't announced their coaching staff yet, except for William Fields, who was co-defense coordinator in Toronto last year. He's now gone to Ottawa as their defensive coordinator. Rick Campbell, who was the head coach in BC last year, got fired, and he is now the special teams coach back in Ottawa. Before he was the head coach in BC. Mike Gibson was our offensive line coach last year. I always joked that the Mike Gibson is the Tommy Condell lookalike, because every time Mike Gibson would leave the sideline, everyone would say Tommy Condell and get mad. Listen, Mike Gibson is just the lookalike of Tommy Condell. And then Melvin, the other Melvin was with us last year. I just can't remember if he was linebacker coach or whatnot. Last year. So we are going on almost 9 hours of live stream. We still have 3 hours to go. And who would have thought I would be still kicking away, starting at 8 o'clock this morning and still going at almost 5 o'clock. And we've gone for 9 hours. We still have 3 more hours to go, everyone. So if you've made it this far into the stream, you are original OGs. And go leave a like, comment, subscribe to the video. Turn on your notification bell so that you'll be notified once other sports content comes out on the channel. So let's take a look. I just want to take a quick glimpse. Okay, nothing there. But we have live. Let's just want to send this to someone. Take a picture. Send. So, with that being said, and then Montreal's coaching staff is still all the same. This is odd because it's starting to get quiet, and I'm not liking this because I don't know. I don't know who you are, so we're gonna do that. We have no new signings yet, so it's starting to get. I mean, even if people aren't signed today, it doesn't necessarily mean that they won't get signed. You still have all of the offseason to sign. It's almost been half an hour and no new signings have happened. So we will go back to, because we were reviewing BC Lions. So I'll review BC Lions before more news comes out. But before we do that, I'm gonna be right back because I have to go use the washroom. So I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Okay, so Nathan Rourke, like I was saying before all these free agent signings happened, he's making $424,000 this year, and that's just in marketing money. I'm sure he'll be making more, if not next year. So marketing money is basically you going out into the general public, press, however you want to put it. You know, they have money that they have to pay the players for that. He had 1,781 yards passing in 9 games. Just before I continue on that, Adrian Green for Calgary has now officially signed. So we can add him to the pool of DBs and copy his numbers over. So Adrian Green for Calgary is now official. So going back to what I was saying about BC is so the reason why Nathan Rourke only played 9 games is because he just spent the last year and a half going in between the NFL. I think he did 4 NFL teams before he came up. 4 NFL teams in a year before he came back up to the CFL. And then with all those playbooks that you have to learn and everything, he only threw 4 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He ran for 9 carries for 24 yards, 5 touchdowns. And then you have Mazzoli, who's now your backup. So there's that. So he played in 12 games for Ottawa last year. Drew Brown, I believe. I don't know if Drew Brown was Drew Brown injured? No, Drew Brown. So he must have just came in for if Drew Brown was injured, left the game. Drew Brown wasn't up to snuff. There's that as well. So he is now the backup in BC. Chase Bryce is probably going to be 3rd string. Then you go to running backs. So here's the thing here. So James Butler was in Hamilton last year. James Butler is the only one on the team that had... I just want to double check. I don't think those... Do you really only have 522 yards? Rushing. Wow, you only had 522 yards. Okay. So James Butler is the only player that has CFL experience on the running back. Keep in mind, Jason Huntley, he is from the NFL, so he does have some experience. I'm not sure about any of the other, million running backs that they have on their team, but it looks like they're going double American for running backs 1 and 2. Then you have Justin McInnes, who is the All-Canadian last year. He had almost 1,500 yards. 1,500 yards in one season is a lot. Usually, you'll see receivers get 1,100, 200. He almost had 1,500. He had 7 touchdowns, so that's big. Hatcher back. That's a bit of help. Eberhardt will have a bigger role. Katoy only played 12 games. He'll have better numbers. So you have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 receivers at camp. I do not see them bringing in any more receivers to camp. Like, I don't even think Hamilton has 17 receivers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we have 15. Oh, so we have Dukes back to Toronto. So Cameron Dukes, I will come back and finish this thought on the receivers in a second. Cameron Dukes is back in Toronto. So the question is going to become, who's going to be number 2 and who's going to be QB3? So we are going to do Cameron Dukes. Mama Dukes, as I always call it. So Cameron Dukes played the first 9 games before Chad Kelly came back from suspension. Go here. So Dukes is there. So the quarterback core for Toronto, they bring in the band back together again because Mama Dukes is coming back home to Toronto. I don't know if does Toronto have any other rumors? Toronto has no other rumors. So they probably looked. No. So here's the thing, because Chad Kelly's a rushing quarterback, like, can run on the legs. My thing is with him is, you don't want to risk your quarterback doing a quarterback sneak. So why not go for Dakota Prukop, who has 9 rushing touchdowns on 37 carries? I mean, you know what? I'm just curious. BC already has Bryce. Saskatchewan has 5 quarterbacks. I mean, does Prukop go to Calgary and become your short yard QB? Edmonton, I can't see him going back to Edmonton. Winnipeg, they're already full there. Hamilton, they're already full there. Toronto, they just signed Dukes. Montreal, they have Evans, and then Ottawa. So it's safe to say you're either going to Calgary or Edmonton. So let's. Be me just. Oh, here it is. Just give me 1 second. His physical, or after his medical. Who knows? It could be a thing where let's see. Okay, so someone said about the Linear signing for Toronto. Another high-end DT off the board. Bombers must love Woods and Adams, or Scouts have a stud DT in mind. Otherwise, passing on Oakman and Linear is puzzling for a team that's obsolently going all in on a home Grey Cup. That's the thing. Like if you're hosting Grey Cup, you got to go all in on that year. Otherwise, it could be a Grey Cup where it was Winnipeg and Montreal in Hamilton, and you have nothing to show for it. And I mean, yeah, I know everyone's going to say, well, Hamilton hasn't won a Grey Cup since 99. Yes, I know. But eventually that streak's going to end. Let's go back to BC. So like I was saying, they have 17 receivers, so I don't see them signing any more receivers. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 offensive linemen. Depending on draft and whatnot, there could be a few more there. So we have for defensive line, Christian Covington, who had 29 total tackles and 6 sacks last year. Matthew Betts, 260,000 in 2025 and 270,000 in 2026. He was with the Detroit Lions last year. So that will so because he joined halfway through the season, that's why Betts only played 7 games. I'm just looking for this here because I want to see. Okay, so it doesn't say how long Cameron Dukes' contract is. I'm just looking. So you have Covington, Banks, Betts. Who plays that fourth line position? Pickett? Tavini? Marcus Moore? And then you go to DBs. Didn't he? Yeah, I don't know why I had him listed. Because he's not. Did I have him listed on here? Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste. And put him over and... Okay. So, just said medicals first. So, everyone can stop having a cow. Kenny Lawler's still gonna happen. Farhan just confirmed what my suspicion was, and it is medical first. Same with the Reggie Stubblefield. Stubblefield was supposed to be signed today. Apparently, he's making his way to Hamilton tomorrow, so that would make another thing. So Kenny Lawler to Hamilton is still going to be a thing. It's just he has to have his medical done first. So all those Ticat fans out there that are freaking out because Kenny Lawler hasn't signed yet, we still have medicals. So someone just Dukes. Dukes then when you already have Kelly and Arbuckle as 1 and 2. So the I was trying to fix that for the linebacker group. So that comes out. This goes up 1. So all those people who are worried about Kenny Lawler not signing, he has to have his medical first. People, relax. Which is why Lawler and Stubblefield haven't signed yet. So we are. Let's see here. Oakman, yeah, we already knew about that. So it makes me wonder if they're saving, because the mystery signing for tomorrow in Hamilton for the Ticats is 5:30 to 7 tomorrow, or 5:30. Yeah, 5:30 to 7. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Makes me wonder if they're gonna save. If they're going to save the Kenny Lawler signing for tomorrow, and then that's going to be your mystery person. Someone had just sent me a thing, says, not entirely sure other than further depth given he has started 1 games in this league. Not guarantee he makes it past training camp, preseason though. Let's see. This is Cameron Dukes. Dave Naylor. Okay, just reposting that. We already have all of that. Rick Zamprinson, Ticats needed a linebacker, and Cole should fit in nicely. Let's see here. Oh, that's hockey. Hell yeah, running back, cash and carry. let's see. 12 p.m. He's retired. So there's that. Just trying to see anything interesting. Miles Brown and Brian Cox. Okay. If you notice, people were announcing where they were going minutes after the window opened. So nothing to that. Let's go back to. We have 449 viewers in general. Let's see here. So we have 443 on X. How many do we have on? We have three live viewers on YouTube, so I appreciate that. 89 likes, my people. Greatly appreciated for those 89 likes. Let's see. We have let's go back to BC. So we were looking at linebackers. Ellie and Ben Hellenic are both the top receivers, with Michael Awe back, Adam Eclair, and Adam Kanar. Gary Peters, Kent Jr., and Patrice Renee, DBs. You also have Jalen Edwards Cooper was the DB that I was talking about earlier, where he was supposed to go to Saskatchewan, and he failed his physical, and he ended up going to BC later on. So that is why we do not worry about physicals, because if it is meant to be, people, it is meant to be. When it comes to signings. So you don't need to have a cow because the Lawler signing hasn't happened. It will most likely happen tomorrow because chances are he hasn't had his medical today. Okay, so we have former Saskatchewan Roughrider defensive line, Christian Albright. Okay, Albright is going to Ottawa Redblacks. And defensive lineman. Okay, and then let's go back to the tracker and get his stats for 4 games. So let's go back to Ottawa and add that in. We don't know of his contract yet, so we don't have to worry about that. BC Lions GM has told the media today that the team is moving on from defensive back TJ Lee and Canadian offensive lineman Sak Cheng in free agency. Lee was the longest tenured player on the team with 11 years of service, while Chung was a local product of, I guess, in Vancouver or close to Vancouver. So we know that TJ Lee will not be back in BC. So let's go back to our free agent tracker and remove all bright from there. Oh, and I want to look up that player. I want to see if this is actually legit. What was it? Calgary that signed him? Transactions. Sales. Okay, that's all yesterday. So it wouldn't be on there. I'd like to know who was it that signed that player? Like Luke Breakfast. I forget who it was, but yeah, there's not many left. BC, we're talking about Edwards Cooper of how he with the medical, so he came to BC and then re-signed to BC after playing 4 games. There's not much else that I can say on that front. Let's refresh that. If anyone wants to join the panel, they can join the panel. They're more than welcome to. Let's see here. So someone had just, a Tie-Cat fan had just said, let me just go respond to this. Let's go here. Numbers last year. So let's with our crowded group this year. Let's see here. It makes sense. Let's see here. Go. Right. Tarski, and White. Oops, and Smith. So one Tycat fan asked or mentioned, I'm wondering if they plan on to drop Tim White when they sign Lawler, because that's an absurd amount of money tied up between those two. I mean, how Tim White has been controversial. You can't. I mentioned earlier, the Lawler to Hamilton is just medical, as reported by TSN. Tomorrow should be announced. So this stays in there. And we got that. Nothing. My mind is health. I think he's a top 31 health in the league. I'm just gonna give me 1 second. I'm just gonna tweet this out. So let's refresh this and see what we have. Nothing since 5:10. So John, I don't think that they will. What I think is going to happen is I think they'll keep both. So like I'll bring this spreadsheet out again. If Lawler signs, Lawler's going to play on this side. White's going to play on this side. Anytime you go to play if you go and try to double team one of these two, the other one's going to be open. Like, just think, Bridges had almost 900 yards. Lawler, I'll have to look at Lawler. Smith almost had 1,000 yards last year. White had over 1,000. Woltarski, let me check here. Receiving Winnipeg Bombers 2024. So Lawler has the potential to hit 1,000 yards. But the thing is, can he stay healthy? The most that he's played since 2019 is 15 games. So no. Most likely, what has happened is, because if we go back here, the reason why they probably brought Brandon O'Leary Orange back is for that depth at receiver. Because even if Lawler goes down, you can bring O'Leary Orange up, move White over here. You still have 3 Canadian receivers. If Lawler plays, you have 3 American receivers and 2 Canadians, vice versa. So there's still lots out there, and if Lawler can stay healthy, If Lawler can stay healthy, that would benefit us. Then, on top of it, Wolodarski. Wolodarski only played 10 games last year. He's good for about a 700-yard receiver, between 500 and 700 yards. If Wolodarski comes in, he can, with Bo Levi Mitchell and Scott Milanovich's offense, I'm telling you right now, that our receivers are going to be deadly. If Lawler and Wolodarski are both here, because I can guarantee you Bo's going to throw for another, what did he have last year? Let me bring up the, it's already open. What did he have last year? He had 5,400 yards. I can almost guarantee you with Lawler and Wolodarski, he's going to hit another 5,000. You can call me crazy as much as you want. But if Lawler comes to Hamilton, which he's supposed to, as far as I've been told, he's going to have another 5,000-yard season. No ands, ifs, or buts. So, as I'm in a group chat here, someone said, our D-line is going to be solid as well. In the backfield, we got Amos, Peters, Kachatronis, Moxie, which I would trust them all. In the linebacker, we got Stubblefield and Kyle Wilson, which are very good. The only question is defensive line. We got Sales, which is huge, but really nobody else. The backfield is also so good, getting me hyped, though. Amos and Peters got some great chemistry together, and both are all-stars. That is true. So, the only thing that we lost for our offensive line is David Beard. Joel Fergura, the guy was on the IR, not worried about that. So, our offensive line, with how well they did last year, you take out Beard, you put Woodmansey, and you move Dobson into Woodmansey's spot. Offensive lines set. Then the receivers, okay, outside of those 5 receivers, you have, I think there'll be a couple Americans on the practice roster. I don't think you get I don't believe that you will have just give me 1 second here. Okay, so there. Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, is from 12:20 coming from Grimsby. Think would be home. Is 30 minutes away. So where's I getting at? Yeah, so depending on, there'll be a few American receivers on the practice squad because I don't see them putting any of these 5 Canadians on the practice squad. Let me go back over here, check this out. OMG. So, let me just point this out here for a second. Link. What? So apparently Ticats. Ooh, so let's take a look here. Because Ticats have put something out. Shop. Okay, so apparently ooh. So look at this. So apparently Ticats.ca people, look at this. So Ticats.ca free agency. If you scroll down. Lawler jersey 25 jersey available now in store online. Dobson free agency. So Ticats are saying that Lawler's signed but not signed. How interesting is that? So let's no, I don't want that. I want this. And on the link here, you have the Ticats advertising Stubblefield and Garbot and Lawler jerseys online. You might as well say Lawler to Hamilton is done. Otherwise, posted by Ticats officially. If they are advertising Lawler jersey available. Online. Post. So as you can see here, I'm not going crazy. Is free agency online store, Stubblefield, Lawler. They're advertising Lawler here. So the only thing that is left is for the Ticats to come out and say, we have officially signed Kenny Lawler. Because Ticats, let me go get this. Let me swap this over for here for a second. Because Ottawa just made a signing, and it was the... Oh, no. The Elks, sorry. Elks. Gregor McKellar is now officially an Elk. This, actually, no, we will replace this because this hasn't officially happened yet. Or actually, has it? I'll just put that there for a second. And Rumored. Okay. So going back to what I said, they would not post that on their website if it was not going to happen. So again, for all those Ticat fans that are wondering, where is Lawler? Why isn't it signed? Blah, 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 blah. Listen, they're advertising Lawler on their online store. He just has to have his medical done. He is basically done coming to Hamilton. All the team has to do is just announce it, and he's in Hamilton, people. I don't know what else to tell you. But might as well say it's good as done. With that said, Dobson. So you might as well say, okay, let's go back here for a second. You know what? Let me delete this. Let me go back here. So now that we got that out of the way, let's go back over to here. Sheet 1. So Ticats have just pretty much confirmed Lawler is coming to Hamilton without actually officially saying Lawler is coming to Hamilton, because they wouldn't advertise that on their website. And again, I'm going to show you guys. Garba, Dobson, we've already signed free agency 2020. Stubblefield signed, or hasn't signed. They would not be advertising Lawler here if he was not signed. It's until he's that's pretty much saying we have officially signed Kenny Lawler. Come get your jerseys. Let's see. So Lawler's gonna play here, Bridges here, Smith and Chernowski here, White and O'Leary Orange here, and then Wolotarski and Acuna Navanu. My guy. Our receiver group is going to be one of the top receiving groups ever this upcoming season. So let me just put this out here. Tarsky. Others aren't there. The free agent class on day 1, but you can bet Lawler will be one of them. Oh. Okay. For sure, with 4 Canadians already signed and 3 good Americans. Let me just type this. Don't forget injuries. So having Bridges, Lawler, Smith, White, Wally, Tarski, Luther, and Ternarski with some playing special teams. Five. Oops. Okay, so nothing. So just to show Lucas, because Lucas isn't going to believe me. Wait for it. Free agency. Stubblefield. Take a picture. Done. So that's going to ease some pain for Lucas, because I know Lucas was like, 1 minute he's like, oh, he's not going to sign, then he's going to sign, then he's not going to sign, then he's going to sign. So, let's see here. Josh says, I usually consider American and Canadian depth separately, but maybe if one of the Americans go down, we could see. I was thinking the same thing. Even if a Canadian receiver went down, you still have the depth. So you know, officially, he is coming to Hamilton. Without Ticats officially announcing it. Same with Garbutt. Okay, so Bombers need. Okay, we got that. So we got 2 hours to go. Let's see here. Let's check out any of the news online. So let's take a look to see what TSN has to say about the Ted Gavia. And Bombers. We're not going to play ads. Okay, so let's pause this. Let's go back. Let's unmute it and see what they have to say for 2 minutes and 54 seconds.
Dave, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are fixtures in the Grey Cup, so generally during free agency, their biggest exercise is trying to retain their players, not go after those from other teams, but that's changed this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think we've seen a different approach from the Bombers in free agency, and it's a product of the fact you can't keep the band together forever. Two factors come into play. One, players age out. Two, there's the economic side of it. And what we've seen Winnipeg doing this year is not so much going big game hunting at the top of the market, but you see them trying to find value, picking up a receiver like Reggie White Jr. from Montreal, talented player who's had some injury history. They've added Jareth Stearns as a receiver from Saskatchewan, Peyton Logan, running back and returner from Calgary. Before the window opened, we saw Dylan Mitchell come from Edmonton to Winnipeg. So you throw all that into the mix, it's certainly a more active approach to this period than we've seen from the Bombers in terms of building their roster towards 2025.
The Bombers being able to be active in free agency primarily because they didn't have to pay a guy like Kenny Lawler, who winds up going from Winnipeg to Hamilton. And he's not alone, as a number of Bombers followed Ted Govaya on that direct flight, or maybe it's a charter flight from Winnipeg to Hamilton. Govaya, the former assistant GM in Winnipeg, now the GM in Hamilton. And he did what many GMs have previously done: find some guys that they know and have some comfort with and bring them over. So we talked about Lawler, who is going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in this free agent class. You've also got Drew Olatarski, the Canadian. He was released by Winnipeg, so he signed before the free agent period started. Liam Dobson, an offensive lineman, makes the move, as does linebacker Brian Cole. So Govaya getting some guys he's comfortable with to build his new team around.
Meanwhile, the Ottawa Redblacks, their biggest splash made official on Tuesday, signing Geno Lewis, of course, the star receiver who spent the last couple of years with the Edmonton Elks. And, you know, Ottawa had the second leading receiver in the CFL last year in Justin Hardy. So I think when they look at putting Hardy and Geno Lewis on the field together, that's going to really make it challenging for opposing defenses.
And when you look at some other receivers that are on the market, Stephen Dunbar's a guy that I'm surprised to see still being there available. He's a guy that had a very productive season a year ago, over 1,000 yards. We talked about GMs going to their former teams to pick up guys. Might there be a fit in Edmonton? The Elks did add a couple of Canadian receivers, but they've also lost a number of American receivers, so there might be a fit there. Alex Hollins last year with the BC Lions was on pace for 2,000 yards through 6 weeks, but then things really changed and his production fell off a little bit. I still thought there'd be a market for him. It's been a bit slow. I thought Calgary might be a good fit there, given his history with Vernon Adams, but it seems that the Stamps have really prioritized getting some size in their receiving core with names like Dominic Rhymes, and certainly Hollins doesn't fit that bill when it comes to size.
Is a call done tomorrow.
Just wondering if you could squeeze this.
So as you can see, TSN.ca, Dave Naylor and Farhan had just said Lawler to Hamilton. You have Hamilton advertising Lawler. You might as well say Lawler to Hamilton is official. Even though the team hasn't come out and said it yet, everyone's saying that it's happened. So with that being said, Lawler to Hamilton is pretty much, might as well say, official. So with that being said, let's put Mr. Kenny Lawler to Hamilton, because as Farhan said, he is going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And with Bo Levi Mitchell only making $338,000 this year, that puts some interesting moves that we are able to do. So we have 2 years at $275 per. So let's add this to here. So Kenny Lawler, Brendan and Larry Orange, you know, it's might as well take that off the list. Garbott and Stubblefield, might as well move them over, because if Hamilton is advertising, once again, Stubblefield and Garbott get your jerseys. Again, you might as well move them over as well. So we're going to move Garbott over to defensive line. And Garbott was 2 years. Let's see. Okay, Garbott, since they're advertising him, we might as well put him over here. So let's go get this. And that 2 years is 2026. Oh, no, no, that's not it. This is 2026. And someone had sent out a tweet. Jake from Twitter, or from X, says, at this point, Gavea should just let the marketing team make it official since this got leaked. Like, he might as well. Let's see. So we have Garbott's numbers, okay. And then we just need Stubblefield. His 3-year, 500,000. So Stubblefield is, where did we have him? DBs. Even though he's a linebacker, defensive back, I'll be interested to see where they have him. He got injured last year, so he didn't play last year. So he we'll put this here. So with that being said, all of our players have all signed now too. So now our sheet is now up to date. So we added O'Leary Orange. We've added him, so we can delete that. So Bridge is gonna play the lone over here. Patman and Johnson. And the rest of the receivers will all be battling for PR spots. So Bridges, Lawler, Smith, Turnowski, so that's 4. White and O'Leary Orange, that's 6. Woltarski, 7. Luther, 8. We're going to be dressing 8 wide receivers. I know that sounds crazy. But, some of them will be used as special teams. I cannot... Unless unless someone gets released, I can't see them releasing someone that they just signed. So that will be interesting to see how well this goes. Then in Ottawa, once Gino Lewis has his signings or his medical tomorrow, put him with Hardy. There's another deadly weapon in Ottawa. You have the receiving group in Montreal. The only way Montreal's receiving group does not do well is if Davis and McLeod do horrible. You have Toronto's receiving group. on paper, they should do well. Where things come interesting for playoffs is, does Ontario Wilson come back to Winnipeg? How well does Winnipeg's receiver group do? Edmonton's not going to have high-scoring games because you have Julian Grant and you have Gittins Jr. That's it. They spent all their money on defense. Unless you have, some, like Brandon said earlier, Crooms Jr. come up. He's apparently a player that Elks fans should be keeping an eye on. Again, Odoms Dukes didn't play last year. Mathis was drafted last year. He only played 10 games. He only had 137 yards. Edmonton, how do I put this? Edmonton will keep scores low because of their defense, but their offense will not score points. I'll put it that way. Then you have Calgary. Calgary has Vernon Adams. You have Bangleton, Rhymes, Philpont, Eccles, Barnes, Tevion Jones. Okay. So you have Calgary. You have Saskatchewan. You have Trevor Harris. Okay, so now, how does Trevor Harris do next year? Because MLS, Johnson, Schaefer Baker, Baines Jr., Neeld. Then you also have Picton and Alford as well. Ruby Jr. Okay, someone's going to be cut from that receiving group come camp. Ruby Jr. probably will go to PR. Alfred's going to be Super Mario is going to be kick returner, so he won't be. They won't miss him at receiver. What do I have here? Oh yeah, I already have that. And then you bring up BC, and then you have Nathan Rourke with McInnes, Eberhardt, Katoy, Hatcher. So either two West teams are going to miss the playoffs, Edmonton being one of them, or you're going to have three teams from each, but one team from the East is one team that should be making the playoffs is not going to make the playoffs. That's why I'm saying with Collaros doing well out in Winnipeg, again, nothing's guaranteed that Collaros will do well. There's nothing guaranteed that Rourke will do well. Harris is getting up there in age. I think Harris is going to be 39 this year. How well is he going to be? Because again, he only played 12 games last year. If Harris can't go, Jake Mayer goes in. Like it's getting so hard to predict the playoffs. With everything that's going on so far, it's going to be a how do I say this politely? It's going to be a shit fest. Because this is probably going to be the most hype season ever. Because with all the quarterbacks, you don't know who's going to do what. You don't know which receivers are going to do well. Like, let's take a look at the stats from last year. So, receiving. No, I want 2024. Actually, you know what? Let's go passing. Let's go passing 2024. Okay, passing 2024. Okay. Bo Levi Mitchell, we missed the playoffs. He still had an outstanding season. Zach Claros finished first. I mean, outside of the 4,300 yards, had a subpar season, 17 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Drew Brown, third in the East, 4,000 yards, 18 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Jake Mayer missed the playoffs last year, had 22 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, 3,800 yards. McLeod Bethel Thompson, the third worst team in the league, 3,700 yards, 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Trevor Harris, second in the West, 3,200 yards, 20 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Cody Fajardo finished first in the East. Vernon Adams lost in the West quarterfinals. Chad Kelly, Grey Cup. Like, it's going to be so hard to predict who's going to finish where in the standings next year, because on paper, there's so much good talent on paper, you cannot predict who's going to make the playoffs next year. You could sit down and say, oh, well, I think this, and this person's going to make playoffs. But it's on paper. It's not guaranteed. Let's see here. Okay, so we already seen that. Oh, I got this. What was Hamilton? Let's go to Hamilton for a second. Like, it's just I can't even guess to predict where teams are going to finish where. Like, it's going to be a crapshoot. If Kenny Lawler can stay healthy next year and play, at least 16, 17 games, at least 15, he will become at least 1,000-yard receiver. Just looking at this receiving group, I don't even know where to begin as to who's going to, unless they do with what I predicted here. Then we have Toronto. We have Coxie, Daniels, Unger, Sandani, Mittal. Okay, Mittal will get more playing time now that Polk isn't here. Then you also have Hergy Mayala, who will get more playing time. Brissett will be back, so he's going to play more than 6 games. It's just mind-blowing of how strong the receiving core in the East is over the West. That's why I'm telling you right now, my prediction is that 4 teams in the East are going to make the playoffs, and there's only going to be 2 teams in the West making the playoffs. That is my prediction, and I'm standing by that prediction. Who's going to have the East crossover? I honestly couldn't even predict. I couldn't even tell you who the East crossover is. All I'm going to say is the East crossover is going to be crazy, because at any given time, Vernon Adams and BC did not do well in the West let's look at it, because I forget what the score was. Let's go to the schedule for a second. Let's pull up last year's numbers. Go to the bottom. Okay, so BC lost by 11 to Saskatchewan in the West semifinals. Toronto put up 58 on Ottawa. Keep in mind, you also have Gino Lewis and Hardy there, so that's going to be a difference. Toronto and Montreal. Again, it came down to 2 points between those two. The West final. Look at this. 38-22. Again, there's nothing that sets in stone that says that, like, Harris threw 44 attempts last year, 283 yards. There's nothing set in stone that will say any team will go off and have a great game. All I'm saying is Edmonton's offense will miss the playoffs. I'm telling you that right now. They're a defense-minded team. They're not going to make the playoffs. I'm already saying Edmonton's not making playoffs. So let's go right here. We're going to go to the bottom of here. We're going to say predictions. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Predictions. West, East. So I'm not even putting them in order. I'm just putting them all down alphabetical order. They're not in any specific order. I'm just putting them down alphabetical. So 4 teams in the East are going to make the playoffs. Now, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. 5 teams in the West. 2 can make it. 5 will be Edmonton. So that leaves Calgary, BC, Saskatchewan, and Winnipeg. I'm going to say, where's that free agents? No. Crapple, now I don't even remember where I had it. Free agent tracker? Sheet. No, not there. Where? Oh, Lord, this is going to drive me nuts. Where did I have the predictions? Sheet. Okay, no. Free agents. No. Coaches. Oh, my Lord, this is going to drive me nuts. Saskatchewan? No. Calgary, no. Rumors, no. Edmonton, no. Okay, I'm going to start losing my mind in a second. Hamilton Rumors, no. Okay, here, Toronto, okay. We are going to say, because if you compare BC, okay, BC has McInnes. There's nothing to say that McInnes will go off the board again with Rourke. Hatcher had a decent year. Oh my Lord, this is going to be difficult to do. Sask. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say 3 is going to be Saskatchewan. Only reason why I say Saskatchewan's going to be number 3 instead of higher up. Okay. So they said Hamilton may have not announced all their moves today, but fans, don't worry. They are already advertising jerseys for Kenny Lawler, Reggie Stubblefield, and Tajon Garbott for sale on their website. Okay. Also, Edmonton's rumors. Royce Mechie has just been officially announced. Oops, no, we don't want that. By Edmonton. So we are going to, that's going to be 2 years. So that's going to be 2026. Let's put 2026 here. Let's put that there. So that's there. So that's that. Let me just take a look at here before I go back to what I was talking about. That's okay. That's that. Oh yeah, going to back to this. Okay, so no Saturday. So now the question is, BC, Winnipeg, Calgary. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say Winnipeg will be fourth, only because they. So they have the offense. They have a returner. The thing where I question them is defense, because they don't have Tyrell Ford. You have Owen Cramdy, Nichols, Griffin, and Bonds. So unless they can go find someone that is, how do I want to word this? Someone that can be good on linebacker. I just don't think. I mean, you can intertwine both Saskatchewan and Winnipeg 3 and 4. Let's see here. So. Oh, sorry. Oops. 21.7. So with that being said, so you could intertwine the two of them. Now, because Winnipeg's team's getting old, so I say that they're going to miss the playoffs. The question is, with Calgary, Because, I mean, Vernon Adams, you have Begelton, Rhymes, Philpott, Tevion Jones. Let's just give me 1 second. I just seen this message in the CFL Discord chat that I want to go see. Accepted on that. We have, what was this? Oh, they must have deleted it because I didn't see it. Oh, someone said, not gonna lie, that's not where Hamilton needed help last year. So the question is Adams gonna have a better year than Rourke, or is Rourke gonna have a better year than Adams? Because if Rhymes and Adams can get back on the same page, if Philpott can have a bounce back season with Vernon Adams, again, this is all assumptions and predictions. It's on paper, people. Lots of things could happen in real life when the time comes. So you have Begelton, Rhymes, Philpott, Tevin Jones. Okay. Give me 1 second. Back by 130. So they also have Antwi. What did Antwi have last year for numbers? Antwi was no. I'm not even gonna pull up the team. I'm just gonna rushing. Antwi. No, I spelled it wrong. Antwi. Yeah, why? Oh, the 2024, not 2025. Okay, so Antwi only had 93 yards rushing. But, so Antwi can go off for 500 yards. That's not a problem. It's just playing time. Because Fletcher was a starter in Montreal last year. He didn't get much time. So, if you go back here. So, Antwi, and again, James Butler only had 500 yards, but he had 400 receiving yards, so give or take. The only thing it's going to come down to, because you have Moncrief and Sopik on linebackers, you Demario Houston, depending on what happens with him. Damon Webb and Adrian Green are both back. You have no punter for Calgary, but you have Paredes. Defensive line is the only question that I have for Calgary. When you compare them to BC, you have Nathan Rourke, who will probably have a bounce back here. James Butler will have a bounce back here. But if Butler goes down, you have no one. So unless you have a running back out of camp that can step up the game, better hope that James Butler does not get injured. Then you have McInnes, Eberhard, Katoy, and Hatcher. Four receivers to Calgary's 5. Then you have Christian Covington, Banks, Betts. Those 3 on defense. Ben Halanek, Micah Awe, and Ely. Woods, okay, they have linebackers. maybe defensive line. So I would say, okay, I'm going under line. I'm saying BC 1, Calgary 2. So I'm saying BC will make the playoffs. Calgary will make the playoffs. That's how I'm predicting it. Now, the question is, which team in the East will do the crossover and play Calgary? Because it's always 2 versus 3. I honestly don't even know. I just know that there's going to be a crossover. Who the crossover is, I mean, it could be any one of the 4. That's a hard thing that it's coming down to. Let me relook at all the teams too. Okay, so West semifinals is going to be Calgary versus another team, BC by. West final is going to be BC versus blank. Got that. Okay. Then East semifinal. I'm gonna put East semifinal. East final. And then Grey Cup in Winnipeg. Okay. So my prediction for the playoffs. We're going to go through a look at all 4 East teams based off of what we know altogether. So, Ottawa, Drew Brown, William Stanback. So there's your starting quarterback and your running back. Justin Hardy, Pimpleton, Addison, and Geno Lewis. At least guaranteed 2 1,000-yard receivers. Pimpleton, potential 900, depending on how well he does. Again, he only played 8 games. Walden has always done well. Defensive line doesn't look all too that well. Linebackers, you have Pickett, Santos Knox leading the way. I don't know who their same linebacker is going to be. And then you have Lamont, McGee, Priester. Maybe Priester will be their same linebacker. Adeleke. So the only thing that I'm going to say about Ottawa is their defensive line. So let's go to Toronto and defense line. We're going to say how many things I find wrong with each team. Montreal, they have Davis Alexander, McLeod Bethel Thompson. So I don't, with the little that we've seen from Davis Alexander last year, I don't know if he's right for the starting position yet. I'm sure he's going to prove me wrong, but you never know. McLeod Bethel Thompson, okay, he's 36, he'll be 37. Does he still have what it has in the tank? You don't know. You don't know what kind of numbers he's going to have. Fletcher, 764 yards. So he's a dual threat because he also had 682 yards receiving. Is that going to change? Possibly, because Mack will be back. Snead will be back. So Speaker, Rambo, Philpott, Snead, Mack. So that's 5 top receivers there. You might as well say 6 with Fletcher if he does well. But again, that was with Fajardo. That's not with Alexander. So you don't know what's going to end up happening. Offensive line or defensive line, you have Oakman, Archibald, Mustafa Johnson, and Berglund. Berglund and Mustafa Johnson both had 13 sacks, 15 if you include Archibald. I don't know what Oakman had because I thought Oakman retired. Let's see here. Beverett. Arku, Sankey, Richards. Richards didn't do all that well. So you have those 3 linebackers. They have a solid secondary. So the only thing that I have with Montreal, but then they didn't have many tackles either outside of those 2. So I'm going to say for Montreal, it's going to be defensive line and QB, question mark. Because we don't know what we're getting in Montreal's quarterbacks. Toronto. So we know what we're getting. I already know what we're getting in the quarterbacks. We don't have to worry about that. Kadeem Carey, Brown, and McMahon got that covered, so we don't have to worry about that. Coxey, Daniels, Unger, Sandini, Mittal, Brissett. These guys will have to step up for Polk being gone. Same with Hergy Mayala. The receivers always did well spreading the ball. We're skipping over offensive line because I wouldn't even know how to deal with offensive line. With defense, you got Parrish on defensive line, Lanier beside him. How about the other side? And Hansen possibly at the other defensive tackle. Then you have Hergot, but outside of those 5, you just have people from the States. So then we have Verga, Judge, McManus as linebackers. Just want to see here. Depth charts. Okay. I'm going to have to do it this way. Back, since Hamilton still has theirs up. I don't know if we will be able to pull it up or not. Toronto, September 20th. Okay, so Moget will be Sam linebacker. Franklin, George, Bratton, Sutherland, McFadden, Blackburn. I mean, They have the skill. It's just a matter of if they're going to pull it off. So I am going to say linebackers, I don't have a problem with for Toronto. Me, it's defensive line. Some of their defensive backs, Milton, I still need to see some more from. Kenneth George Jr., I still need to see more from. Sutherland, I still need to see more from. Bratton, I don't know what's Bratton. Blackburn still has some left to be desired. McFadden will be playing healthy. So I'm going to say defensive line and DBs. Weakness. Hamilton. I'm going to be honest with you. Offense, I'm not worried about because we have Litre, we have Bell for running back. I'm not worried about that. If Mitchell can play like he did last year, our offense will be good. We're stacked at receivers, not worried about that. Offensive line, I'm not worried about that. This is where things become interesting. Defensive line. I still say we need a piece or two for defensive line. Who? I don't know. Linebacker, I'm still not sure as far as linebacking goes. Secondary, I'm not worried about. It's the linebackers and defensive line. So, linebackers, defensive line, and linebackers. So, if we were to say, based off of the weaknesses, because like I said, Montreal's defensive line and Covard. I'm going to say Montreal goes over and plays Calgary because I'm just not set on Montreal's quarterback situation yet. Bethel Thompson, the guy is going to be, like I said, McLeod Bethel Thompson's going to be 37. What does he have left in the tank? I mean, yeah, he did put up good numbers for Edmonton last year, but Edmonton was the worst team third worst team in the league last year. They weren't doing much. The question for me is with Toronto and Hamilton. Are you gonna? Because at one point, if I'm not mistaken, let me just go look at the schedule, because I'm pretty sure Toronto. Let me look at Toronto's schedule. I'm pretty sure at one point Toronto had to outscore so Toronto's defense, mind, outside of week 19 and 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So outside of 5 games last year, they're giving up 20 plus points a game. And let's see here, not including playoffs. So not including playoffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay. So we'll say 10. 10 out of 18 games, the defense had allowed 30-plus points a game. So if you count a team 30-plus points a game, that means that your offense is going to have to score 30-plus points a game. So that means that your offense is going to have to outdo the other team's offense 90% of the time. So again, is it going to be Toronto's defense? Because I don't know if what Toronto brought in today is going to be enough. Again, I don't know if what Hamilton did this year is going to be enough. We won't know till the season, but again, this is what makes it fun to predict. See, I don't know if Drew Brown can get first. Oh, this is going to drive me bonkers. Because both Toronto and Hamilton's receivers are better than Ottawa's. The only thing that Ottawa has is Pimpleton, Lewis, and Hardy. That's it. Hamilton and Toronto are both better, both receivers. It's just a matter of will Ottawa receivers come through, and will Drew Brown, because Drew Brown only had he had 4,000 yards, but he only had 18 touchdowns. So yards isn't gonna be an issue. It's gonna be, can Ottawa receivers pull through? So I'm gonna say Ottawa's gonna be third. Now the question is, both Hamilton and Toronto will host a playoff game this year via my prediction. It's just going to be a matter of who. I am going to say Toronto gets the bye only because you have, don't get me wrong, Greg Bell is going to be a good running back. But you have the linebackers and because it's pretty much even, but I'm just going to say Toronto's going to have the bye. It's going to be Hamilton versus Ottawa. So, East Final will be QEW for the fourth time this year. Hamilton at Toronto. So it's going to be a third game this year that Hamilton's going to go to. Oh, those are all the ones that have formerly. Okay, so Middlemost has become official. So before I go back to my prediction here. So this is Guion. Middlemost is now an Elk. Again, Middlemost didn't do much of last year either. So he doesn't scream, sign me, sign me, sign me. So the new signings that have not announced their new club yet: Shea Patterson, Winnipeg; Kenny Lawler, Hamilton; Eugene Lewis, Ottawa; David Beard, Edmonton. Okay, so David Beard has not been signed yet, so I can put that there, take that out. So David Beard has not been official yet. Brinkman for Edmonton, Serezna for Edmonton, Garbott for Hamilton. I'm pretty sure Toronto did announce him. Oops. Did they not? Sutherland, Carey. Okay, so Liner has been announced by TSN and 3 Down Nation, but they have not officially announced it yet. So Liner will be coming. Robbie Smith, Edmonton has not been announced. Terrell Ford, Edmonton has not been announced. Godfrey Oniaka in Calgary has not been announced. Reggie Stubblefield has not been announced. Cody Grace in Edmonton, punter, has not been announced. So all of these people will eventually get announced, but those are the 13 people that have not been signed yet. So now that we got that out of the way, let's go to notifications. Let's see here. So out of Toronto and Hamilton, I'm saying it's going to come down to the fans. If Toronto's hosting, Hamilton brings down a big crew of fans, it could be interesting. It's going to go down to the final second, like the one game did this year. I just think that the amount of players Toronto has lost this year, I think that's going to catch up with them. Now, don't get me wrong, Pinball Clemens does have an eye for talent. So who knows of what type of talent he's going to bring this year. Then, so I'm saying Hamilton, I'm not just, don't jump at me because I'm a Hamilton homer. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying that if it wasn't for Toronto losing all of the players that they did this year, I would say Toronto would be going back to the Grey Cup. But because Toronto has some experienced DBs, but not many that have had more than 3 years of experience. I'm saying the East Final is going to be within a field goal, like something super close. The semifinals, I want to say Montreal beats Calgary. Now this is going to be interesting because backup headphones. So this is going to be an interesting part. So, can Rourke get it done over the quarterback duo of Davis and McLeod? Or is the defense going to be too much for Rourke? So I'm gonna say this is gonna be the first ever All East Grey Cup in Winnipeg, and I'm gonna say Montreal plays Hamilton. Now, keep in mind, this all comes down to Oh, I forgot to put Bo's age in there. EDM reminder. I mean, Bo is only 34, so I mean, he still has a few years left. So again, up to this point, it all depends on injuries because one injury to either team's quarterbacks, either team could be done. Because the question is Montreal's quarterbacks versus, Montreal's defensive line quarterbacks versus Hamilton's defensive line and linebackers. With the players that Ted Gavea has brought in, I'm going to say, I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to say that this is the year that we break the streak and win the Grey Cup since 99. And Ted Gavea, I believe, but at the same time, keep in mind, Hamilton also has, go to coaches, Brent Monson. So defensive coordinator, we don't know, because Calgary didn't have a good team last year. We don't know how well Brent Monson's going to do. Brent Monson's defense could do horrible, and play calling could be horrible, and Hamilton may not even make the playoffs this year, and we might just have three West and 3 East. We do not know. But all I'm predicting is the way that it is on paper today and not a prediction. It's going to be Hamilton over Montreal, an all-East final. The only way is if somehow, what would be even more interesting is, I know we're going out on a bit of a limb, is Toronto gets 4th. Toronto goes over to the West, takes down the West, and Hamilton, Toronto, Grey Cup final. That's my other prediction. So, we are going to do this over here, and we're going to do it here, and we are going to say Toronto, Toronto, Toronto. Montreal gets the bye. Montreal versus Hamilton, and then those are my 2 predictions of how an all-East Grey Cup is going to work. People can call me homers all they want, but that is how things are going to go. We are going to take a look here. Tonight over Instagram live stream. Okay. That is that. It's somewhat has quieted down for the last half an hour because all of the 13 other players have to pass physicals tomorrow. So there really isn't, unless something interesting happens over the next hour, I don't see any more signings happening today. Just going to take a look at the free agency tracker again. So this Did I put his stats over here? Yes, I did. Okay, so I can go to free checker, take that off. So we only have 3 free agents left. So we got that. Frankie Hickson, I'm still shocked that he's available out of the running back, fullback position. Who's going to sign Dunbar Jr. and Alexander Hollins? Those are 2 top receivers. Does Hollins go to Edmonton? Edmonton needs the most receiver help whatsoever. Martin Michelle, or Michonne, or however you want to pronounce it. Does he go to Edmonton? And then Lucky Whitehead has just digressed. He only has 10 games played, 115 yards. It would not surprise me if he retired. If he doesn't get a contract offer. Nate Bahar, again, 12 games, 89 yards. Again, would not surprise if he just calls it a career too, because I mean, yeah, national. The only way that they don't get signed is if they wait it out, and then they get signed by a team when there's an injury happen. Offensive line, there's still lots to be desired. Lot of people in their 30s. I will say that. Defensive line, Nick Usher, Brian Cox Jr., Avery Ellis, Pete Robertson, Dylan Wynn, Joshua Banks. There's a few maybe depth people on defensive line. Linebacker, we'll just say Adam Big Hill, and that's it. That's all that's left on linebackers. Defensive backs, we still have TJ Lee, Brandon Alexander, Brandon Dozer, Purefoy still, Trey Roberson, Deontay Evans, Brandon Dambridge. Those few are still available. Calgary and Toronto still need a punter, so John Haggerty, do they go and decide that they're going to have new punters from the global draft? Because don't forget, there is a global draft this year, and I don't know who the global signings are going to be when it comes to the global draft. But let's just take a quick look at this, and let's grab this to plug in to this phone. So it says here, oh yeah, they're just going over the 24 players. Oh, Julian Hauser is still unsigned. There's another player that I didn't even think about. He's another defensive line. You know what? What was his numbers last year? I would honestly even consider bringing in Julian Hauser back, depending on defense. Did I spell it wrong? I mean, he only had 36 defensive tackles. He's 32. I would honestly, I'm not going to lie. He did have 4 good years in Hamilton. He had 5 sacks. Bring back Julian Hauser for Defense line. I would not be opposed to that. Obviously, it depends on what his offer is. But I would not be opposed to that. Tosh says, I think he gives as much as what Usher did. Their stats are pretty much comparable, but I do agree depth can't hurt. The tricky part is trying to be able to fit them both on game days. They're both Americans. So let's go over to Montcrief. Okay, we got that. Benson. Oh, wait, go back. Okay, so Toronto open to Montreal. Okay, let's head to the sixth for Hot and Lashy. Okay, Mazzoli is going out west. Turns to BC. Carey, Toronto. We got that. I'm just trying to see if there is what you call it? If there is any news as far as like years. Okay, that's not where I saw it. Okay, let's try this again. Pencil ready. Okay, nothing on that. Nothing on that. No. Okay, no. Say not. Front. Okay, Laner, Oakman, Dukes, Albright. Okay, so we have that all done. So, there was a re-signing that I did not see, so I gotta go add it now. Free agent tickers. So we have Regis Kibasu. He re-signed in Calgary for a 1-year deal, so we got to move him. Or no, sorry, he went from Montreal to Calgary on a 1-year deal. 2025. So now he's off the list. So, what do we got here? We got 52 minutes to go. Let's see what else. News we can find out. So it will be interesting to see how well the team does. But with that being said, there is no more news coming out. We will end things there. I know I said till 8 o'clock, but there's no other news that's coming out. So I appreciate everyone joining me for this 11-hour live stream. The 485 viewers from Twitter or X, the people over on Twitch, people over on YouTube, the YouTube people who have been so amazing, and they have given us 89 likes, 737 viewers, 124 watch time hours of watch time over on YouTube. I haven't even looked at Twitch yet, but I do appreciate everyone for stopping by. This is Rick from Tigercats Talk Network, and have yourself a great free agent frenzy evening.